British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 901, Coping with the Economic Crisis. It is also very normal for the economic crisis to spread from North America to Japan, as the entire country of Japan relies on the US market for its survival. Alan Wilson remembered that the economic crisis of 1957 did not hit Japan hard. Although Japan had a very difficult time, the three Axis powers in World War II were not affected for a long time. After the defeat of the three Axis powers, they all adopted the method of devaluing their currencies to promote exports. Italy was still quite ambiguous with the Soviet Union. They had their own ways to deal with the crisis. Among them, the Federal Republic of Germany only had stagflation for 3 months before everything returned to normal. The two countries that were really unlucky in this economic crisis were Britain and the United States, especially the United States. Britain's losses were second only to the United States, but Britain's blow had to take into account the Suez Canal War in history, and now the Suez Canal War has not yet appeared. The Japanese economy, which was almost tied to the United States, would naturally be affected first. Almost at the same time, when the United States and Canada were in deep economic crisis, Japan, separated by the Pacific Ocean, also entered the economic crisis at the same time. The chemical industry, machinery industry, and paper-making industry fell by 9% to 13% respectively, and steel, leather and non-ferrous metals fell by 20% to 23%. The economic crisis hit like a hurricane, bringing the whole of Japan into a state of panic. And this is far from the end. I remember this crisis. It seems to be the first time that the United States has a trade deficit since the war. Alan Wilson looked at the reports on the economic crisis in major newspapers and recalled what this crisis brought. Under the Bretton Woods system, the dollar tied to gold is a double-edged sword for the United States. On the one hand, due to the settlement ratio in the world, the United States should maintain a trade deficit. But the dollar is tied to gold, and once a large trade deficit occurs, the US gold reserves may be exchanged out. The dollar tied to gold is actually far less powerful than the petrodollar in later generations. The United States has always been worried that other countries will use their debts to attack the US gold reserves. Since the war in 1945, the United States has maintained a trade surplus for a long time. The industrial advantages accumulated during the war are still quite strong, which can allow the United States to unilaterally express friendship. That is, other countries can take advantage of the United States to a certain extent through trade protection. Of course, the country the United States wanted to weaken the most was definitely Britain. Originally, it had never relaxed its efforts to weaken Britain. However, in New Delhi, 100,000 civil servants worked together to turn British India into a big tonic pill for Britain to swallow, with an area of 4 million square kilometers. The main external reason was the establishment of the socialist camp and the pro-Soviet forces in European countries. After Britain recovered, the United States decided to let Britain go. Various conditions contributed to the legacy of British exchange rate controls. The imperial system of preferences, under the protection of exchange rate controls, gave the Committee on Overseas Assets Management the opportunity to play a role in recent years. Since then, the production capacity of Europe and Japan has been rebuilt, and domestic demand has expanded, providing a larger market for American goods. The number of European and Japanese products exported to the United States has continued to grow, but it is still not enough to balance imports from the United States. The United States still maintains a large surplus in imports and exports, and the world economy has entered a virtuous cycle. The economic crises in 1948 and 1954 were just minor incidents, and the United States only made slight adjustments to survive safely. But this time was different. From the very beginning, Japan was affected at the same time as North America. The economic crisis spread to various countries in just 1 month. Alan Wilson in Kuala Lumpur received a telegram from Whitehall at this time. The telegram came from Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke, asking Alan Wilson to return to London immediately. Looking for it? The liquidity of the Committee on Overseas Assets Control. Alan Wilson looked at the telegram and immediately picked up the phone and said, "Richard, come to the office." "Commissioner Wilson, you called me." Not long after, Richard, the head of the administration bureau, came in and asked his immediate superior what he wanted to see him about. He asked in astonishment, because Alan Wilson was posing in a horse stance. "London asked me to go back." Alan Wilson returned to normal, no longer performing the terrifying aura of reverse training in front of his subordinates. "You should discuss the colonial affairs with the commissioners in East and West Malaysia. If there is anything, send me a telegram. Also, prepare the information on Burma. It may come in handy. Commissioner, please rest assured." Richard agreed immediately and asked unnecessarily, "Is it because of overseas assets?" "It is certain that there is something in this regard." Alan Wilson raised his wrist. It was not yet 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he said apologetically, "I left early today and have to prepare for going back. There is no one in the telegraph room." In order to maintain the harmonious relationship between husband and wife, Alan Wilson wanted to tell his wife and birth and sister-in-law that the trip to Australia to accompany him had to be postponed due to an emergency. Then Alan Wilson left the administrative office and got into Anna's bed at night. "You're busy all day, and your little brother is getting thin and hungry," Anna, holding the handle, said with some dissatisfaction. "You accompany those old women every day and don't know how to accompany me more." "Dear, you can't say that. If you reach their age and have their current state, it would be considered very successful." Alan Wilson kissed Anna and said with a playful smile. He never denied the issue of old age, but people are different. Some people can prolong their youth as much as possible. There are many examples in later generations, such as CCTV Ren Yingying, the Queen of the Kingdom of Women, and the female characters in CCTV Water Margin. They are still killing people when they are old. On the contrary, Maumen's success rate is the more dangerous one. It is not ruled out that there are examples like the Attorney General, but the proportion is indeed small. After saying this, Anna was unwilling and muttered, "You said that my sister and I are the most perfect." "I did say that, but these are two different issues." Alan Wilson thought to himself, "You two were selected. I must be in better shape than them." Anna reached out and grabbed the man's big hand and placed it on her abdomen. "Look, the belly after giving birth to 2 children is still tight and delicate. I need to study it in depth before I can make a correct judgment." Alan Wilson smiled and turned over, but suddenly gave up halfway and said righteously, "Due to the enthusiasm of various countries for space competition, I think it is more in line with the trend to take a rocket." After sending a circle of telegrams mentioning the importance of logistics support and successfully getting feedback, the next day, the hard-working Imperial Commissioner prepared to return home from Vivian Leigh's boudoir. "Bye." The great British treasure leaned against the door and stretched out his hand to say goodbye to the man with a look of affection. Alan Wilson happened to meet the little dragoon returning home, and it was only a coincidence that he boarded a flight with Anna. In addition to comforting the ladies of the same status as his wife, Alan Wilson returned quickly. After landing at London Airport, he rushed directly to number 70 Whitehall without taking a breath. The chain reaction brought about by the economic crisis has already appeared, and all countries have been affected to varying degrees. I bought a newspaper on the way. The front page headline was Harold Wilson's report on Switzerland. "The goblins in Zurich want to attack the pound all the time. Speculators are Britain's biggest enemy, and only a small part of them have surfaced." Oh. Alan Wilson, who was riding in a taxi, read the full text of Harold Wilson's speech in the newspaper and sighed inexplicably at the future Prime Minister of Britain. "Sir, are you also an official in Whitehall?" London taxi drivers have a common problem with drivers in capitals all over the world. I dare not say that all of them are keyboard politics experts, but the proportion is indeed not small. "Not really, I came back from the colonies." Alan Wilson put away the newspaper and chatted with the driver. The driver was not polite and expressed his views on the current economic crisis sweeping the world. From the Cold War confrontation to the future of the British Empire, and even the filth between Britain and the United States, he talked about it without any stage fright. "It's a pleasant journey, sir." Alan Wilson paid the money and said goodbye with a smile. After getting off the car, he entered number 70 Whitehall without stopping and followed the private secretary into the cabinet secretary's office. After waiting for a long time, Norman Brooke finally came, nodded at Alan Wilson, and said directly, "Alan, do you know the purpose of urging you to come back? Is it related to the economic crisis?" Alan Wilson asked in an inquiring tone. Norman Brooke nodded. "Indeed, this economic crisis is unusual. Economists believe that it may have far-reaching consequences." "That's strange. Economists actually understand economics," Alan Wilson said with an expression that everyone understood. "The goblins in Zurich have always been hostile to the pound." Norman Brooke changed the subject and said, "Do you understand? The goblins are not in Zurich. With Switzerland, even with its special status, it is not enough to shake the pound." Alan Wilson said without thinking, "Our suspicious allies have made a lot of efforts in this matter. It's good that you know. I asked you to come back because you have huge overseas assets in the UK. In order to prevent any speculation on the pound, you may have to use this asset when it is absolutely necessary. After all, the economic crisis is coming. No one can be sure to stay out of it." Norman Brooke did not hide his thoughts and directly told everything. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hands to make a gesture of breathing. Norman Brooke said with a confused expression, "Alan, are you worried about the funds in your hands? It's not a big problem. The money itself belongs to the country. I just wonder if there is another way." Alan Wilson frowned and muttered to himself, "For example, how did the Soviet Union deal with the Great Depression back then? And from my work experience, I always think of the days in British India." Chapter 902 5-Year Plan. If we had withdrawn all the committee's funds at the beginning and prepared for the battle, we might have used up all our bullets in the first wave. If we could stabilize the situation through political means, we might have been more confident. It's not that I don't want to spend money, but I'm considering the overall situation. Alan Wilson explained his thoughts. Economic crises always come unexpectedly. Perhaps, as the Soviet Union said, cyclical economic crises are already an unsolvable problem. So how did the Soviet Union solve it? From my colleagues, stationed abroad in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I heard that the countries in the Soviet bloc generally experienced austerity, and the supply of materials on the market was not abundant enough, while the free world was just the opposite. If we can find a way to combine the two, there might be unexpected results. Norman Brooke listened silently to Alan Wilson's words, thought for a while and said, "Of course I don't understand the situation. If there is a way to prevent this economic crisis from spreading to the UK, of course any method can be used. Alan, you don't have any specific ideas. In fact, the vast colonies, under the guidance of our colleagues, have only been preliminarily developed at a very low level in the name of building a capital city, and the potential is still quite large. For this economic crisis, we need a colony with a large population, at least to partially replace the original British India. Transfer crisis, but because the current colonies can no longer be compared with British India in size, the efforts must be increased." At this point, Alan Wilson lowered his voice and said, "I learned from the Nigerian commissioner that the population of the Dominion of Nigeria is 41 million, which is not small. If the development efforts are increased, a lot of needs can be met. The large-scale construction of British India actually only covered the industrial area with Kolkata as a core, covering less than 100 million people, and ultimately nothing was accomplished. If this economic crisis can be alleviated within a year, then it can be concluded that the Dominion of Nigeria still has this ability. What if it fails? Will it be more costly than gained?" Norman Brooke asked the essential question. "Dear Cabinet Secretary, Nigeria has become a dominion and will be independent within 5 years. If there are problems that lead to failure, I believe in the wisdom of Nigeria's independent leaders." Alan Wilson explained calmly, "That is Nigeria's own business. Besides, there is no need to worry too much. Maybe other countries will pay for it." Alan Wilson did not believe that other countries would remain indifferent to Nigeria after its independence. Once Nigeria becomes independent, it will be the most populous country in Africa. When the population reaches a certain level, development will certainly have to overcome many additional difficulties. It may not be a good thing for individuals, but it is just the opposite for the country. The easiest way to improve national strength is to accumulate population. If you don't believe it, just look at India, which is the king of South Asia. It is poor, but still walks sideways in South Asia. He remembered that Nigeria was also inclined to the Soviet Union at some point during the Cold War, and China is not without a shadow in Nigeria. China's African strategy, in simple terms, is to find a fulcrum in East Africa, South Africa and West Africa. South Africa was a white country during the Cold War, so the fulcrum for China to pry South Africa was Angola. Tanzania is the fulcrum of East Africa, and Nigeria is the fulcrum of West Africa. So there is no taker in Nigeria. Once you mess up, you can leave a backup plan before leaving to maintain your influence. Then you just need to wait for the taker to come. If Nigeria is not enough, I have met General Aung San, and Myanmar also has a market of 18 million people. Now the Malayan colony has a fundamental gap with the surrounding areas. Alan Wilson continued, with the Nigerian Dominion as the main body and Myanmar as the auxiliary, a market of 60 million people should be enough to survive if the economic crisis does not exceed 1 year. Nigeria's advantage is that Nigeria itself has been transformed into a dominion, and the dominion is reprivatizing the nationalized enterprises established after the war, which will inevitably cause a large amount of asset loss. Besides, Nigeria is divided into 3 parts, and the strength of the 3 ethnic groups is comparable. Each ethnic group wants to take the lead after independence. It is not difficult for us to find agents. If it still doesn't work, we may need an oil scam. At this point, Alan Wilson paused slightly and asked Norman Brooke, "Dear Cabinet Secretary, if there are some sequelae, such as famine, or international hot money suffers losses, will my reputation be damaged? If such a thing really happens, Alan, you know that all kinds of documents will be archived." When Norman Brooke heard that he was asked to clean up the mess, he immediately expressed his opinion at the critical moment. Of course, compared with the impact of the economic crisis on Britain, these irresistible factors are always worthy of forgiveness. You don't want this. Of course I don't want this. I think the losses from the famine should be smaller than those in British India. Alan Wilson was relieved. It was time to show his true strength. This is my answer. If I can develop the market and hedge the impact of the economic crisis, what does my personal reputation matter? Whitehall needs officials with courage like you. Norman Brooke encouraged, for the cabinet, once funds are used in the local area, but the crisis cannot be prevented, it is also a very courageous decision. You and I will meet the Prime Minister together. No problem. Alan Wilson yawned and said, I have to prepare some documents to convince the cabinet. After leaving Whitehall, Alan Wilson sent letters to Kuala Lumpur and Lagos, the capital of Nigeria, asking them to provide information on the products and population of the 2 places. Alan Wilson was slightly more familiar with the situation in Myanmar. The biggest difference was that General Aung San was not assassinated. If General Aung San's daughter was not older than his and Vivian Leigh's children, he would even consider letting his son with Guobeo grow up and take down General Aung San's daughter. The problem was that Vivian Leigh's son was not old enough. What if he did it himself? Although white people in Europe and America later regarded Southeast Asia as a large red light district and did a lot of things that would definitely be enough to be shot in their own country. But Alan Wilson still couldn't lower his face to learn from these animals. Is it true that Myanmar, under the rule of General Aung San, has developed by leaps and bounds? It doesn't exist, but the Burmese are definitely better than the Indians. The conflict between the Burmese and other ethnic groups still exists, but it is far less intense than in later generations. Aung San himself is still reluctant to use military means to solve the problem. In fact, according to General Aung San's idea, Myanmar may introduce Japanese capital in the future. But the premise is that Japan must develop to a certain level. The current Japan has certainly not developed to that level, and it still owes Australia a lot of compensation. In order to add burden to Japan, Pamela Mountbatten would regularly stir up Japan's cruel behavior against Australian prisoners of war every year, when Japan was about to pay back the money, to prevent the Australians from being soft-hearted and giving up the compensation. The Malayan colony has initially shown a siphon effect, which is the inevitable result of the development of a local economy on the surrounding areas. Examples are the poverty-stricken areas around the imperial capital and the poverty-stricken areas around Guangzhou. Don't think that there are no poverty-stricken areas in the Magic City, but the Magic City has a large radiation range, and the real poverty-stricken areas in the Magic City are farther away. After waiting for a day, the basic information that Alan Wilson needed was obtained from Lagos and Kuala Lumpur by telegram. After sorting, Alan Wilson appeared in front of Norman Brooke again with the information, and the two went to 10 Downing Street, the official residence of Prime Minister Attlee. In fact, for Attlee and the Labour government, since the third re-election, British citizens have become slack. Britain is much better now than it was in the past, but British citizens don't know this. The only person in the world who knows this is Alan Wilson. British citizens think that Britain can get out of the quagmire of war under any government. The affirmation of the Labour Party's work has changed from the expectation of the first term to the continued support of the second term. After 3 consecutive terms, it finally turned into numbness. Since then, the support rate of the Labour Party has been close to that of the Conservative Party. This economic crisis originated from the United States. It is naturally not comparable to the gloomy fog of the Great Depression, but it is also much more difficult to deal with than the 2 economic crises after the war. The economic crisis in 1948 was purely the United States' own problem. Europe had not recovered much, and the economic crisis in 1954 disappeared immediately. However, this economic crisis spread very quickly from the beginning, and almost immediately affected all countries. Maybe we have to learn from the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and took out his own plan, including but not limited to expanding exports to Eastern Europe and expanding domestic demand in the British Empire. I plan with my African colleagues to follow the Soviet Union's example and carry out a 5-year construction plan in the Dominion of Nigeria. Alan Wilson spoke in front of the Prime Minister and emphasized, just like in British India in 1947, we will promote large-scale construction and quickly drive demand through large-scale construction. To cope with this economic crisis. 5-year plan? Prime Minister Attlee asked back after hearing this, waiting for Alan Wilson's explanation. 5-year plan. This time we have to use a heavy punch. Alan Wilson said without changing his original intention. Nigeria must swallow up all the stagflation in the country, and all the resources of the Dominion of Nigeria must be mortgaged. Otherwise, the 3 ethnic groups in Nigeria, we can give Nigeria to anyone. Hiss. Prime Minister Attlee took a breath, looked at the terrifying pillar of Whitehall who practiced the magic skill, and confirmed again. Planned economy. Alan Wilson stood in place, his hands hanging naturally. Technically speaking, I don't want to deny this argument, but it is different for Britain to do this after all. What's the difference? Prime Minister Attlee didn't understand and wanted to hear Alan Wilson's explanation. The difference is, Alan Wilson said after some humming and ahhing, it was implemented by the UK, not the Soviet Union. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 903, Natural Overlord of Africa. There is a choice before Attlee, the only post-war prime minister. One is the old way of economic crisis, hoping that the market will absorb the extra production capacity. The other is what Alan Wilson said. Since the problems faced by countries with Soviet systems are completely opposite to those of the free world, if a dominion similar to the Soviet Union is created in one, wouldn't it be complementary to Britain? It doesn't matter if it fails. Doesn't it just prove that the Soviet planned economy is not good? The most important thing is that in the process of British India's independence, the civil servants of British India have proved that this system is effective. It has allowed Britain, which is in trouble after the war, to obtain extremely scarce funds. If it really fails, will Nigeria hate Britain after independence in the future? Attlee's heart is already eager to try. Asking this question at this time is just to give the 2 civil servants in front of him a chance to convince himself. Dear Prime Minister, at least we left something. The result may not be satisfactory, but it is not a one-sided demand. Alan Wilson expounded the benevolent side of the British Empire. At least compared with other colonial countries, Britain is kind enough. Britain's colonies are of course mainly plundered, and nothing useful is left, but at least it is left. If the full score for governance is 100, the UK only scores 10 at best. Germany and the UK are similar, roughly at the same level. If others think this is the bottom line of a colonial empire, they are very wrong. Britain and Germany, especially the colonial policy of Britain, is completely the upper limit of the colonial empire. However, Latin colonizers such as France, Portugal, and Spain only take but do nothing. Therefore, the infrastructure of English-speaking countries is generally better than that of Latin countries. There is a reason why the Commonwealth countries remained loyal to the Queen of England for many years after the decline of Britain. In the process of plundering, the colonizers will not leave behind the core technology of the economy, the local high-end human resources, the complete industrial chain, or the reasonable industrial structure designed according to the resource characteristics of the colony when they take away resources. Of course, Britain will not do all of the above, but it can still pile up reinforced concrete. But the Latin colonial empire does not even do this. This time, Alan Wilson wants to use the planned economy to tap the potential of Nigeria. Naturally, he does not believe that these big blacks can be full of energy all of a sudden, but there are other ways. After all, Nigeria has not officially become independent, so Britain can still adopt the methods of the colonial era. Do you want the cabinet to allocate funds? Prime Minister Attlee made up his mind and asked the last question. We can do it ourselves. Alan Wilson knew that Attlee should have an idea, so he added fuel to the fire. If we fail, I believe Nigeria will understand us. Norman Brooke explained confidently, but this approach may cause some criticism. We need to do some work to guide public opinion. Show the difference between us and the Soviet Union, and look at it objectively from a global perspective. If Britain wants to implement a planned economy in a dominion, there may be some misunderstandings. This is especially true for some people who don't know the truth. Some positive guidance is necessary. Prime Minister Attlee agreed with it. As he left 10 Downing Street with the cabinet secretary, Norman Brooke said as he walked, "This is because the Labour Party is in power. If the Conservative Party is in power now, they will definitely not agree with your approach. Ideological differences are really a nonsense field, but we still need it." Alan Wilson replied helplessly. Norman Brooke did not comment. If someone else proposed to emulate the Soviet Union, no matter who this person was, Norman Brooke would doubt the reliability of this person. But Alan Wilson was different. Unless this pillar of Whitehall was prepared to confiscate his wife's huge wealth, he would never do so. The huge wealth protected the reliability of the Imperial Commissioner. After all, it was impossible for Alan Wilson to confiscate his wife's property. A British person could not get rich by sharing £20. This year's Colonial Commissioner meeting will be held in advance and will be held in Lagos, the capital of Nigeria, 2 weeks later. Alan Wilson sent a telegram to the commissioners of major colonies through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Persian Gulf Commissioner can choose to participate or not. The decision is in the hands of his old colleague. In Perth, the capital of Western Australia, Pamela Mountbatten picked up the phone with a telegram sent from London and said, "Dispatch a nearby exploration team to West Africa. Don't ask why. Just listen to my husband when you get there." After hanging up the phone, Pamela Mountbatten thought for a moment and picked up the phone again. Under the economic crisis, imports and exports have been hit. The price of iron, ore supplied to the Kuching steel base, can be lowered as appropriate. The overall environment is not good. I believe Canberra will understand. Contact Kuala Lumpur. Australia's goodwill should be made known to the citizens of Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten is not only a wealthy person, she is also the ruler of Sarawak. When the overall environment is not good, she must also consider this aspect. Pamela, Princess Margaret, holding her brother-in-law's daughter, came late. She heard Pamela Mountbatten's second call and asked about her brother-in-law's situation indirectly. "Is it difficult this time?" Alan said that any economic crisis will not cause much harm to us at this level. But for ordinary people, they may have to grit their teeth in the next year. Pamela Mountbatten took her daughter from the princess. Little Pamela stretched out her little hand and rubbed it gently on her mother's belly, as if she was saying hello to her unborn brother or sister. If it is just to survive the economic crisis, in fact, with the conditions in Britain far better than the same period in history, Alan Wilson did not need to make such a proposal. The Suez Canal did not have any problems. The North Sea oil fields were discovered. The colonies were being developed. The Malayan colony provided primary industrial products, and London regulated the prices. It should not be difficult to survive an economic crisis and ensure a safe exit. But this is a bit petty. Just considering not being affected is not Alan Wilson's purpose. What he thought was that he could not only consider self-protection, but also grow against the trend during the economic crisis and further narrow the per capita income gap with the United States. If it was just for self-protection, Norman Brooke would have asked him to take the money, and he would have taken the money happily. Alan Wilson rarely felt that he did not exist, but every time he met someone, he would be an exception. He would call it the Garbo exceptionalism, which is as incomprehensible as the American exceptionalism. After entering the apartment, the presence of the Imperial Commissioner disappeared. Greta Garbo was exercising with a barbell, not taking the man of the same status as her husband seriously. Why don't you go find your little lover? She is at the peak of her career, both in fame and appearance. Haven't you done everything she has done? Alan Wilson said hurriedly. The relationship between Audrey and Elizabeth is similar to your relationship with Katharine Hepburn at that time. It's hard to tell who is more popular. Greta Garbo paused slightly, and a smile flashed across her face. You don't know about that time. Katharine Hepburn was good at awards. As for popularity, my competitor is Marlene Dietrich. At that time, the German propaganda minister was called Goebbels, and he very much hoped that she would return to Germany. It seems that you still have something in common. You are both liked by the Germans. Alan Wilson took the opportunity to praise Garbo. Hollywood positioned you as a sunny sports-loving woman at the beginning, and now it seems that it is correct. Greta Garbo, with sweat stains faintly showing through her vest, put down the barbell and squinted at the man who was talking nonsense. I have to keep a healthy body, otherwise, my son is still so young, I can't take good care of him. Why does this sound sarcastic? Can Alan Wilson still see his child sleeping on the street? Besides, aren't there two female CEOs to share the burden? Greta Garbo then entered the bathroom and soon asked with the sound of water, "Little pervert, do you want to join us?" The advantage of being with Garbo is that, although he is always treated as heir, he can trust this popular lover of the golden age. Greta Garbo rarely goes out a few times a year, and she can't be a spy. She is a good person to talk to. I don't know much about Africa, but I can see that you regard this economic crisis as an opportunity. Greta Garbo put on a coat to cover her body, lit a cigarette, and took a puff, then handed it to Alan Wilson. I wish you all the best. Thank you, dear. Feeling the fragrance of the Swedish Queen's lips, Alan Wilson thanked her affreshedly. You misunderstood. Greta Garbo said expressionlessly. You are just the father of my son, that's all. I certainly hope that the father of my child will get better and better. Greta Garbo did not respond to any logistical support. She did not want to leave her own world. This meeting of colonial commissioners was held in Lagos. The local tyrants from all over the country had not arrived yet, but the warm-up had already begun. The new commissioner after the transfer to the Dominion set the tone for this meeting in the most influential newspaper in Nigeria. The reason why Nigeria was chosen as the venue for the meeting was that Nigeria naturally had the foundation of an African hegemon. Roberts, the commissioner of the Dominion, had received a new temporary appointment as the Secretary General of the West African Development Commission. As for whether Nigeria is a natural African hegemon, as long as the Nigerians believe it, he also notified Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe to represent Nigeria to attend this meeting. At the same time, colonial commissioners from all over the country had arrived in Lagos, the capital of the natural African hegemon, on the Comet airliner. Chapter 904 for major constructions. I feel embarrassed to have you accompany me all the time. Before leaving the apartment, Alan Wilson was quite sentimental, grateful to Hedy Lamarr for once again ensuring logistics. Britain is in troubled times, and money is needed in all aspects. By the way, you raised $25 million during the war. Can you do it again? Okay, I can consider auctioning my kiss again, as long as you can bear it. Hedy Lamarr said unhappily. Are you afraid that no one will take care of you in Africa, so you humiliate me like this? It was an unintentional mistake. Alan Wilson stepped forward and kissed Hedy Lamar's forehead, then raised his wrist and said, "Let's go. It's only been a few months since the last meeting. The economic crisis has disrupted our lives. If we meet all the time, it will lack a sense of mystery." The meeting was held in a den in the middle of last year, and it was only at the beginning of this year that we went to Lagos for a meeting. It was a bit too frequent and seemed undignified, but with the arrival of the economic crisis, there was nothing else to do. The annual Colonial Commissioner meeting, which used to be held at the end of each year to the middle of each year, has now become a meeting at the beginning of the year. Lagos was already the largest city in Africa at this time. There was no place in Africa with such a large population. Nigeria became a British colony starting from this point. The name of colonizing Nigeria was the abolition movement. Britain occupied Lagos under the banner of liberating black slaves in the name of Lagos being the center of African slave trade, and then colonized Nigeria. Lagos has such a population because after the British occupied Lagos, they declared it a free colony. All black people here are free and will not be sold. As a result, black people from all over the world poured into Lagos, making it the most populous place in Africa. The massive population is not a problem, because Alan Wilson is in the white living area of Lagos. Because Nigeria has not yet officially become independent, there are still people living in the white area. However, once Nigeria is officially independent, the white people will soon immigrate and leave. Now the neat white area will be taken over by black dignitaries. Arriving at the former governor's palace of Nigeria, the late Alan Wilson was led into the governor's palace by the guards and met with his colleagues who had already arrived. Without saying much, he said directly, "Colleagues, meet again. The frequency of our meetings has increased. But there is no way. The economic crisis has swept the world, and Whitehall also expects us to come up with a solution. Governor Azikiwe has arrived. Should we let him in?" asked Nigerian Commissioner Roberts. "Let him wait a moment. There are some things he is not suitable to know yet." Alan Wilson took out a stack of documents and put them heavily on the table with a muffled sound. Then he said, "This economic crisis has spread to various countries, and the British Empire is no exception. Conventional methods have not been very effective. This time we will try a different approach. We must not only survive the crisis, but also grow against the trend. This is why I'm here. Increased development efforts." However, gold mining on the Gold Coast has reached its limit. Ingram frowned and said, "There are not many other ways. The colonial mining industry I manage is the mainstay. With gold, we can place orders with local companies, but this time the solution is mainly in Nigeria. The population demand on the Gold Coast is not large. The gold can be shipped back to the country in exchange for power grid orders, and the supporting electrification construction will stop here. We must stimulate the demand of Nigeria, the dominion with the largest population in Africa." Alan Wilson said this, and turned his attention back to Roberts. "Nigeria has a large agricultural population, which is also a common practice in colonies. Find a way from this aspect. The specific measure is to flatten the tropical rainforest in the Niger Delta. Do you have any data?" In response to Alan Wilson's question, Roberts answered in detail. "The Niger River Delta is a gathering place for the Igbo people. The delta covers an area of 40,000 square kilometers, but with the surrounding developable land, there are more than 100,000 square kilometers. The developable area is sufficient. Very good." Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, "Purchase it at 1/5 of the original price in the European timber market, and put it on the European market. This price will definitely not be unsellable. After the forest is destroyed, the land will be distributed to the locals. If I remember correctly, the Igbo people have a good relationship with us. This is especially true when facing the pagans in the north." Roberts joked, "The living environment in northern Nigeria is not as good as in the south, but the Igbo population is not superior to that in the north. But they still have a good impression of Britain. Developing land for distribution is only the first step. We have established 3 central cities in the 3 major regions before. The current plan is to connect them with railways and highways." Alan Wilson proposed a plan to build a road network in Nigeria. "As long as Nigerians can provide enough raw materials, we can even consider the power grid. As long as Nigeria needs it, hydropower stations can also be built. We plan to connect the railways and roads of the 3 major regions, renovate the black areas of Lagos, develop the Niger Delta, and explore resources in the Niger Delta. All projects will start immediately. Alan, Nigeria doesn't have so much money on its books. Roberts was shocked. Where can we find the money? Of course, money can't be made out of thin air. Nigeria's oil resources have not been discovered yet, so the first batch of funds, in addition to Nigeria's own Dominion reserves, can only be exchanged for agricultural products. At this time, Nigeria's main export is agricultural products, unlike the later generations that were built on the oil industry. Empty all the grain depots in Nigeria and transport the stored grain to the mainland. This is a tropical area, and you can start farming at any time. Don't worry, storage is also troublesome in tropical climates, and we are also thinking about the citizens of the Dominion. Alan Wilson waved his pen and wanted to empty all the agricultural products in Nigeria and transport them back to the UK to stabilize prices. Tropical rainforests are not of much value in Alan Wilson's eyes, and most tropical rainforests have poor land. Even if it becomes arable land, it won't take long for the soil to degrade. If the soil in the Niger Delta is good, it can be used for decades. If it is no different from ordinary tropical rainforests, the cost of planting will be greatly increased in 5 to 10 years. However, Nigeria will be independent by then, and he will not worry about Nigeria after independence, but only care about the present. He explained the document plan clearly, and determined the 4 aspects of planning involving energy, hydropower, transportation and agriculture. Then starting this year, Nigeria's 4 major constructions will be officially launched. Roberts, call Azakai win. After Alan Wilson finished the part belonging to the Colonial Commissioner, he could inform Azakai with the final result. At this moment, Azakai was still in the dark, but this was also a good thing. Sometimes ignorance was also a kind of happiness, just like Czechoslovakia during the Munich Conference. Azakai was the current Governor General of the Dominion of Nigeria. If nothing unexpected happens, once Nigeria becomes independent, he will be the first president of this country. But this is not certain. There are always unexpected things happening in this world. After Azakai entered the conference room, Alan Wilson questioned Azakai's reliability on behalf of Britain. Dear Governor General, out of concern for Nigeria's development after independence, the cabinet has drawn up a grand blueprint, hoping that after Nigeria's independence, it will be able to uphold the traditional friendly relations with Britain and lead the development of the entire Africa. Facing Azakai's modesty, Alan Wilson smiled coldly and said, Governor Azakai, don't be modest. With Nigeria's population, it has the ability to lead Africa. Of course, it is under the protection of Britain. I believe you will not deny this. Secretary General Wilson. The British Empire is so good to Nigeria. Azakai is an Igbo, a group that is relatively close to Britain. I wonder how we can help Britain. Help? Nigeria doesn't have the strength to do that. London is worried that after Nigeria's independence, dangerous Soviet ideas will take advantage of it. So they plan to support Nigeria, but the result is hard to say now. We also supported British India at the beginning, but British India was divided. Obviously, Indians are not able to withstand the baptism of modern civilization. This is completely different from Malaya. First, he belittled Nigeria's conditions, and then Alan Wilson changed the subject. Britain hopes that Governor Azakai will play a leading role. The Niger Delta is officially the inhabited area of the Igbo people. If the locals can be mobilized, it can be regarded as Governor Azakai is a capable person, and he will be able to lead the country after independence. Then we will be relieved. What he meant was that he was not relieved yet. Azakai was shocked. The British wanted to replace him. Just as he was about to say something, a pile of documents had piled up in front of Azakai. Alan Wilson raised his wrist to check the time. Mr. Governor has 1 day to learn about the 4 major construction projects of urban construction, water and electricity, transportation and agriculture. It's time to prove your ability. This is the last test set by the British Empire to avoid the consequences of the independence of British India bringing shame to Britain. If Governor Azakai proves his ability, the future independent Nigeria will prosper under your leadership. If he fails to do so, even if there may be some criticism, it is not impossible for him to be replaced. Alan Wilson used the same trick again, bluffing and intimidating the future Nigerian president who was about to reach the peak of his life. Whether he wanted to reach the pinnacle of life or fall behind, it all depended on what Azukiwa thought. Azukiwa left in a daze, and Alan Wilson told Roberts, "First, let the news of the 4 major construction projects out, and see how Nigerians react." Chapter 905, Military First Policy. As long as Nigeria is not independent, Britain can implement its will in Nigeria. Of course, there is a prerequisite for this, whether Azukiwa was willing to cooperate. If he does not cooperate, and wants to break up, Britain will certainly have no choice, and Nigeria will not have to pay any price, but Azukiwa may end up miserably. This depends on whether Azukiwa can be great enough to bear the dissatisfaction of Britain for the dominion of Nigeria. If Azukiwa was willing to defend the interests of Nigeria even if he dies, then Alan Wilson's transfer crisis will face failure before it even begins. He can do nothing but kill Azukiwa to vent his anger. Now this choice is in front of Azukiwa, and what decision he will make can only wait until the official reply. As long as Azukiwa gives a response, the entire construction plan will be launched immediately. Alan Wilson does not have any grand blueprint, just to get through the economic crisis cycle. Once the economic crisis is over, even if the 4 major constructions fail, Britain will not care. Alan Wilson himself, and his colleagues in other colonies each listed a construction direction for the dominion of Nigeria. Let's not talk about what will happen in the future, let's put forward the intention first. After the meeting, Alan Wilson returned to the apartment to rest, thinking about the success rate of this plan. Although the population of the Dominion of Nigeria is 40 million, it is certainly impossible to stimulate this market of 40 million people. Even in British India, the areas that could be controlled by Britain were not all of South Asia. Alan Wilson felt that being able to influence 10 million people was already a great success. Who could mobilize a dominion of tens of millions of ignorant people? Anyway, Alan Wilson couldn't do it. Being able to influence a quarter of the population through administrative means was already a great success. The Igbo people have a deeper feeling towards Britain than the Hausa people in the north. Before we came, the Igbo people were extremely backward, while the Hausa people in the north believed in the religion of peace and were much stronger than the Igbo people. The Igbo people were in a position of being ruled. After we colonized Nigeria, the backward Igbo people were more willing to cooperate with us. Speaking of which, Alan may not believe it, although they are black people, they were extremely backward black people 100 years ago, but in British schools, their graduation results are not worse than those of white people. Roberts, the commissioner of the Dominion who came to visit, explained the local situation. "I just didn't expect that we trusted the Igbo people so much, but they wanted independence. Time will teach them." Alan Wilson recalled the Nigerian Civil War, and the Igbo people were eventually defeated. In later generations, many Igbo people in Nigeria migrated out of Nigeria because of the defeat in the Civil War. Weri, which was originally divided into 3 parts, became Shu, which was divided into 3 parts. In fact, it is very simple. The Igbo people have not accumulated enough. Britain has ruled Nigeria for 100 years at most, and it has only been 50 years since it was officially merged into Nigeria. During this process, a large number of British educated elites emerged among the Igbo people, but they are still too few compared to the total population of the Igbo people. The superstructure of the Igbo people is spread throughout the middle and upper classes of the current dominion, which is definitely enough. But 50 years is not enough to widen the gap with the other 2 tribes, especially the Hausa people in the north. They have believed in peace for hundreds of years. The top is heavy and the feet are light, which is similar to the artillery party. However, time is urgent. As long as the Igbo people can benefit Britain, Alan Wilson will also support them. What is the attitude of the local soldiers? Alan Wilson asked Roberts. For places like colonies, the attitude of the military largely determines the direction of policy. Speaking of this, you can see it. The military of the Dominion is a configuration of Igbo officers and Hausa soldiers. Roberts smiled, and the achievements of the British Empire in the field of divide and rule were fully reflected in this smile. "Let's find a time to meet with the leaders of the Dominion military," Alan Wilson said tacitly. Mobilizing the military to improve administrative power can also put some pressure on Azukiwa. Roberts nodded and was about to leave, not forgetting to invite Alan. Are you really not going to the cocktail party? I just came and want to take a break. I just want my colleagues to have fun. Alan Wilson smiled and said goodbye, saying that there would be a chance until Roberts left. After the other party left, Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to close the door. At this time, Hedy Lamarr came out of the bedroom, her eyes full of blame. It makes me feel ashamed to see people, and I have to hide when someone comes. I'm sorry, dear. Didn't I stay here? You know that Robert's cocktail party must have arranged a lot of black girls. Isn't it sincere enough for me to stay here to accompany you? Alan Wilson expressed his loyalty. He did the same when he entertained his colleagues in Kuala Lumpur. The cocktail party arranged by Roberts, of course, also had a sleeping session. You talk so nicely, but it's obvious that you just look down on black people. Hedy Lamarr turned her head and spat. It turns out that a group of colonial administrators, who appear to be gentlemen on the surface, are like this behind the scenes. I'm different from them. Alan Wilson grinned, pulled Hedy Lamarr's body to sit down, and hugged the body of the goddess of the times like a dog licking. But this makes sense. Everyone comes to the colonies to work. Is it to build the third world? Isn't it for the benefits that cannot be enjoyed in the homeland? Besides, black people have beautiful body proportions and delicate skin, which are not all shortcomings. Then go to the cocktail party. I don't mind. I'm not you. Hedy Lamarr snorted. Alan Wilson stopped talking, and a big mouth came up. I still like women who are glowing white at night, dear. Blow me. The Imperial Commissioner was willing to give everything for the British Empire, which of course included his body. Fighting for the country was nothing. The Dominion of Nigeria has a military force of 30,000. Most of the British garrisons in the Dominion have left, with only 1,000 or so remaining. Now the Dominion Army has assumed most of the military functions. Among the 30,000 military forces, there are only a few who can be called generals. Currently, there are 3 brigadiers in Nigeria. Alan Wilson invited them to meet. All 3 are Igbos. They have been trained in British military academies and have now become giants in the military of the Dominion of Nigeria. The Dominion Commissioner should have accompanied Alan Wilson, but he did not show up. Alan Wilson thought that this might be because he had overexerted himself at the cocktail party. He could only do it himself. Fortunately, there was no language barrier. Britain can hand over the future power of the Dominion to anyone, because in terms of population, the Hausa people of the Peace Church have a larger population, so it is completely reasonable to hand it over to the Hausa people. Start from 2 aspects. On the one hand, praise Nigeria for its leadership in Africa after independence. On the other hand, use the ethnic conflicts that Britain has tried and tested to drive the Nigerian army before independence. From the perspective of faith and political sentiment, London certainly hopes that the Igbo, a Christian ethnic group, will lead Nigeria. However, in terms of ethnic proportion, the Igbo is still a little insufficient. It is unreasonable to hand over the power to the Hausa. Alan Wilson looked at the 3 Nigerian generals. Even your army is mainly composed of Hausa soldiers, which may be a hidden danger in the future. If you recruit some local Igbo people as militias in the name of developing the Niger Delta, it may reduce many hidden dangers. Do the generals think so? Secretary Wilson, do you think the military can play a greater role? One of the quite young brigadiers asked his doubts. Of course. Alan Wilson took out the major newspapers in Nigeria and placed them in front of the 3 generals. Look, how much Nigerian society is looking forward to this 4 major constructions. The military should play a leading role in this matter. Without relying on the military, Alan Wilson could not find anyone to rely on. For many backward areas, relying on the military to implement policies is certainly not advanced, but it is also a helpless solution. Let Alan Wilson talk specifically with the chiefs of various ethnic groups, and you will complete the task. He didn't want to stir up ethnic conflicts in Nigeria, nor did he want the military to expand its power, but wasn't there a way? As long as you represent 30,000 soldiers to make a statement and take the lead for the entire Nigerian society. Alan Wilson offered his chips. In exchange, I will jointly announce with Commissioner Roberts that a military-first policy will be formulated to protect the interests of the military, implement the cornerstone role of the Nigerian army in the Dominion. Now I can still do this, but it may not be so easy for Azikiwe. The three Dominion generals looked at each other, and finally the brigadier general with the most seniority said, "Of course the military is willing to take the lead for the prosperity of the Dominion. It is a blessing for the Dominion to have such an army to protect it." Alan Wilson returned the favor. "I will immediately formulate the provisions of the military first policy." Governor Azekaiwa then digested the four major constructions and came to the governor's mansion again. He had heard that Alan Wilson had met with military leaders and thought that Britain was dissatisfied with his procrastination and was really ready to pull him off the path of the founding father and replace him. Nigeria needs this construction to become a strong country. Azekaiwa immediately expressed his position as soon as he appeared, hoping that the road to saving his founding father would not be deviated. Very good. Governor Azekaiwa was a reliable person. Alan Wilson looked at Azekaiwa with a smile. "In fact, I didn't talk about anything with the generals. I just hope that the military can become the cornerstone of protecting Nigeria after independence. After all, Britain is leaving and can't protect Nigeria like before." Did Governor Azekaiwa misunderstand something? No misunderstanding. Azekaiwa answered decisively. Chapter 906, the Second Persian Gulf. "I think there is no misunderstanding between Nigeria and Britain." Alan Wilson was very satisfied. It seemed that contacting the military was a good idea. The relationship between civilians and the military seemed to be a universal law in the world, and Nigeria was no exception. There is a reason why there are always military coups in Africa. The social structure here has been destroyed by the long slave trade. Black people have resisted in the long history, but black people are not a whole. The interests of black people of different ethnic groups are also different. Even though Queen Matamba fought the Portuguese for 80 years to oppose the Portuguese slave trade, she could not escape pure crushing. Compared with the west coast of Africa, the frequency of military coups in countries in Eastern Africa is much lower, and there are reasons for this. Nigeria, with its Niger River, is a gift from God. Once developed, it will provide Nigeria with a huge amount of agricultural products, and Nigeria will be far away from famine. Therefore, the development operation can only succeed and not fail. First, we need to flatten the forests in the lower reaches of the Niger River. I need 5 million cubic meters of timber this year. After all, Britain cannot help Nigeria in vain. I will try my best to achieve a win-win situation, but Britain must not suffer alone. Mr. Governor also knows that the world is in an economic crisis and how difficult it is for Britain to help Nigeria at this time. It is obvious that Britain needs the development of Nigeria, a large colony, to seek economic growth due to the demand it brings. But Alan Wilson said it was not the case at all. If there were not a bunch of French colonies around, and London was afraid that you would not be able to bear it after leaving, who would come all the way to help you formulate development plans? The Queen and the Prime Minister, I'm very grateful for your love for the Dominions. Azekaiwa had been completely conquered at this time. Under the coercion of not being replaced halfway on the road to becoming the founding father chose to sell out his country for the last time after careful consideration. This attitude is very satisfactory. When necessary, these independent leaders should show flexibility, which is good for everyone. Otherwise, there will be another result. The founding father of the Gold Coast who wanted independence has not been seen until today. Being vigilant against the entry of French forces into Nigeria after independence is also an excuse for Alan Wilson to explain to London why he wanted to strengthen Nigeria's military strength. He could not formulate a military-first policy for the Dominion without saying hello to London. There must be a reasonable reason. Almost half of Africa is the world of the French. Compared with the continuous British East Africa, Nigeria and the Gold Coast are isolated and surrounded by French Africa. At this time, France is still fighting to maintain its colonial empire and has no intention of giving in. This worry exists, and London will recognize it. Soon Whitehall responded to the four major constructions in the military-first policy, which was regarded as an approval of Alan Wilson's actions. In fact, this worry is not groundless. The Algerian War not only determines the direction of French Africa, it was also noticed by the British who were watching from the sidelines. There is a term in history called the Year of African Independence. To accurately summarize, this should be called the Year of French African Independence. Originally, while France was fighting in Algeria, Britain, in vain, allowed the Gold Coast and Nigeria, which had been making trouble, to become independent, and concentrated on managing British East Africa, while keeping an eye on the direction of the war in France. The disintegration of French Africa was earlier than that of British Africa. The year of African independence was the year of independence of French Africa except Algeria. When France withdrew its troops, when it felt that Algeria's independence was inevitable, Britain no longer held British Africa in its hands, and also chose to let African colonies become independent. So Britain has always been keeping an eye on France's actions in Africa, but it has not started a war as openly as France. With this external environment, French Africa has not yet become independent, and the reason for guarding against France is naturally not difficult to be recognized by London. It's just that this reason cannot be used publicly to mobilize public opinion. Fortunately, Azakai, who has bowed to the reality of society, is now willing to cooperate. He soon began to prove his ability to the sovereign country, and announced the 4 major construction guidelines. At the same time, the senior military leaders of the Nigerian Dominion, which is also mainly composed of Igbo people, also expressed the same meaning. The government and the military united to prove to Britain that Nigeria was capable and willing to govern itself. Leadership must be demonstrated through the 4 major constructions. This is a test set by London for Nigeria. For the weak, it may be considered a challenge. But I don't think so. Nigeria should have a strong mindset. The strong will only cheer and see this major construction as an opportunity to prove themselves. The whole of Nigeria also needs this opportunity to prove that we are no worse than any other country. I think after the success of the major construction, it will be time for Nigeria to hold its head high and welcome Independence Day. Azakiwa has not disappointed us, at least in his words. Alan Wilson said to Roberts, the Dominion Commissioner, holding a newspaper and tilting his head. Public information and gossip should be circulated at the same time, saying that Britain is deeply shocked by Azakiwa's statement and does not believe that Azakiwa will succeed. Now Alan Wilson's role is more suitable for being shocked and scared, reflecting the nature of imperialism as a paper tiger, a negative role that sets off Nigeria's unity. Alan, you don't have to sacrifice so much, Roberts said with a wry smile, to set off the image of these blacks. It's not a sacrifice. I'm not losing a piece of meat. If we really want to improve efficiency, it will be of great benefit to Britain and this world facing an economic crisis. Alan Wilson said with a noble demeanor. This economic crisis has just begun, and no one knows how much damage it will cause. Anyway, the economic crisis in 1957, accompanied by Britain's failure in the Suez Canal War, was a big deal for Britain. The statements made by Azakiwa and the Nigerian army have caused a fierce response in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria. What caused a greater response is the argument that Nigeria is the natural hegemon of Africa. From this point of view, Nigeria and India also have something in common. Don't you see that they are surrounded by French-speaking countries? How can they become the hegemon of Africa? The reason why Latin America cannot form a joint force is also related to the fact that Brazil, a Portuguese-speaking country, is surrounded by a group of Spanish-speaking countries. With the Nigerian military mobilizing with a strong sense of mission, the Dominion Army has already set off to the Niger Delta. Alan Wilson is also trying to provide some assistance to the Nigerian military. It's the kind that's worthless. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse, and this is especially true for an army. Father-in-law Mountbatten was once in charge of naval logistics. Alan Wilson wanted to think about whether he could think of a way from this aspect, and go to the inventory by the way. How to destroy a forest. After his days as the chief executive of Newfoundland, Alan Wilson has already practiced it. Necessary assistance is also needed, but it's just a matter of doing what has been done before. Ships of chainsaws and military equipment eliminated in World War II are already on the way, but before that, we can't wait for the aid to arrive. Time is money, and we have to start working, even if we have to chop with an axe. As the Comet airliner landed in Lagos, Austin, the head of North Sea Oil of Mountbatten Oil Company, came late and came to the capital of the Nigerian Dominion in accordance with the instructions of the president of the Mountbatten Group. Release false information? More Austin was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Mr. Wilson, do you know what the consequences will be? Will this bring shame to the entire group?" "Shame? I think. Not so serious, right?" Alan Wilson frowned and said, "It's just a piece of cake. Mr. Wilson, although you are the husband of the lady, you don't understand business." More Austin said seriously, "I have reservations about this method. Since you know that I'm Pamela's husband, she must have told you to obey all my orders before you came." Alan Wilson lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Maybe I don't understand business very well, but I definitely understand it better than you. Moreover, no matter how good business is, it can't be more important than politics. Even if Pamela is here, she agrees with this. Maybe for a successful person who has made achievements in the industry, releasing false information is somewhat unfavorable to the reputation of a business company. But he can't wait that long now. Moreover, More Austin did not lose money. Nigeria, including the Gulf of Guinea, has oil, which is near the Niger River Delta. Alan Wilson just asked More Austin to release good news first, and then go to explore to prove it. As for the company's reputation and brand value, they will not lose it if they find oil. Now he lacks the time. I respect Mr. Moore's personal character and professionalism very much." Putting out the cigarette, butt in his hand, Alan Wilson looked at the capable general of the oil company and said calmly, "It seems that I should let Pamela tell you what to do in person. Mountbatten Oil Company has been exploring in the Gulf of Guinea for a long time. We have sufficient confidence to conclude that the Gulf of Guinea is the second Persian Gulf. The oil resources here will be the guarantee for the rise of the Dominion of Nigeria after independence." The next day, next to Azikiwe, the Governor General of the Dominion of Nigeria, More Austin read out the script expressionlessly, as if his soul was wandering in the sky, and made an accurate judgment. Then, on behalf of the Mountbatten Company, More Austin formally signed an exploitation contract with the Dominion of Nigeria. Under the flash of many media, the news about the existence of huge oil resources off the coast of the Niger Delta spread all over the world, and at the same time, it also added fuel to the development of the Niger Delta. The world's second Persian Gulf is really much. Alan Wilson's indifferent expression was almost as widespread as the argument that there was only enough oil to be mined for 20 years. Chapter 907 The Light of God is in Me. The elites in Lagos gave a warm applause to More Austin and Azikiwe on the stage, not knowing that the so-called Second Persian Gulf was not even a concept, but just a pie in the sky to motivate them. The colonial commissioners on the second floor, looking down at the podium, each wore a faint smile. In fact, this method can be replicated a lot. Of course, we don't want to leave in principle, but if one day we have to leave, remember to create an environment that is beneficial to us. Alan Wilson said to his colleagues. "Understood, Secretary General Allen." The gentleman laughed loudly, and everything was self-evident. In fact, Alan Wilson did not deceive the Nigerians. There are no oil resources now, but as long as there is time to explore, there will be some. In the future, Nigeria will rely on oil exports to create foreign exchange in addition to relying on agriculture in the Niger River Basin. The potential resources of the extensive African colonies have not been fully explored, but even decades later, the theory of resource proximity is still valid in Africa. The place where resources are discovered is generally the place with the largest local population. As far as he knew, the interior of Nigeria had not been developed much in the 21st century, which was consistent with the population distribution of the Dominion of Nigeria at that time, indicating that most of the potential resources were also developed according to the current population distribution. The thunderous applause downstairs would definitely not be celebrated in vain, and Nigeria would not lose much. Now Alan Wilson can use the huge oil resources in the Gulf of Guinea, which have not been discussed yet, to attract international hot money to cheat. This is also what More Austin is worried about, fearing that the husband of this female president will use the non-existent oil resources to make a fuss. The funds on the books of the Dominion of Nigeria are far from enough for such a large-scale construction, and Alan Wilson has no choice. He always has to seek funds to complete the plan. He doesn't want other colonies to share the burden, and he can't ask the cabinet for funding. So what to do? He can only cheat and sneak attack. This cooperation signing is a happy one for everyone. The Dominion of Nigeria is happy, and the colonial commissioner is also happy. more lost and may not be happy now, but he will understand it in the future. God's light is all in me. When the oil resources in the Gulf of Guinea are explored, everything will be fine. Just as he was about to open champagne to celebrate his staged victory, Radu X pushed open the door, walked over to him and whispered, "The colonel has just arrived and Grayson wants to meet Mr. Wilson." This nickname is really. Alan Wilson couldn't help shaking his head and said, "I'll go later, let Grace wait." Having lived in northern Rhodesia for 10 years, these Slavs are still managed in a militarized manner. It may be because Mihajlovic is getting older and has begun to focus on training his successor. Grace is already the next leader of the Chetniks and has also been given the nickname of Colonel. After drinking 2 glasses with his colleagues, Alan Wilson called the apartment and drove back. Mrs. Edie, excuse me. Grace, who came to the door, walked directly to the bedroom door in front of Alan Wilson and knocked on the door as a greeting, indicating that he knew Hedy Lamer was here. Then he sat down in front of Alan Wilson. "Alan, knowing that you were coming to Africa, I immediately boarded a plane to Lagos, just to talk to you about what we talked about last time." What we talked about last time? Alan Wilson pretended to be profound and recalled, but he couldn't remember anything. What was it? Regarding the demarcation of northern Rhodesia. The whole of northern Rhodesia is like a barbell, which can be easily cut in the middle, which is not conducive to our defense work. Grace brought up the old matter again. Obviously, for the Slavs in northern Rhodesia, this kind of difficult to defend demarcation has become their consensus. What do you want me to do? In the whole of Africa, white people are a minority. Although you are Slavs, in the eyes of black people, who cares what nationality you are? They only know that you are white. If you start to rob, Britain's silence is considered support. At least that's what the blacks think. Besides, the place you want is the territory of Belgian Congo. Do you want to rob it? At least now is not the time. If this is just a choice without consequences, Britain is certainly willing to support the interests of white people in Africa. But this choice is not without consequences. In the original history, the independence of Rhodesia is a very obvious example. The British immigrants in Rhodesia drove out the British officials and forced independence because they felt that Rhodesia could not get the support of Britain under apartheid. It is true that the British immigrants in Rhodesia have a sense of kinship with the British mainland, but compared with the perception of the entire black Africa, a few 100,000 white immigrants are not worth the British standing against the black community. Although we have been sending people to persuade Yugoslavs to flee and live in northern Rhodesia, the population of the entire northern Rhodesia has just exceeded 500,000. We can't use landmines to encircle northern Rhodesia. The existing population is checked at the border every day, and we don't have to do anything. Grace expressed her difficulties. "My father asked me to lead the Chetniks, but not everyone is convinced. I also need something to convince everyone to prove myself. We can only wait. There is no other way. Of course I'm willing to help, but this requires opportunities. This involves the interests of the colonial countries and strategic issues. I can't do whatever I want. That is not a British colony. You can't just grab a piece of land in Malawi and deal with the British commissioner." Seeing that Grace still wanted to speak, Alan Wilson explained, "Belgium is greatly influenced by France. You are in Africa. You must have heard of the Algerian War, right? What does it matter? Although Grace is the designated successor to a military organization like the Chetniks, it does not mean that he has a long-term strategic vision. In the original Yugoslavia, there was no such high perspective to look at the problem. Britain and France have different colonial strategies. France's Algerian War will largely determine the future of Africa. Once the French colonial system loosens in Africa, the stability of the Belgian Congo will definitely be affected. It depends on the choice of the Belgians at that time. There will be no problem if we talk to the local elites. But Belgium and France should have the same reaction. If this is the case, there will be a period of armed conflict in the Belgian Congo. All major colonies have a certain white population. I don't know how many white people there are in the Belgian Congo. It is definitely not like Algeria, which has a community of 1 million immigrants, but there should be some. When war breaks out, won't the white immigrants in the Belgian Congo be very similar to you who were desperate at the beginning? We take advantage of the chaos to contact the Belgians, promise of protection, and then let them take the land near Lubumbashi and incorporate it into northern Rhodesia? Bang. Alan Wilson snapped his fingers and nodded. That's what I mean. If the number of immigrants from the Belgian Congo reaches 100,000, you will have to give up some of your rights. You can't take everything for yourself, right? This is something you have to consider for yourselves. This also involves another matter. The commissioner can say what he wants to say directly. I come to Lagos with sincerity. When Grace heard what Alan Wilson said, he asked directly, "You said before that you wanted to apply to become a crown territory. I remind you again that according to the example of Newfoundland, the crown territory cannot be independent. Like the United Kingdom, it must have Her Majesty the Queen as the monarch." Grace nodded and said, "With such a small population, we also need Britain's support to gain a foothold surrounded by black people. It's good that you understand, but I'm not emphasizing anything. Before you get the Lubumbashi area of the Belgian Congo, you'd better not turn it into a crown territory." Alan Wilson reminded, "Otherwise, when you annex land, other countries may think that it was instructed by Britain. When everything is settled, if I have the ability, I will represent the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and negotiate with Northern Rhodesia on the conditions for becoming a crown territory. At least for now." Grace accepted this explanation, so Alan Wilson will talk about asking the other party for help next. Most of the British garrison in the Dominion of Nigeria has been withdrawn. Can you lend me some people to supervise the progress of the development of the Niger Delta? Didn't you help us in Newfoundland before? The garrison of the Dominion of Nigeria has now become the British Army stationed in Australia. Alan Wilson can't let them come back. Grace kept saying that the next leader of the Chetniks, the leader of a military organization, should not be asking too much to borrow some armed personnel. Grace was a little embarrassed. The population of Northern Rhodesia was so small, and it was okay if there were few people. What if the Americans knew that you grow poppies and sell them to the United States? Alan Wilson said leisurely, "Of course I'm not threatening anything. My wife's group has also made a lot of efforts in the development of Northern Rhodesia. We still have a long way to go in our cooperation." "How many people do you need?" Grace simply asked Alan Wilson to say a number. 1 or 2,000 people are enough. There are still some garrisons in the Dominion, and they are barely enough when added together. Alan Wilson replied happily, "You see, smart people like us don't focus on finding the right answer, but on finding the right question." The Mountbatten group claimed to have discovered the second Persian Gulf. This heavy news that was enough to change the world's crude oil market was particularly dazzling in the context of the economic crisis, and it was like a gold coin. Mir Osman, the expert who discovered North Sea oil, personally endorsed and drew everyone's attention to the Gulf of Guinea, the former center of the slave trade. The funding gap for the development of the Nigerian Dominion was filled by these greedy people. Chapter 908, Capital Agitation. Grace knows I'm here. Will it cause trouble for you? After Grace left, Hedy Lamarr tiptoed out of the bedroom and looked at Alan Wilson with worry. "Look at this tender look." Reaching out and pulling Hedy Lamarr's cheek, Alan Wilson comforted her calmly. "Don't worry, he knows my handle, and I know his. We have some shortcomings in each other's hands. It helps to build long-term connections." "You are not comforting me." Hedy Lamarr lowered her head. "You are a government official. If it gets out, it will definitely have an impact. I'm not worried about myself. The public actually looks down on movie stars in their hearts." "What are you talking about? Who doesn't have troubles?" Alan Wilson kissed the woman's forehead. "People like to stare at you, just like your mirror, but they can't see the real you. Instead, they can only see their obscene side, but they say you are frivolous and dissolute." Hedy Lamarr's eyes were sparkling when she heard this. These words hit the softest part of her heart. Alan Wilson held Hedy Lamarr, who was at a most vulnerable stage, in his arms for a long time without saying anything. In his heart, he apologized to Marilyn Monroe. It was not too much for him to borrow her words. Like Joan Crawford, Marilyn Monroe was a big star who climbed up from the bottom, but she was obviously more difficult to deal with than Joan Crawford. It was so difficult that even after decades, no one knew the cause of her death. Kennedy, there is not much time left to use. Alan Wilson was calculating how much time he could use for Britain. Eisenhower's term would definitely not be smooth, but the real trouble was Kennedy. The Republican Party is obviously much easier to predict than the Democratic Party. According to the political spectrum, the Republican Party may hover between the center left and the center right, while the Democratic Party is powerful and can go from one extreme to another. Moreover, the Democratic Party is well versed in being both a leader and a politician, and always packages its ill-intentioned purposes justified. Once Kennedy came to power, the United States would definitely usher in a wave of major adjustments in direction, and this would not just be about trouble with the Soviet Union. The Nassau Conference was held when Kennedy was president. You should think about how to survive. Alan Wilson's eyes seemed to have seen the convertible. Although there was no reason, Alan Wilson felt that the United States would soon strike at Britain. Once his plan for this economic crisis was really successful, Britain would not only not be affected, but also grow against the trend. This might attract the attention of the United States, and it might think that the British Empire might be revived. Although there was no reason for this worry, it was completely reasonable from the perspective of a country. The United States' actions showed that the country knew how to be prepared for danger in times of peace. If he could choose, he really hoped that Britain could be treated as a republic, and any progress would be regarded as invisible. Any small move was ignored by Washington, but the United States today is not the United States of America that will be torn apart by ethnic groups and citizens will be addicted to information cocoons decades later. The United States, which has just ascended to the throne, is still carefully guarding its hard-won position as the world's hegemon. It is staring at the Soviet Union, which is in full swing, and preventing the British Empire from resurrecting. There is reason to suspect that once there are signs of revival in Britain, the United States will start to strike at Britain. Fortunately, no matter what, the United States will not use war to solve the problem. Otherwise, given the environment in which Britain is in, there is really no way out. Sometimes, it is better to be an enemy of the United States than an ally of the United States. After getting the exploration and reserve estimation report on North Sea oil from Mir Osman, Alan Wilson devoted himself to the intense work and, with the help of officials from the Nigerian Dominion, changed out a professional and authoritative certification. The Gulf of Guinea is the second Persian Gulf. It has the same characteristics as the Persian Gulf in terms of geology and plates. The report is almost hundreds of pages long and condenses the hard work of overseas officials. When the report was handed to Mir Osman, he couldn't help but open his eyes to the shamelessness of the bureaucracy. Mr. Wilson, no matter how fake the documents you make are, if there is no oil, the Mountbatten Group will suffer huge losses. Pamela can handle it. This loss is bearable. Alan Wilson thought to himself, he didn't know his wife's wealth yet. Not to mention a Gulf of Guinea oil project. Even if there were 10 more, it would be able to withstand it. A company needs a senior executive who insists on his own opinion. In another occasion, Alan Wilson would definitely express his appreciation for him, but not now. The Dominion of Nigeria has a funding gap, and he has already guaranteed that the cabinet does not need funding. The Dominion of Nigeria has a population of 40 million, not Newfoundland, which has only a few 100,000 citizens. He mobilized a group of hard-working Chinese to sweat and wipe out the debt. Such a large population is destined to require a lot of funds to advance the plan. He can use the book funds of the Dominion to cover the first wave of development costs, and then increase the timber output of the Niger Delta, but this may not be enough. Releasing false news about oil exploration and using private gambling to promote his own plan is the only feasible option. If it is an unknown small company, releasing an oil exploration report on the Gulf of Guinea will definitely not cause such a sensation. But the Mountbatten Group solemnly took out this report, which is completely different. It is known that the Mountbatten Group discovered Libyan oil, Algerian oil, North Sea oil, and Timor Island oil and gas areas in less than 10 years. And Western Australia or iron ore. It has an amazing success rate in exploration. The only confirmed failure is the temporary failure of Newfoundland marine exploration. The reason why it is said to be a temporary failure is that the Newfoundland Exploration Department has not been revoked. Such results almost gave birth to conspiracy theories, because Pamela Mountbatten's parents were from the British upper class. Many people wonder whether Britain has discovered clues of the above resources in the colonies a long time ago, but has never taken action. In Perth, the capital of Western Australia, Pamela Mountbatten held a cup of black tea and listened to the man in front of her introduce his purpose. Sydney, it's not easy to come to Perth from your home country. In fact, if you want to ask about the Gulf of Guinea, just send a telegram. Or ask my husband directly. He is in Lagos and knows more about it than I do. Pamela, your husband is an official in Whitehall. I dare not ask too clearly and reveal all the secrets. Sydney Montagu said with a cherished look. In fact, you just need to tell me, does the Gulf of Guinea really have the potential to become the Persian Gulf? Why do you use it to finance? Money is not something that one person can make. Pamela Mountbatten took a sip of black tea and supported her bulging belly with her other hand. The entire aristocracy is facing the threat of high inheritance taxes. This is a threat to all of us. Everyone needs a good financing project. Relying solely on Newfoundland may not escape government scrutiny. We need a good industrial project to invest money in. There is no doubt that the Gulf of Guinea is such a project, and it can also achieve a win-win situation with the country. You have no problem. For families like ours, wealth depends largely on the land in our homeland. Sydney Montagu said with a wry smile. It seems that you are almost ready to live in Australia. It's troublesome to see you now. Technology has changed the world. It's not difficult to come here by plane. Putting down the teacup, Pamela Mountbatten smiled and said, Sydney, actually your purpose is to ask whether it is worth investing. You represent not one person, but many groups that need a project for foreign investment. If you want to ask something appropriate, the Niger Delta must establish an oil refining center in the Dominion planning. Think of a way to do it. Alan is promoting the development of the Niger Delta. If you had taken action earlier, now would be the right time. Oh, Alan made policy plans and you mobilized financial support. Otherwise, your marriage is really amazing. Sydney Montagu sighed and then said, since you said that you can't follow up on the investment in Nigeria in person for a while because you have too many projects to follow up, then we will raise funds and your share will definitely be indispensable. Thank you on behalf of my husband. Pamela Mountbatten raised her red teacup to greet them. My health is not very convenient, otherwise I would really go there in person. But I believe that with everyone's help, it will be the same. Sydney Montagu nodded and left the room. He came to Perth in person to express his importance. With Pamela Mountbatten's promise, he would naturally go back immediately. After a while, Princess Margaret came in and asked as she walked, what is the heir of the Duke of Manchester doing here? On behalf of other families, I want to get a share of the Gulf of Guinea oil. Pamela Mountbatten smiled. Others may not understand, but how could she not know that the so-called Gulf of Guinea oil, at least now, there is not even a drop. They are really greedy. Princess Margaret curled her lips. Usually, they all hated to leave the castle, but now they came all the way to Perth, which was a bit ugly. This is the second Persian Gulf. Pamela Mountbatten slowly stood up, walked to the phone, picked up the receiver and ordered, send me a telegram to Lagos, saying that the Duke of Manchester inquired about the Guinea oil project. That's it, my husband will understand. Don't take up too much content. The Mountbatten group now only needs to release a piece of news to cause restlessness in British capital. This is the influence of the group now. A few days later, Alan Wilson suddenly became busy. One by one, the heirs of the Duke and Earl visited Lagos, ready to play the leading role of the aristocracy in the development of the Niger Delta. Chapter 909 Missile Competition. Since the Lend-Lease Act, the British multinational industry was hit hard by the United States. I understand that the real rich people have become these nobles again. But they are not without threats, such as the high inheritance tax. Alan Wilson had just met the 14th generation heir of the Duke of Hamilton. Roberts, the Commissioner of the Dominion of Nigeria, nodded in agreement. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. The Duke of Hamilton is the first family in Scotland. Just think about where the North Sea oil is. Although the North Sea oil has nothing to do with the Duke of Hamilton, he must have felt it more deeply than other families. Alan Wilson spread his hands to his colleagues. The wealth of the great nobles mainly comes from land. They can't take the land away, but they are always looking for opportunities to find places to invest their liquid funds. Therefore, the tax haven of Newfoundland can only solve part of the problems of the nobles. No one can move the land under the name of these families. As long as these nobles are reluctant to sell the land, they will inevitably be hit by the inheritance tax. It is just a matter of time. Pamela Mountbatten took advantage of this. They were all old nobles who had been passed down for hundreds of years. Mountbatten rose too late. It was not until General Mountbatten that he accumulated wealth through marriage, and it was not certain that it would fall on Pamela Mountbatten, his youngest daughter. Without the constraints of land, with the escort of Alan Wilson, such a road to wealth was created. Nowadays, in the eyes of these old nobles who have been around for hundreds of years, Pamela Mountbatten has surpassed the accumulation of their times in just a few years. This impact completely broke out when she heard that the Gulf of Guinea has the potential to become the second Persian Gulf. If there is no oil in the Gulf of Guinea, these great nobles really want to eat Alan Wilson alive. The aristocratic forces tied up by Pamela Mountbatten will also have cracks. But Alan Wilson knew that it was just a little late. It is normal from a cyclical perspective that oil exploration takes several years. If these local nobles are anxious, it is completely because Pamela Mountbatten has kept their appetites. The path to success is different for everyone. It is not so easy to copy a bunch of Mountbatten groups. £48 million, I think, plus the funds of the Dominion of Nigeria itself, and the policies we have formulated, it should be enough. Alan Wilson, smoking a cigar, strolled with Roberts in the former governor's palace in Lagos. In terms of tapping potential, we can barter when necessary. Money cannot solve all problems, especially for backward areas. If it still doesn't work, Britain also implemented a rationing system after the war, issuing some food coupons to reduce consumption to the minimum, and all surplus agricultural products were sold in Europe. Implement a unified purchase and sale policy for grain, including a planned grain purchase policy and a planned grain supply policy. Roberts was enlightened after hearing this and exclaimed, "Good idea, then can we promote this kind of bill to all aspects, not just limited to grain? Through these bills, we can grasp the economic pulse of the Dominion." Roberts, your talent is not only enough to be a Dominion commissioner. Alan Wilson laughed and then emphasized, but this method can only be used in periods when the foundation is very poor and cannot be used as a regular method. At this time, Alan Wilson did not know that he transplanted the food coupons to Nigeria, and until the end of his life, the coupons had not disappeared from Nigeria. The negotiations with the noble representatives and the demarcation of the exploration area were naturally taken care of by Morloston. Alan Wilson, an official, could not interfere. Although it was a well-known fact that he was incorruptible, he should also avoid suspicion. He could only do the work of public opinion mobilization, positioning the development of the Niger Delta as the foundation of Nigeria's power, and strengthening the ideological stamp. Goebel said that a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. Who doesn't understand such a simple truth? It's just that only the upstarts like the Germans seem to have discovered some extraordinary truth and speak it out directly. The guidance of public opinion hegemony is extremely important. Alan Wilson firmly believes in this. It is not only useful for the living, but also for the dead. In Chinese history, who was the most excessive among the powerful officials who bullied orphans and widows and usurped the throne? Sima family, Yang Jian or Zhao Kuangyan? In fact, it is the father and son of Yang Jian who have a good reputation in later generations. Long before Yang Guang ascended the throne, his father Yang Jian had already slaughtered all the meritorious officials who supported him to usurp the throne. When suppressing the old officials of the northern Zhao dynasty and conquering the southern Chen dynasty, he slaughtered the world-famous giant cities of Yecheng and Jiankang. Yang Jian's killings in the process of usurping the throne were more severe than those of the Sima family, but the difficulty of unifying the world was easier than that of the Wu and Shu countries faced by the Jin dynasty. After successfully usurping the throne, he immediately purged his supporters, which was more resolute than Emperor Han Wu. In traditional understanding, Yang Jian's evaluation is the lowest among all usurpers. But the reputation of Yang Jian and his son in later generations is much stronger than that of the Sima family. The fundamental reason is that after the collapse of the Jin dynasty, it really collapsed. After the collapse of the Sui dynasty, Li Shimin came out to clean up the mess, resisted the attempt of the Turks to move south, and pushed back to the grassland. If there were no figures like Li Shimin, would the Turks succeed in moving south? The evaluation of Yang Jian and his sons would be a dimension higher than that of the Sima family, so how important it is for someone to clean up the mess. Alan Wilson's role now is to clean up the mess at the sunset of the British Empire. When there was not a drop of oil in the Gulf of Guinea, he claimed that the Second Persian Gulf was discovered, which was also for the overall situation. As the saying goes, turning the hand makes the clouds, and turning the hand makes the rain. When Hedy Lamarr accompanied this man, she saw it clearly inside. It seems that Germany is really no match for Britain, and it is not unfair to lose. Oh, the war has been over for 10 years, and you have just realized this problem that everyone knows. Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing and said, Germany's strength is not as good as any of Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union. It is a miracle that it can fight like that. Whether it is World War I or World War II, Germany will definitely lose. If Churchill hadn't used 2 battleships to collapse the Russian Empire, and the Russian Empire had a steady stream of foreign aid, Germany would not have lasted for 4 years in World War I as for Germany in World War II. Its national strength was actually not as good as Germany during World War I. Okay, I know you are patriotic. Hedy Lamarr glanced at Alan Wilson and muttered unhappily. You can talk, you can be patriotic. Alan Wilson took Hedy Lamarr's hand. Then now, I want to invite a big star who has abandoned darkness to join the light to ride a rocket. Hedy Lamarr's eyes seemed to be dripping with water, and she whispered meaningfully, no matter how powerful a rocket is, it will be swallowed by a black hole. The Imperial Commissioner didn't believe it. How could the crystallization of human wisdom be swallowed by a mere black hole? Pa. At the command center of the Woomera launch site, the successful test launch of the 5,500-kilometer blue light missile made everyone in the command center fall into a sea of joy. Turing, the owner of the data computing center, also smiled with relief. After the researchers in the data center calmed down a little, Turing said, the project is far from successful. Under the current conditions, the blue light missile cannot be simply enlarged. Turing reported the success of the 5,500-kilometer range experimental project of the blue light missile to the Governor General of Australia and Alan Wilson in Africa, and also expressed his doubts. If the blue light missile continues to be enlarged under the current conditions, the engine may not be able to bear the huge body, and the probability of failure will be greatly increased. Either replace the engine, or think of a solution on the fuel. Alan Wilson muttered to himself. In terms of fuel, solid fuel and liquid fuel have different advantages. Solid propellant missiles have simple structures, small sizes, good maintenance, high reliability, fast combat response, and less support and auxiliary equipment. From the perspective of combat, its technical and tactical performance is obviously much better than that of liquid propellant missiles. Of course, this does not mean that liquid propellant is useless. It also has advantages, and has not withdrawn from the stage of history. For example, liquid rocket engines can be started and shut down at will, the thrust can be adjusted, and the shutdown time can be accurately controlled. This feature is very important for the mother cabin of the multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, because when it releases the warheads, the booster rocket engine must be constantly started and shut down, so liquid propellant must be used. In addition, liquid rocket engines have large thrust and are more suitable for heavy intercontinental missiles with large loads. For example, nuclear submarine platforms are very suitable for solid fuel missiles. The problem is that the UK has almost no research on solid fuels now, so it can only hope that Rolls-Royce's rocket engine will make a breakthrough. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the White Sands test site in New Mexico, many generals of the Pentagon have arrived at the command center. This is the first test of the Cosmic God strategic missile. Against the background of the successful test of the British Blue Light missile, if the test of this intercontinental missile, that the United States has high hopes for, is successful, it will be of great significance. The entire launch site is full of expectations. You must know that the range of the Cosmic God strategic missile is almost twice that of the Blue Light missile. Once successful, it will leave Britain far behind and quickly close the gap with the Soviet Union in the field of intercontinental missiles. With the countdown of the mechanical sound, everyone in the White Sands test site held their breath and their hearts were in their throats. At the end of the countdown, the cosmic god strategic missile poured out its tail flame on the launch pad and finally lifted off the ground little by little. But before people started to celebrate, the cosmic god strategic missile, which had not completely left the launch pad, directly hit the launch pad and exploded directly. Flames and thick smoke raged, and the huge sound waves made everyone's ears rumble. The first launch of the first intercontinental missile in the United States failed. Continue to experiment and improve while testing. The White Sands Launch Center immediately received the Pentagon's attitude. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 910, The Dreadnought Nuclear Submarine. The facts are now very clear. In the field of intercontinental missiles, the Soviet Union is the leader, while the United States is a follower. This is difficult for the United States to accept. What is even more unacceptable is that the United Kingdom is also ahead of the United States. Although the range of the British Blowlight missile is only 5,500 kilometers, it is not a real intercontinental missile. But the successful test launch of the Cosmic God strategic missile can be said to be ahead of the United Kingdom. It exploded directly on the launch pad. How can it be considered a leader? The position behind the United Kingdom is intolerable to the United States. Even if the United States has accumulated less in the field of intercontinental missiles, it is definitely above the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom started from scratch. Although the United States did not catch the von Braun team, it also got much more information than the United Kingdom. As a result, there was a comparison between the success of the Blowlight missile and the failure of the Cosmic God strategic missile. How can the Pentagon accept it? Oh, this is great news. Across the Atlantic, in Lagos, the capital of Nigeria, Alan Wilson read the internal documents of Whitehall with excitement and shared the news that the Cosmic God strategic missile exploded on the launch pad. In the early days of intercontinental missile research, the United States was completely backward. If he remembered correctly, there should be a total of 8 launch tests of the Atlas strategic missile, 6 of which failed, and 2 of which succeeded. Either the missile exploded in midair or the launch pad exploded. However, failure is the mother of success. He still believed that the United States was strong and could overcome temporary difficulties with a large investment. Was it in vain to save money by the World War? Tickets, the development of the Niger Delta, oil exploration and the 4 major construction projects. Nigeria alone will not be able to handle these in 20 to 30 years. You have started all the things. Even if Nigeria is independent, it will need our help for a long time. Alan Wilson called Roberts over, but it could not be considered as face-to-face instructions. The basic principles were understood by the position of Colonial Commissioner, and the implementation was done with this framework. Deputy Secretary General, if you hadn't come here in person, things would not have been so easy. Roberts expressed his gratitude. These projects could never be done with Nigeria's own strength. Actually, it is impossible to do it now. It takes a long time to complete these projects. Obviously, except for the oil field, British capital will not help in other areas. The economic crisis will only last for 1 or 2 years at most. When the environment around the world improves, Britain will have survived this crisis. I don't believe that other countries are prosperous, but Britain alone will be hit by the economic crisis. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. It would be a victory to survive the economic crisis. He was not prepared to build Nigeria into a beacon of Africa. He couldn't do it if he stayed in Lagos all his life. Anyway, Nigeria will be officially independent in a few years. What will happen then will have nothing to do with Britain. Anyway, with Nigeria's status as the most populous country in Africa, as well as its oil resources and agricultural conditions in the Niger Delta, its status in Africa will definitely not be low. After all, it is Africa, a place where novices fight each other. That's right. It's not like Europe, where the competition is so fierce. Roberts said with deep approval. Haha. Alan Wilson chuckled. The colleague's sigh reminded him of the saying of the monster house in East Asia. It's just an optimistic mentality of finding joy in misery. Who would want to support such a large army and be in a state of confrontation at any time? It would be a relief for Europeans to get rid of this state. Of course, he himself did not like it. It was better for the Cold War to continue and be in a static state where the enemy could not win. In this case, you will have to work hard in the next few years. The Dominion of Nigeria is surrounded by French colonies. We certainly don't want it to be too weak. Fortunately, the French colonies are not very good. The difficulty is not high or low. I'm going back to London. If there are any difficulties, remember to send a telegram. Before leaving, Alan Wilson still tried his best to relax his colleagues. Maybe changes in Africa will appear soon. Grace still stayed in Lagos. Northern Rhodesia was an England colony. The transfer of personnel depended on flights from the Northern Rhodesian colony. The entire Northern Rhodesia depended on copper mining. This was why Grace was jealous of the salient of the Belgian Congo. The copper belt in Northern Rhodesia was shared with the southeastern part of the Belgian Congo. The local area almost divided Northern Rhodesia into two halves, east and west. No one could suppress their greed. Wait for the opportunity and be patient. Alan Wilson asked the Chetnik a question. If you really succeed, you Chetniks and Ustasha will not fight, right? Compared with different races, ethnic discord is already a bit behind. Grace said confidently, in this place in Africa, there are only whites and blacks. There are only so many people from several ethnic groups. What are we fighting for? That makes sense. That's reassuring. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Don't always stay inland when you have nothing to do. The world is still big, and you may need your help in many things. Also, plant less poppies. Although this is your freedom and I can't interfere, it is not an industry worth developing after all. The income from drug production seems to be a lot, but at most it can only support a warlord at most. Moreover, from a geographical point of view, the transportation cost of Northern Rhodesia is very high, and it may not be able to compete with other drug production sites. Places that regard drug production as a pillar industry are undoubtedly extremely poor. The upper limit of this thing is too low. We want to buy a batch of armed helicopters. Grace made a request. I heard that the UK has a Tiger armed helicopter that is about to be put into service. We can buy it. The cost seems to be £150,000 per helicopter. I will help you find out. Alan Wilson agreed and revealed a piece of information to Grace. This information is absolutely accurate. You know, the cost of a blue light missile is only £500,000 per missile. Alan Wilson then boarded a flight to Paris. Although he was in a foreign country, he still did not forget to contribute to the rocket industry. When he arrived in London, he was overworked. But even so, the United States, which firmly believed that failure was the mother of success, still cheered up Alan Wilson with the news of the second launch explosion. His fatigue was gone, and he recovered his spirits. The Tiger attack helicopter must first meet the orders of the country, but from the perspective of military sales, the sale should not be a problem. Mountbatten saw his son-in-law coming to the door, answered his son-in-law's questions, and then expressed his appreciation for Alan Wilson's work, and then changed the subject. You came back at a good time. I have good news to share with you. The good news, the general told, must be related to the Navy. Alan Wilson knew that his guess was not far off when he saw Mountbatten's attitude. Otherwise Mountbatten would not be so happy unless he was still strong and his mother-in-law was pregnant, but it should be unlikely. The nuclear submarine has been completed, and the Queen is going to preside over the launching ceremony in person. I can put my heart at ease. Mountbatten spoke to confirm Alan Wilson's guess, and it was indeed related to the Navy. Alan Wilson was also happy about this. After all, nuclear submarines are the country's heavy weapons. Aircraft carriers are something to maintain interests to a certain extent, but nuclear submarines are different. This is a life-saving trump card. After the United States was willing to provide nuclear reactor technology, Britain has successfully overcome the difficulty of nuclear power. As for other aspects of nuclear submarines, there is no difficulty for Britain, a shipbuilding power. The launching ceremony was held recently, and the name of the nuclear submarine has been decided as the HMS Dreadnought. Nuclear submarines combine the requirements of the Royal Navy for the structural strength and fluid dynamics of nuclear submarines. Although the United States provided the appearance and construction experience of nuclear submarines to the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom eventually designed the hull and combat system of nuclear submarines on its own. Rolls-Royce of the United Kingdom cooperated with the British Atomic Energy Agency to develop a brand new nuclear propulsion system. The power of the HMS Dreadnought is a 15,000 horsepower circulating steam turbine provided by Rolls-Royce. It can maintain a speed of 28 knots underwater, with a tonnage of 3,600 tons on the water and 4,000 tons underwater. Compared with the big guys of 10,000 tons in the late Cold War, it seems very small, but it is definitely enough for the time being. Alan Wilson is very pleased with Britain's shipbuilding capabilities. As long as the nuclear reactor is digested, there will be no bottleneck. This is the confidence of the world's largest shipbuilding country. Alan Wilson promised his father-in-law to take advantage of the hotspot, and he went to Whitehall to report without stopping, explaining several issues about Nigeria's construction. You are right. In fact, we just need to get through the economic crisis cycle. Norman Brooke calmly affirmed Alan Wilson's hard work, using the reputation of the Mountbatten Group to attract funds to Nigeria. There will be no problem. It's not a big problem. Alan Wilson borrowed his wife's industry as a weather vane, and he couldn't hide it from the Whitehall leaders. When Norman Brooke asked, he immediately admitted it. That's good. Norman Brooke nodded. If there are really rich oil reserves in the Gulf of Guinea, it will also be a good thing for Britain. We can't rely too much on the Persian Gulf. Well, I have another meeting to go to. Come to me if you have any difficulties. On July 12th, the launching ceremony of the Dreadnought nuclear submarine, which was launched 1 year earlier than originally planned, was witnessed by the Secretary of Defense Sir Alexander and the senior naval officials, and presided over by Queen Elizabeth. The Armstrong shipyard, which has been established for more than 100 years, was witnessed by the Queen herself. The HMS Dreadnought nuclear submarine was officially launched, marking a solid step forward in the development of Britain's underwater forces. After Queen Elizabeth finished her speech, the military generals at the shipyard applauded in unison and shouted "God save the Queen." It's rare to see fans of the Sui dynasty. Li Shimin was really unlucky. Yang Guan caused chaos in the world and killed so many people. Li Shimin became emperor only 10 years after Yang Guan died. The dead were not born yet. Yang Guan had no responsibility at all, and all the responsibility was put on Li Shimin. The level is too low. I thought the soft articles of the Sui dynasty were from the Tiber era, but I didn't expect it to still exist now. Chapter 911. The colonists are back. Among the huge group of supporting actors who followed the crowd, of course, there was Alan Wilson. He came in through the back door and was staring at Lord Sheffield, who came in through the back door. If the oil reserves in the Gulf of Guinea are huge, BP would also like to help. Mackins lowered his voice and continued his middleman career. You talk to Pamela, which will also help everyone work together to make the pie bigger. Her industry is not something that can be decided by a word from me. In fact, with the strength of BP, we can just send someone to talk. I don't think it's a big problem. Alan Wilson stared at the Queen with admiration and replied in a low voice, the economic crisis is still spreading, and the overall environment is quite tense. It's completely in time to wait until the economic crisis is over. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. You can consider it yourself. Alan Wilson didn't really care much about oil. Of course, he liked money, but compared with his career, he didn't care so much. He had been financially free for a long time, and he didn't have the illusory dream of swimming in a swimming pool without gold coins piled up. Anyway, everyone knows that if the Mountbatten Group goes public, it will easily become the stock king. Maggins said in amazement, you don't know, there was a period of time when people were discussing the oil in the Gulf of Guinea. I have never seen such an influence. I really don't know. Alan Wilson asked himself. He was in Lagos at that time. Although he kept the habit of reading, he only read political newspapers and didn't know how popular the oil in the Gulf of Guinea was. But now that it is said, the exploration area that Princess Margaret cooperated with Portugal, that is, the part off the coast of Angola, is actually part of the Gulf of Guinea in a broad sense. If good news comes from Angola, it can indirectly prove the authenticity of the assertion that the Gulf of Guinea is the second Persian Gulf. But if this is the case, things may become extremely complicated. You must know that between the Portuguese colony Angola and the Nigerian Dominion is French Central Africa. If the Nigerian Dominion in the north and Portuguese Angola in the south both have oil, there is no reason why such a large French colony in the middle does not have it. Will France let go of its oil resources? A famous example in later generations, although Equatorial Guinea, with a per capita income of $20,000, is not a French colony, its vicinity is full of French colonies. Equatorial Guinea is a Spanish colony, and the situation may be even worse. Spain does not have many colonies now, and Equatorial Guinea is already one of the most important ones. If the oil resources arouse Franco's interest, this matter will be quite difficult to deal with. I may have ignored the impact on other countries. Alan Wilson only realized at this time that the colonial forces in Africa are still quite strong today. Because of the need to raise development funds for the Dominion of Nigeria, the news released may bring about some butterfly effects. Not counting the British, there are colonial forces of Spain, Portugal, and France nearby. I don't know what these countries think about the oil in the Gulf of Guinea at this moment, especially the French, who are more powerful than the British on the west coast of Africa. Will they take any action? Alan, what are you thinking about? General Mountbatten noticed his son-in-law's movements and came over to ask. Nothing. I just felt a little sentimental when I saw the nuclear submarine being launched. Alan Wilson adjusted his mood. Actually, the motivation for my colleagues and I to work is that scenes like this always appear. Yeah, me too. General Mountbatten nodded happily. Me too. This is just the beginning. The Queen invited me to visit Windsor Castle. Let's go and see it together. That's such an honor. Alan Wilson agreed immediately after hearing it. After all, we are a family. Although the Imperial Commissioner always takes bribes and keeps concubines, even Princess Margaret of the royal family. But this is all for the benefit of the British Empire, and he has a clear conscience. Knowing that his son-in-law's driving skills are very average, Mountbatten let Alan Wilson experience the treatment of the Admiralty's special car. The Dreadnought is a start. We will use the Dreadnought to verify the technology and accumulate for the next level of construction. The next step will be to conduct long-distance voyages to verify reliability. General Mountbatten did not hide anything from his son-in-law. If you think the Malayan colony is unstable, how about making Singapore one of the stops? This was a benefit given by Mountbatten to his son-in-law. Alan Wilson was serving as the chief executive of the Malayan colony. The visit of the Dreadnought nuclear submarine could deter potential enemies in the Malayan colony. Very good. Alan Wilson expressed his agreement, but he wanted to ask more about the idea of the next level of nuclear submarines. Since the Dreadnought nuclear submarine is experimental, the next level of nuclear submarines should be in the planning stage. If you were not Pamela's husband, I would even suspect you were a spy. Mountbatten smiled and said, there is an idea. The difference in the use of nuclear submarines is still under discussion. The budget is still a big problem. The cost of one submarine is about £20 million. This is almost catching up with the heavy aircraft carrier that has been started. Alan Wilson was shocked. The heavy aircraft carrier that has been started is the Enterprise, which can be said to be non-nuclear powered. How much tonnage is a nuclear submarine? 4 or 5,000 tons. After all, it is a new field. Our accumulation of surface ship manufacturing and cost saving are useless on nuclear submarines. Many aspects of equipment and nuclear reactors are new things, and it is very difficult to reduce costs. Mountbatten shrugged and complained, don't expect to achieve much cheaper cost like surface ships. In those days, the cost of a battleship shipped by the UK was the same as that of a heavy cruiser shipped by the US. That relies on the long-term experience accumulated by Britain in surface ships. But times have changed. On new warships, the cost advantage has dropped a lot, but the construction cost can still be cheaper than that of the United States. But on nuclear submarines, Britain is also a toddler, and it is no longer realistic to save costs. It is not completely impossible. Batch construction can always spread the cost. As long as the construction cycle is not long, the cost can be reduced. Of course, this is General Mountbatten's explanation. Alan Wilson is deeply skeptical about this. He remembers that American warships are more expensive than one. Can Britain make it cheaper than one in the construction cycle? He didn't know that Britain really did this in history. The construction cycle of the first-class nuclear submarine was compressed within 2 years, resulting in a reduction in construction costs. Arriving at Windsor Castle, Alan Wilson entered the state of spectator again, thinking about another issue mentioned by Mountbatten before. Talking about the different uses of nuclear submarines. Although Mountbatten didn't mention it much, he certainly understood that this was the difference between attack nuclear submarines and strategic nuclear submarines. Attack nuclear submarines are mainly used for attack, so they are equipped with a series of weapons, such as submarine-launched torpedoes, missiles, and torpedo tubes. Moreover, the navigation speed of attack nuclear submarines is faster than that of strategic nuclear submarines, and they can dive deeper than strategic nuclear submarines, and their displacement is also smaller than that of strategic nuclear submarines. Under today's technical conditions, the weapons carried by attack nuclear submarines are torpedoes. Attack nuclear submarines are mainly used for reconnaissance missions, while strategic nuclear submarines are mainly used for duty missions. Since the intercontinental missiles carried by strategic nuclear submarines can strike outside the war zone, strategic nuclear submarines can ensure the safety of the sea, as long as they cruise within a safe range. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that the Nautilus of the United States has been put into service, and no one knows whether the nuclear submarines on the Soviet side have been built. The British HMS Dreadnought nuclear submarine has just been launched. It will take a few years for strategic nuclear submarines to be generally put into service, and it is not ruled out that there have been discussions within the military of various countries. However, strategic nuclear submarines, which mainly use long-range missiles as their attack method, face another dilemma. Today, when land-based missiles have frequently failed, there is no reliable missile that can be equipped for strategic nuclear submarines. Since Mountbatten said that the difference between nuclear submarines is only under discussion, there is no reason to believe that other countries have recognized the difference between attack nuclear submarines and strategic nuclear submarines. Before leaving London, Alan Wilson decided to help his father-in-law stay at the forefront of the times. He himself was too far away from submarine experts, so Pamela Mountbatten needed to find someone to conduct a demonstration, and he would let General Mountbatten know the results of the demonstration. On July 16th, after a vote in the French National Assembly, Maurice Bourget-Monayeri, the 19th chairman of the Council of Ministers of France after the war, announced that he would develop oil resources in the Gulf of Guinea. The news caused discussion throughout France. 3 days later, the French Total Oil and Gas Company officially announced that it had signed a contract with the French government to develop oil and gas in the Gulf of Guinea. Only 1 day later, in Madrid, the capital of Spain, the Spanish Petroleum Company announced that it would develop oil resources in Equatorial Guinea, and called on the Spanish government to discuss with Britain, France, Portugal and other countries to clarify each other's mining areas and conduct diplomatic negotiations. It seems that things have changed in a not so good way. Alan Wilson was still in London. His previous worries became a reality. He released the existence of oil resources in the Gulf of Guinea in order to attract local funds to fill the funding gap for the development of the Nigerian Dominion. But inevitably, this public information attracted France, Spain, and Portugal, which also had colonies around the Gulf of Guinea. Even Portugal was the first country to take action because of the cooperation with Princess Margaret. Fortunately, there is really oil in the Gulf of Guinea. If this was a scam, Alan Wilson didn't dare to think about what his final fate would be. At this moment, the Africans around the Gulf of Guinea didn't feel that they were back, and the colonists were back. Chapter 912 Africa in my writing. Alan Wilson had some impression of the name of Total Oil and Gas Company. It was the largest oil company in Africa in later generations. France had never let go of Africa. It was not surprising that Total had such a status. As for the news of Spain, it had been so long since the World War. Spain, which was once on the verge of being liquidated, had passed the most difficult period and joined NATO 2 years ago. Although Mexico, which wanted to set up a new portal in imitation of the United States, had always been at odds with Spain, it had not succeeded in preventing Spain from joining the United Nations. Spain's international isolation had ended, Even Spain had survived international isolation, so Portugal's Salazar was naturally more at ease. Now there are at least 4 colonial countries around the Gulf of Guinea on the west coast of Africa. Although Equatorial Guinea is small, its location is extremely special. It is normal for Spain to want to get a piece of the pie. Alan Wilson, who initially just wanted to raise funds for the development of the Nigerian Dominion, released the news of the Gulf of Guinea oil, but he did not expect it to cause a chain reaction. When they arrived at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building, Ismay, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, even mentioned this matter specifically, but the tone of his mention was quite strange. The Franco regime expressed its desire to discuss the division of the Gulf of Guinea to prevent conflict, and it has already received the support of the Salazar government. Paris has not made any move, but it is estimated that it will not object. All this is because of the news you released. Dear sir, I was also considering the development of the Dominion of Nigeria at the time. I did not expect such a chain reaction. Alan Wilson shirked responsibility with a serious face. You know, the demand generated by the development of the Dominion of Nigeria is very important to Britain, which is in the midst of an economic crisis. Of course I understand. I did not expect such a lively thing to happen in my short career as permanent undersecretary. Sir Ismay paused slightly and suddenly asked, if you were in my position, leading the 4-nation negotiation this time, would you choose to refuse or promote good neighborly relations? This good neighborly relationship almost made Alan Wilson laugh out loud, and he said directly, of course, friendly relations with European countries are more important, but we must also admit what Washington's reaction is. The 2 things Washington is most concerned about right now are intercontinental missile tests and economic stimulus policies. One involves the national reputation of the United States, and the other involves people's livelihood. Both are very important. Sir Ismay avoided the question, his attention still on the steel issue. So you are in favor of starting negotiations with France, Spain, and Portugal over oil interests in the Gulf of Guinea? Yes. Alan Wilson nodded, without any hesitation about the question. Then you should get ready. I'll leave this job to you. Sir Ismay said calmly, no problem, right? Although I work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'm now a High Commissioner for a colony. Alan Wilson was stunned and smiled bitterly. It seems that it is not appropriate to do diplomatic work. The High Commissioner for the colonies was directly transformed into a diplomatic ambassador after the independence of the colonies. Especially in the African colonies, the name remains unchanged, and is still called the High Commissioner. Sir Ismay raised his eyebrows. I don't have enough energy. I was going to go to NATO to be the Secretary General, but I can't get away from the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the time being. And this matter itself was caused by you, and it is most appropriate for you to solve the subsequent impact. I just want to think about the work in the Malayan colony and Australia's launch plan. Alan Wilson adjusted his mentality and agreed. Since the permanent deputy secretary wants to train me, I will try my best to handle the matter satisfactorily. Try your best may not be enough. Sir Ismay corrected calmly. In fact, you are the executive deputy secretary general of the Overseas Assets Control Committee. You are dealing with various places and are more suitable for diplomatic work. Then I will stay in London temporarily and wait for the representatives of the 3 countries to come. Alan Wilson said. No, the negotiation will be held in Paris. It's better not to let the troublesome French come to our door. Sir Ismay shook his head. This way the French will not feel at a disadvantage, and it also takes care of the fragile self-esteem of the French. Are the French so fragile that they need to be taken care of like this? Alan Wilson was a little confused. Why should we take care of them? From 1945 to now, haven't we taken care of them enough? Even the French Expeditionary Force to Vietnam was sent there with our help. This is one of the reasons. Sir Ismay smiled knowingly. France's tough attitude towards its colonies is very gratifying. Letting the French occupy the home advantage in diplomacy is nothing. Haven't we ever had the upper hand? Alan Wilson muttered relentlessly. Normally not many, and it was a long time ago. Sir Ismay also fell into deep memories. For example, the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Paris is the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty, at least at this time. It is very normal for Alan Wilson, who is responsible for a heavy task, to come to Paris for work. He always has to find a place to stay when he comes, and it is also reasonable to visit a few old friends by the way. In terms of personal hobbies, although Alan Wilson is a literary youth, he also likes to watch football games. This normal hobby does not need to be concealed. He is a literary youth and likes to watch football games. He is a senior fan of Ingrid Bergman. I really want to suffocate you. Ingrid Bergman held the man's head in her arms and said in a vicious tone, "You want our 2 daughters to be fatherless." Alan Wilson, who had struggled out of the mountains with difficulty, raised his head. Although he faced a heavy sense of oppression, he said calmly, "I ask myself that I have done my best for all the women I'm close to. I can say that, as long as I have a stutterer, I would rather drink water myself than let you have a full meal. Now I'm facing this fate. If you were not a man of responsibility, I would have thrown you aside long ago. I can still give you such a good deal." Ingrid Bergman said unhappily, "You don't look like a senior official at all, just caring about this. What else should a man care about? It's all a waste of energy." Alan Wilson took a deep breath, making Ingrid Bergman tremble and sigh unconsciously. "The most admirable thing about you is that you are as hard as a piece of iron." Ingrid Bergman glanced at the man. "Woodpecker Pictures will always open the door for you. I want to be the male lead." Alan Wilson stretched out his hand to hug Ingrid Bergman's body, saying something veiled. A few days later, the diplomatic conference on the rational development of oil resources in the Gulf of Guinea officially began. This conference attracted the attention of many countries. Before the conference officially began, Alan Wilson and representatives of the other 3 countries firmly refuted the slanderous words that compared this conference with the Berlin Conference in 1884. The independence of the Dominion of Nigeria has reached the final stage, which is an irreversible fact. In fact, it is precisely to preserve the interests of the Dominion of Nigeria after independence that Britain will attend this conference and talk about it. Alan Wilson, dressed in a formal suit, faced questions from reporters from major newspapers. Britain has suffered losses on the issue of demarcation and does not want the bloodshed after the partition of British India to happen again. In fact, Lagos has been in communication with me. Britain's position is to get a fair plan that is acceptable to all parties, especially one that cannot cause war. Britain is willing to take responsibility and cannot leave these complex issues to Nigeria after independence. Alan Wilson used the tragedy after the partition of British India to defend Britain's participation in this conference to determine the fate of West Africa. This defense was recognized by France, Spain, and Portugal, who all said that this was a decolonization conference. This conference was very different in nature from the Berlin Conference of 1884. The diplomats of the 4 countries unanimously defined this conference as a method of orderly withdrawal from the post-colonial era. If the United States did not force its way in, this set of rhetoric would be enough to deal with it. Washington had doubts about the purpose of this conference and eventually put pressure on the United States to attend this conference under the pretext that the United States was willing to witness the end of the colonial era. According to Paris, France once opposed the United States' participation in this conference on the grounds that the Soviet Union might also request to participate, which might increase the Soviet Union's influence in Africa. But the United States was unmoved and insisted on attending this conference to see what these colonial countries were going to talk about. It must be said that the United States' distrust of its allies has deeply hurt the feelings within the free world. So, under the witness of the American representative, the decolonization conference, that was so called outside, fell into a state of spitting and spitting from the beginning. The 4 countries refused to give in to each other and fought a war of words over the oil resources in the Gulf of Guinea. Spain's Equatorial Guinea is the smallest in area, and Spain has reached the point where it has nothing to lose, so its attitude is the toughest. Portugal also stood on the side of Spain to jointly deal with France, the strongest in West Africa. Facts have proved that the United States' concerns are justified. The decolonization conference announced to the outside world is no different from the Berlin Conference. Washington is worried that several colonial countries are playing tricks, and several countries really are playing tricks, even with the Americans present. Alan Wilson did not say much, but adhered to the principle of neutrality and supported whoever made the right decision. Everyone knows that the Dominion of Nigeria has entered the stage of independence. Britain participated in this meeting only for a fair result. Regarding the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea, the main thing is to listen to everyone's ideas. Alan Wilson's words sounded nice, but in his heart he had already put on the role of Lloyd George. I can change the future destiny of an African country by just drawing a line in Africa. Chapter 939 Pro-American. In his heart, Alan Wilson's thoughts were the same as those of the three Latin countries, but on the surface, he kept talking about Nigeria's independence, maintaining the post-colonial era, and not letting the Soviet Union take advantage of the situation. This was of course said to the Americans. The fact that this suspicious ally insisted on listening and also made this four-nation meeting a little weird. But to be honest, Alan Wilson regarded this meeting as an achievement of diplomatic work, and the US's insistence on squeezing in was not unexpected. From the beginning, Alan Wilson had already had a comprehensive idea of the demarcation issue, and prepared another topic. He was ready to discuss it with the Americans, to hide Britain's true intentions. In the first day of the meeting, it was basically in the stage of talking about different things, which was also expected by Alan Wilson. At the Berlin Conference in 1884, the countries fought for more than 100 days before reaching a compromise plan to divide Africa. This meeting involved the oil interests in the Gulf of Guinea, which of course did not take so long, but it was normal to talk for dozens of days. Nothing was ever accomplished overnight. Even a trivial matter could take years to discuss, not to mention that the rights and interests in the Gulf of Guinea involved this time were not trivial. The attitude of the United Kingdom is nothing more than to safeguard the interests of Nigeria after its independence. It can be concluded that the oil in the Gulf of Guinea will not affect the independence of Nigeria, while the attitudes of France, Portugal, and Spain are obviously much more conservative, and they never mention the issue of colonial independence. After the first day of the meeting, the American representatives who attended the meeting conveyed the basic attitudes of various countries to Washington. It was still Eisenhower's term, and the chairman of the US Senate Foreign Affairs Committee was Alan Wilson's old friend, Joseph Raymond McCarthy. McCarthy saw a familiar name on the document and decisively gave precise arguments. Britain's policy is still to withdraw in an orderly manner, slowly divesting its colonies, while preventing such behavior from impacting the British mainland. France, Spain, and Portugal have not shown any tendency in this regard. The United States should encourage Britain's actions at the diplomatic level. Only McCarthy could make such a professional judgment, because he knew his British friend very well. His British friend was knocking rhythmically on the door of a luxurious apartment. With a series of light footsteps, Greta Garbo opened the door from the inside, looked at the man with an unsurprising look, took the initiative to come up, and gave him a victory kiss, reached out and pulled the man in, and closed the door. You are a high commissioner for the colonies, but you always seem to forget your job. If you don't stay in Malaya properly, the whole earth is full of your shadow. Greta Garbo brought out bread from the kitchen, and placed it in front of the man. This is all the country's training for me. I'm responsible for supervising Britain's overseas assets, which is also my job. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand, and gobbled it up, saying vaguely, the Malayan colony has a mature team to manage it, so things are not difficult. Of course, in terms of location, it is extremely important to the current British Empire. The United States must be on guard against Dad coming back from the brink of death. Greta Garbo teased with a slight curl of her lips. Why don't you go to the film company and come to me? It's very comfortable to get along with you. Alan Wilson told the truth. I can discuss things with a very reassuring attitude. This is exactly the environment I need now. And it's also pleasing to the eye. Greta Garbo rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson, who didn't hear the brief summary of these words, which is that she is good at work and not clingy. Although it has been a long time since it was manufactured, it has been well maintained. It has just been on the exhibition stand for a long time. It can still be regarded as a new car, and the test drive experience is very excellent. Of course, classic luxury cars also have higher requirements for drivers. Once the owner appears, the car needs to be wiped frequently. Americans are generally arrogant. If you want to fool them, you can't completely exclude them. Greta Garbo lay in Alan Wilson's arms. You once said that the United States is an agricultural empire, and you shipped all the food from Nigeria. Look, the United States has no policy in this regard. Britain should not come forward. Let the local black leaders go themselves. The United States seems to have formulated a policy of foreign aid for food in the past 2 years. After hearing this, Alan Wilson really wanted to slap his head. If the two of them were not lying in the bathtub, his hands would have been full, and he would have done so. Asakiwa has connections in this area, because Asakiwa himself has studied in the United States. At the juncture of independence, Asakiwa, who may become the founding father, has connections with the United States, which makes it possible to ask for aid. Whitehall asked me to come to Paris for a meeting, but I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. Alan Wilson, who already had a preliminary idea, lowered his head and accurately found Greta Garbo's red lips, whispering, "I will serve you well today. My requirements have always been high." Greta Garbo looked back and responded, and the domineering of the first generation of screen goddess was undoubtedly revealed. Earlier Alan Wilson foresaw that the United States might get involved, and the issue he was preparing to divert the United States' attention was the maritime dispute between British Newfoundland and Iceland. It is well known that Iceland has a small population and relies on fishing. What's the problem? Iceland would have fought a cod war with Britain because of this, but now, Iceland's main competitor is the Newfoundland Royal Territory armed by Alan Wilson. At that time, Alan Wilson ended his term as the chief executive of Newfoundland and sold several destroyers to Newfoundland, also to ease the backlog of British warships. A few destroyers could not pose even a threat to the United States and Canada. But Iceland is definitely an exception, and that is already an irresistible existence for Iceland. Newfoundland has successfully transformed itself, completing the transformation from a brave warrior to a dragon. On the one hand, it strictly prohibits European ocean-going fishing vessels from entering Newfoundland's waters, and drives them to another large fishing ground, Iceland. On the other hand, Newfoundland fishermen can also go to the ocean, after updating their own fishing boats, and join the fishing boats of European countries in the plunder of Iceland's fishery resources. The current situation is that the relationship between Newfoundland and Iceland has taken a sharp turn for the worse. It has replaced the role that Britain was supposed to play in the cod war with Iceland, and has become the object of Iceland's hatred. It seems to have nothing to do with the current issue of demarcation in the Gulf of Guinea, but it actually has a lot to do with it. Alan Wilson is ready to use the conflict between Newfoundland and Iceland to reconcile with the intervention of the United States and the United Kingdom. Then he proposed the concept of 12 nautical miles of territorial waters and 200 nautical miles of exclusive economic zones. So after the meeting and the following days, Alan Wilson took the opportunity to complain to the Americans who were listening. Boundary issues like this are the most difficult to resolve. Even the maritime disputes between Newfoundland and Iceland cannot be resolved, not to mention the many colonies belonging to different countries around the Gulf of Guinea. If there is no acceptable solution, these countries will fight after independence. And we all know that the war environment is also an important way for the spread of communism, and Britain is very worried about this. If you leave suddenly, many places may be taken advantage of by the Soviet Union. The Dominion of Nigeria is the most populous place in Africa. If you fall into the arms of the Soviet Union, it will be a big trouble. In Alan Wilson's words, the importance of the Dominion of Nigeria was raised to an unprecedented position. In fact, after the heated discussion that the oil in the Gulf of Guinea is comparable to that in the Persian Gulf, this is not an exaggeration. What's more, the fact that it is just a dominion with a population of 40 million is not unworthy of attention from any angle. Facing the righteous Alan Wilson, the Americans also expressed their approval of this precise judgment. He had no idea that this British man who always talked about the post-colonial era had just yesterday instructed Roberts, the Nigerian commissioner, to ask Asakiwa to ask the United States for food aid if there was a famine in Nigeria. Knowing that there was foreign food aid from the United States, Alan Wilson didn't care about making money anymore. He was originally a little afraid of famine, and even prepared to set aside the minimum standard of food rations to prevent famine. Now, he was only annoyed by his cowardice in anticipating the famine. How could he accomplish anything with such a small courage? Washington is also paying attention to this meeting. Although they want to play a role, they are powerless. Kidston finally expressed his position for the first time under the inspiration of Alan Wilson, the walking special relationship between Britain and the United States. It is really difficult to convince these three Latin countries, especially the French. If Britain speaks out with the United States at the diplomatic level, it may backfire. Alan Wilson shirked responsibility without leaving a trace. You are an American, and may not feel the same way. The French have very complicated views on Britain. France's insistence on colonies is indeed very difficult to deal with. Kidston also looked embarrassed. Obviously, Washington had communicated with Paris, but it was useless. Although France has changed 19 prime ministers since 1945, each government has the same attitude towards colonies. They can talk about anything except independence. During the days in Paris, British ocean-going freighters traveled back and forth between the Nigerian Dominion and the mainland all the time, wishing to empty Nigeria before leaving. At the same time, the entire Nigeria began to promote some construction plans under the influence of invisible public opinion hegemony. When most people think it is right, a few sober people cannot affect the overall situation. What's more, the oil resources in the Gulf of Guinea affect not only the British Dominion, but also nearby France, Portugal, and Spain have expressed interest. Nigeria can't calm down, even if it wants to. Chapter 914, The Test of the Deputy Minister. Alan Wilson spoke to the Americans, hoping that Washington would use its influence to mediate the increasingly fierce dispute between Newfoundland and Iceland over fisheries. As for the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea, Britain would try to come up with a plan that would not hurt the peace. I hope so. Kidston nodded reluctantly, but he did not believe that any miracle would happen. With so many countries involved, how easy would it be to come up with a plan that would not hurt the peace? He thought that Alan Wilson was just expressing optimism and did not think there was really any way. From this time on, the issue of the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea was also added to the dispute between Newfoundland and Iceland, which also involved demarcation. Because European fishermen were also the main force of Iceland's crossing the border, the United States joined the discussion on this issue. As Garbo said, it was neither realistic nor rational to exclude Americans with their arrogant self-awareness. By using a minor issue to keep the United States out of the matter, things could be made more logical by the attitude of the United States. Alan Wilson, who was driving in a classic luxury car, found a random reason to return to London and discuss the solution to maritime delimitation with the Foreign Secretary and the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He had already prepared the plan, and now he needed the approval of the cabinet. The specific plan is a comprehensive solution for the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, the extension of the continental shelf, and the delimitation of islands. And we have already negotiated with the Americans to see if we can mediate the dispute between Newfoundland and Iceland. In fact, Iceland is ugly and has caused trouble for many European countries in recent years. We should educate them, by the way. Many of the European countries mentioned by Alan Wilson are actually the United Kingdom. In fact, the Cod War has begun to take shape. Because Iceland is affected by ocean currents all year round, its fishery resources are very rich. European countries love to eat cod, especially cod burgers. If you don't eat it for a day, you will feel uncomfortable all over. Therefore, cod has become one of the fish species with the highest economic value. But Iceland has nothing, so it can only rely on fishing to make a living. But who doesn't want to make money floating in the water? The plump cod also attracted many countries to come and fish, but the good times didn't last long. Soon there were few cod left. When Alan Wilson was the chief executive of Newfoundland, he first drew a 12 nautical mile exclusive zone. Iceland followed suit, but the learning stopped there. After all, Newfoundland was taken care of by Britain. At that time, Britain was not the British Isles, but the British Empire with vast colonies. After leaving office, he did not forget to improve his reputation in Newfoundland. By the way, he sold some destroyers to clear inventory, and helped Newfoundland sign many orders for ocean-going fishing vessels in the powerful shipbuilding industry in Britain. With the help of Britain behind the scenes, the Royal Territory of Newfoundland has upgraded its guns and cannons. On the one hand, it strictly prohibits other countries from plundering the fishery resources in the waters of Newfoundland, and on the other hand, it travels a long distance to Iceland to make up for its losses during the fishing ban. The dispute between Newfoundland and Iceland largely originated from this. 2 years ago, Iceland celebrated its 10th anniversary of its founding, and checked the fishery resources that Iceland relied on. The cod catch plummeted, so it followed Newfoundland and drew a 12 nautical mile exclusive zone. But no one cares. In the past 2 years, conflicts with Britain have increased overfishing. Alan Wilson was not prepared to fight 3 cod wars with Iceland. Whether winning or losing, it would be a loss of points for Britain. He planned to use Newfoundland's hand, coupled with economic means, to let Iceland re-understand Britain. Don't think that you can be fearless by clinging to the thighs of the United States. Tying the fishing conflict between Iceland and Newfoundland to the delimitation of the Gulf of Guinea seems to be going in opposite directions. Even Foreign Secretary Morrison and Permanent Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs Ismay could not link the two things together and could only wait for Alan Wilson's explanation. Alan Wilson explained that, by asking the United States to help stand up for minor issues, the rationality of the delimitation of the Gulf of Guinea this time would be increased, and at the same time, Iceland, which always provokes Britain, would be solved. This time we can use the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea to get France, Spain, and Portugal to stand on the side of Britain. If we want everyone to be happy with the demarcation issue, we must come up with a resolution of economic blockade. I believe the French must be very familiar with this method. The continental blockade policy was invented by Napoleon. But we propose it? Sir Ismay paused here, and his meaning was very clear. He was suspected of bullying the weak. So we have to ask the French to propose that the colonies around the Gulf of Guinea, together with the Gold Coast and the Nigerian Dominion, plus Portugal's Angola and Spain's Equatorial Guinea, are barely on the same level as the French colonies. The reason why Spain and Portugal are so tough is that they are afraid that, if we don't get involved, we will suffer when facing France. Alan Wilson said, the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone is a very fair way to demarcate, and it can unite colonial countries, because not only we have a large number of overseas islands, but France also has a large number of islands with small populations. With these islands as bases in the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, we can draw a large area of sea for exclusive use. In general, we and the French have taken a big advantage because of this. This is indeed the case. In the ranking of territorial waters in later generations, the United States has more than 10 million square kilometers of territorial waters, because of the two-ocean continental shelf and the islands in the Pacific Ocean. France is the second country, which also has tens of millions of square kilometers, not much smaller than the United States. When the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone appeared, Britain's colonies had almost all been lost. It is not like France has retained some islands, resulting in the British territorial waters being only half of France's. Therefore, Alan Wilson believes that it is very beneficial for Britain to propose the concept of a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone in advance, because the British now have many more cards in their hands than in the original history. With this concept of territorial waters, the British will pay more attention to the many islands that still seem worthless. The second biggest benefit is the Five Eyes Alliance. In the ranking of territorial waters in later generations, the top 10 include, but are not limited to, the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. The territorial waters of the 5 countries add up to an area of about 39 million square kilometers. If this concept is proposed and publicized now, Alan Wilson did not have the pleasure of specific calculations, but the British territorial waters must be raised to the same level as the United States and France, and this level should not be difficult. Morrison and Ismay, as foreign ministers and permanent under-secretaries of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, immediately realized this. The UK still has a large number of macro islands in its hands. If the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea is promoted, large areas of sea can be reasonably placed under the jurisdiction of the United Kingdom. In addition to Britain, Spain, and Portugal, including France, were also colonial powers. They would not object. At least the two could not think of any reason to object. Alan, your brain is really rich in associative ability. It's amazing. After looking at Morrison, Sir Ismay understood what the Foreign Secretary meant and said directly, if you can turn the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea into a good start and teach Iceland a lesson, it will be enough to prove your outstanding workability in the field of diplomacy. Thank you, Sir Ismay. Alan Wilson bowed his head slightly. Ismay was his immediate superior after all. As an official fan, he bowed his head from the bottom of his heart. Alan, we hope to settle things as soon as possible. Thank you for your hard work. Morrison also gave encouragement. Letting you come back from the Malayan colony to take on other tasks means that Whitehall is optimistic about your performance. I will return to Paris immediately. Alan Wilson looked like he would go through fire and water for Britain. He swore that it was definitely not, because there were several classic luxury cars waiting for him to test drive in Paris. When Alan Wilson walked out of the office, Sir Ismay asked Morrison, "Dear Minister, in fact, all departments in Whitehall are optimistic about Alan's ability. If the result of this negotiation is as he just said, can it prove that he is capable of being the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Don't you Whitehall always value qualifications?" Morrison seemed extremely shocked. Does this mean that Alan Wilson, who is in his 30s, has been unanimously optimistic about Whitehall? It's usually like this, but there are always exceptions. Alan has a large number of overseas industries, which is the result of his long-term personal management. In fact, even Sir Norman did not expect such rapid development when the Overseas Assets Management Committee was established. Sir Ismay shrugged and said, "I asked him to come back before, originally to use the funds of the Overseas Assets Management Committee to cope with the economic crisis. In fact, I'm really old and no longer suitable for working in the country because it may cause controversy. If I go to NATO, I won't be so conspicuous." Morrison admitted that Ismay was telling the truth. The reason why no one pointed this out was because Ismay was a soldier and a diplomat at the same time. Few people can integrate these two professions. But just like what Ismay said about Alan Wilson, there are always exceptions. So, I will say goodbye to the oldest permanent secretary in Whitehall, and welcome the youngest permanent secretary in Whitehall. Morrison said with a wry smile, "It seems that you have made up your mind, but I heard that his second term has not been long over, and he also likes to be overseas. Will he be reluctant to come back? Think of a way to transfer him back next year." Sir Ismay said nonchalantly, "Of course, we still have to see whether this meeting on the demarcation issue will produce the results that Britain wants." Chapter 915 Mainland Blockade Policy. Being called a promising rising star in Whitehall, he crossed a shallow strait and appeared at the headquarters of a film and television company in Paris and asked others to test whether there were any changes in the movements of various countries. This was not that he took the initiative to be the male protagonist of Woodpecker, but he accepted the invitation of the female president to be a guest. When the blindfolded Alan Wilson saw the light again, he saw the birthday cake carefully prepared by Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman, accompanied by the humming birthday song. Alan Wilson, who was rarely moved, almost broke his defense. Even when facing the United States and the Soviet Union, he would not have such an expression. "Dear happy 33rd birthday to you." Hedy Lamarr's eyes were sparkling, full of tenderness. "Look at your appearance, are you moved?" Ingrid Bergman covered her mouth and whispered with a smile, "It's not like a senior official to be so easily moved. I'm not made of iron." Alan Wilson calmed down. He was really surprised. There was some touching feeling, but it was more unexpected. He would not be 30 until the end of the year. His current age was changed when he was working overseas. His so-called birthday was just a random day. Alan Wilson did not have this day in his concept. How could he remember that today was his birthday? But Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman were different. Every year, if Alan Wilson happened to be there, he would definitely celebrate the birthdays of ladies of equal status to his wife. If he could not leave, he would definitely send a telegram to congratulate them on the same day. This time he happened to be doing diplomatic work in Paris, and the two female presidents also prepared surprises to make the men happy. "Make a wish," Ingrid Bergman urged. "Keep the wish in your heart and don't say it out loud. I hope that ladies of equal status to my wife will stay young forever." Alan Wilson made a wish in front of the two actresses with a look of contempt for feudal superstition. "Today I will treat you to English long sticks." The two actresses spat lightly. Although they were experienced in battle, they still felt a little embarrassed. But since this was his wish, it would not be good to refuse on such a special day. "You are still in your prime, but we are already getting old," the two actresses complained to themselves. "Besides surgery, other methods can be used. Alan Wilson smiled and comforted them. The two actresses have such a good foundation, and it is expected that Pan Yingzi can maintain the state of 50 years old. When he was a child, he would never have thought that the charming heroine was already 49 years old. Can't you congratulate me? The next day, facing Alan Wilson's questioning, Greta Garbo took out the birthday cake from the kitchen calmly, sat opposite Alan Wilson, and watched him enjoy it. Are you excited now, and feel that no difficulties exist? A little bit. Alan Wilson responded vaguely. Now you ask me to go to the sky and pick the moon, I want to try. Oh, don't do things beyond your ability. Greta Garbo said with a smile. In fact, for them, being able to run a film and television company well and have cultural influence is already very good. They are very influential now, and this is not difficult for them. Alan Wilson answered simply, the starting point now is already the end point that most people can't expect in their lifetime. Some countries can't achieve the results they have now, even if they use the power of the country. We must admit that this world is unfair. For example, Greta Garbo was a little curious. An imperialist bureaucrat also knows this. I unified the European film market. Alan Wilson straightened his back. When he said this, he suddenly felt that it was completely reasonable for him to be treated like this in front of several actresses. Culture is a big concept, not to mention export. With the European market, I dare not say that I can compete with Hollywood, but the existence of the platform is a strong guarantee. In the region where Alan Wilson stayed in his previous life, strictly speaking, there was no cultural export power. Even South Korea, which seems to have a high sense of presence, is only influential within Asia. If we only focus on the cultural industry in a very narrow sense, South Korea is not strong. There are serious barriers between movies and TV series and music, and variety shows are ranked last. The popularity of influence is also ranked in this order from high to low. Strictly speaking, South Korea is relatively strong in the latter two, but movies and TV series are far more important than the latter two. In the field of TV series, Turkey and Mexico have far more influence in the world than Korean dramas. As for the film industry, it is an industry that the United States attaches great importance to. No country can rival the United States, let alone South Korea. The decline of Hollywood in the United States is due to the proliferation of super British movies and the increasing routine of movies for political correctness. But even if it is declining, it is still a crushing existence for other countries. Many people may not believe that Chinese TV series have not been exported much, and their influence in Southeast Asia is not much worse than that of Korean dramas. Normally, this should not happen. After all, China does not care about the overseas market at all, both at the official level and at the personal level. Without official mention, TV actors rarely go to other countries to consolidate their influence. After all, if you are successful in China, you can earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. If you want Chinese actors to go abroad and frequently go to Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines to show their presence like Korean stars, that is definitely impossible. If Southeast Asians want to chase a Chinese star, it is almost impossible to see the real person. It is pure screen chasing. But even if you can only chase stars through the screen, Chinese TV series have already been closely following Korean dramas in Southeast Asia. This requires another level of things. China has video websites and short video websites going overseas. These platforms are supported by Chinese capital. It is true that no matter what applications domestic internet companies make, as long as there are similar applications in the United States, they generally cannot compete with the United States. This is a fact. But China at least has such a platform, and South Korea does not. Worldwide, the mainstream platforms are all American, and the export of Korean culture depends on the mood of the United States. With the existence of such a platform, Chinese capital still has the final say on this platform. Putting Chinese TV series on the top will naturally not lack exposure. This is something that Korean dramas cannot do. Korean dramas can only make money for companies like Netflix. For higher level movies, what China pursues is completely different from what South Korea pursues. To be precise, what China wants is to have the status of the United States in cultural exports, and it does not look down on South Korea's path at all. If China also forms a singing and dancing group, dresses up brightly and beautifully to sell smiles, it will be criticized in China before it goes overseas. The government will also introduce policies to criticize it. What China needs is similar to the essence of the United States output. The world can only be saved by me. But the United States is definitely unwilling to do so, and is currently stuck in that position. This is still cultural influence in a narrow sense. Does the British style count as influence? Do France's L'Oreal and Louis Vuitton count as influence? Germany's BBA has a stable understanding of Japanese cars at the same price worldwide. These are all part of cultural exports. Which one does South Korea occupy? Of course, Greta Garbo didn't know the future knowledge in Alan Wilson's mind, but she really listened to this platform theory. If that's the case, your ability to integrate the European film common market and make this platform appear is indeed more important than the efforts of all the actors. Of course, so I have a clear conscience as your man. Alan Wilson poured a cup directly and boasted with his head held high. Greta Garbo felt a little unhappy. To be precise, she was very angry now. Greta Garbo suddenly remembered something. In the chaotic period after the war, this man had accurately found the problem. So this time it seemed that the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea, would there be other purposes? Alan Wilson, who had experienced the West Berlin incident, of course could not reveal this. Alan Wilson, who was 30 years old, obviously felt that he was already walking in a trance, but in order to make achievements in the field of diplomacy, he still showed selfless enthusiasm for work. At the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the Quai d'Orsay, French diplomats returning from the Gulf of Guinea demarcation conference brought back comprehensive demarcation opinions on the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone and island territories proposed by the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is angered by the competition for Iceland's fisheries. This demarcation plan, which is beneficial to all colonial countries, is in exchange for us, Spain and Portugal to block the market for Icelandic fisheries. The British are sneaky and their actions are not ambiguous at all. This condition caused a burst of exclamations. The four countries of Britain, France, Portugal, and Spain can almost block all routes from Iceland to the European market. If the four countries simultaneously use the problem of Iceland's cod as an excuse to close the market to Iceland, it will have a demonstration effect. Iceland will be in big trouble this time. But what? Compared with the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea, what is a mere isolated island outside Europe? It is not French territory. It's just a small Iceland. For France, the interests of the Gulf of Guinea are much greater. Convey the matter of banning the sale of Icelandic cod in the French market to the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. As for the European community, we first propose that other European community countries follow up, and the British should be satisfied. What excuse? A questioning voice sounded. Iceland has a US base. Will the United States get involved? Is the attitude of the United States important as the Gulf of Guinea? French Central Africa has more coastline than the other three countries. The United Kingdom no longer sets up obstacles in this matter, but only in exchange for Iceland's help on the cod issue. We should also give a positive response. Another voice that was obviously the final word said, you can find any excuse, such as Iceland's sanitary conditions for processing cod are not up to standard, or the local waters are polluted. Let's settle the matter. It will be difficult to solve it later. Thank you for your help, France. Alan Wilson listened to the good news feedback and thanked Constantine. Thank you, France, for your statement at the critical moment. If you didn't help, it would be a real trouble. In this complex world, Britain and France must safeguard their common interests. Constantine said with a pun. I believe Britain thinks so too. Of course. Alan Wilson took out 2 glasses and poured wine into them. What about the European community? It is also France that proposed it. You just need to nod. Constantine took the wine glass and promised. Cheers. The two congratulated at the same time, and then drank the red wine in the glass. Chapter 916. European Solidarity Benefit Sharing. It's really unexpected that Britain is willing to come up with such a plan to protect the interests of all parties. Constantine shook his head and sighed. This preserves the interests of our countries. It doesn't seem like something you, Britain, would offer. Oh, really? Alan Wilson perfunctorily said without comment. The matter was simple. During the heyday of the British Empire, there was no inland sea in front of the Royal Navy. Britain could go wherever it wanted, and no one could interfere or blame it. What was the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone at that time? The waters of the entire world belonged to Britain. Was there any need to do so? But haven't times changed? Now the most powerful navy in the world has become the US Navy, and Britain has become the previous vested interest. At this time, it is necessary to protect the previous vested interests. It is not possible to do this by itself. It is necessary to pull many countries of the previous era to do this together, otherwise it will be too obvious. Oh, by the way, the current plan is limited to the division of the Gulf of Guinea. Our view is that we should not rush to promote it to the whole world, at least not before we test the attitude of the United States. Alan Wilson explained to Constantine, I believe you French people also understand the attitude towards colonies. In 1945, the United States once raised objections to the status of Vietnam. It is no secret that the United States wants to weaken Britain and France. Britain is retreating in an orderly manner and releasing a colony every once in a while. France is obviously unwilling to do so. Alan Wilson also asked about the current situation of the Algerian War. Constantine said that France has taken the absolute initiative. Alan Wilson felt that this was half true and half false. Only the French themselves knew how much water there was. However, France did have a large number of troops in the oil producing areas of Algeria, and the local oil pipelines have been under construction. From this point of view, it must be much stronger than the original history. You French are still lucky. At least it is not as difficult as the difficulties faced by Britain after the war. Alan Wilson congratulated Constantine. Constantine was stunned and did not understand the true meaning of Alan Wilson's hidden meaning. His words were of course based on facts. In order to stabilize the situation against the Soviet Union, and considering the risk of the world turning red, the United States adopted a supportive attitude towards countries at the forefront of the Soviet Union. One of the important points was to allow these countries to lower their exchange rates to promote exports, but this did not include Britain. The United States never intended to let Britain recover. For the United States, the pound was either worthless, or it would maintain a strong monetary policy and simply not devalue. Even the previous devaluation of the pound from 1:4 to 1:2.8 was done by Britain forcibly devaluing it, regardless of the interests of the Commonwealth. When Alan Wilson was in British India, he had already used all the tricks he could think of. He even injured the Great Famine and scraped the land. Fortunately, the Indians before independence were frightened by Britain and did not dare to intensify the conflict with Britain. He even transformed himself into an outstanding cadre of the Soviet Union, which allowed Britain to survive the most difficult period. Fortunately, the 4 million square kilometers of British India temporarily made the United States relax. The independence of the Nigerian Dominion entered the de facto stage, which was also a continuation of the above policy, but that was the end. If France wins the Algerian war, Britain will have to consider the next steps. It is unrealistic to keep the colonies in Black Africa for a long time, but it is necessary to meet the needs of Britain before considering other things. Soon, the Franco government of Spain and the Salazar government of Portugal brought back positive feedback. The consensus on the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea is a foregone conclusion, but there is no rush to sign the formal agreement. It must be determined at the European Community Foreign Ministers meeting. At the same time, France will propose to block Icelandic cod from entering the European Common Market at the meeting. The time is the 12th of next month. While he was busy with the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea, the United States was still making unremitting efforts to catch up with Soviet missile technology. The Atlas strategic missile was tested twice again, one of which exploded in the air, and the second launch was successful. This was the first success after the Atlas strategic missile test, and this success boosted the morale of the United States. So they decided to make persistent efforts, and the fifth test again exploded and failed. The United States really spared no expense. Alan Wilson was also shocked by the high frequency of the United States test launches. The spirit of the United States in this era is so different from that of the country in the 21st century. They are simply two countries, one ambitious and the other decadent. It is hard to imagine that this is a different look of the same country in 50 years. The surprise is one borrowed from another, and there is a slight difference from history. Khrushchev faced the attack of Malenkov and Molotov a few months later, but the result did not change. Members from all over the country rushed to Moscow, and under the escort of military aircraft arranged by Marshal Zhukov, they helped Khrushchev turn the tables at the Moscow conference, turning defeat into victory, and ousting competitors such as Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov, establishing Khrushchev's unique position in the Soviet Union. This was a struggle within the Soviet Union. Only after the dust settled did the free world learn about the changes in the Soviet top leadership. Alan Wilson, who was enjoying a rare leisure time in Paris, thought of Furtsever for no reason. He remembered that Furtsever was the hero of Khrushchev's comeback. If it weren't for Furtsever's efforts to mobilize local committee members to come to Moscow to support Khrushchev, who was already in a desperate situation, would not have been able to turn defeat into victory. She will enter the highest level of the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson felt quite complicated. From this time on, it was also the time when Furtsever Catherine III was heard throughout the Soviet Union. When Greta Garbo entered the room, she saw a naked bureaucrat. She pretended to be in a deep daze and couldn't help but wonder, what are you thinking about? Can you put on your underwear? Oh, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Don't you like it too? Alan Wilson laughed and quickly turned from a primitive savage into a beast in human clothing. Look, I finally stayed in Paris for a while, and you always look like this. Do you know how difficult it is? Britain trained you to have such a deep attainment in time management? Greta Garbo sighed unhappily. I didn't think about how you can contribute to Britain, but you were busy doing that. My little brother is busier than me. It's also human nature. Alan Wilson followed Greta Garbo step by step. Although the time in Paris was comfortable, it was also very physically demanding. The comfortable days ended. The four countries of Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal successfully shook off the surveillance of the United States through the European Community Foreign Ministers meeting held in Brussels. Alan Wilson was called to feel the atmosphere of the European Community Foreign Ministers meeting. In Brussels, he happened to meet the head of the Herman family who came to Brussels to discuss business. He also talked to Bokina about a big deal worth hundreds of millions. Both of them were satisfied with the deal. The four countries that successfully got rid of the constraints of the United States and the European Community directly announced the demarcation of the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone in the Gulf of Guinea. In adjacent waters, the median line principle was adopted. If there are islands with clear sovereignty, the sovereignty of the islands will be the main one, and a series of division methods. Although Greece is not a member of the European Community, no matter which European country it is well known that Greece is the cradle of European civilization. On the one hand, island sovereignty is really beneficial to colonial countries. On the other hand, the territorial waters of Greece and Turkey are also taken into consideration as a reference. After World War I, although Turkey won the War of National Independence, successfully recovered Eastern Thrace, Izmir and Western Armenia, and abolished the consular jurisdiction and financial supervision of European and American powers, Turkey was also forced to make concessions in some places. For example, its territorial scope in the Aegean Sea was limited to no more than 3 miles from its own coastline. This established the pattern that Greece controlled most of the Aegean Sea, which Turkey was very dissatisfied with, and intended to change the status quo. In addition to territorial disputes, another major dispute between Greece and Turkey over the Aegean Sea is the width of territorial waters. Alan Wilson told Foreign Secretary Morrison and Foreign Ministry Permanent Under-Secretary Sir Rice May that this time the delimitation of the Gulf of Guinea will definitely bring a consequence, and many countries will rush to follow suit. Alan Wilson could not guarantee other countries. China responded quickly to the issue of 12 nautical miles of territorial waters and exclusive economic zones. Historically, in 1958, when the Cod War began, Iceland began to promote the 12 nautical miles of territorial waters and 200 nautical miles of exclusive economic zones, and China immediately followed suit. Now, before Iceland made a move, he took the initiative to make a move by delimiting the Gulf of Guinea, but this will not change anything. China will not stop following up, just because a bunch of colonial countries formulated this delimitation plan. In the final analysis, there is a law that does not hate imperialism, but hates that you are not imperialist. As long as you think you can take advantage, who cares whether the country that first proposed it is a colonial country? Belgium did not participate in the previous negotiations in Paris, because it had long known that the matter would be discussed at the EC foreign ministers meeting, and it was completely in time for Belgium to join the discussion in its own capital. After the 5 countries of Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, and Belgium reached a consensus and announced the results of the delimitation of the Gulf of Guinea. In accordance with the previous agreement, France banned Icelandic cod from entering the French market on the grounds that Icelandic waters were polluted. The Continental Blockade Order arrived as expected, and France's proposal was immediately approved by the United Kingdom. Subsequently, Spain, Portugal, and Belgium all recognized it, and it was almost immediately passed at the EC meeting. Europe was united, and the benefits were shared equally. In this way, the ban on cod against Iceland was passed in an extremely fast manner, which was jaw-dropping. At the end of the EC foreign ministers meeting on October 3rd, it became a common resolution of the EC member states, just like the delimitation of the Gulf of Guinea. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 917, The First Artificial Satellite. Now I'll see what Iceland will do. After the successful conclusion of the European Community Foreign Ministers meeting, Alan Wilson said to his immediate superior Sir Rice May with great confidence, even if the next European Community Foreign Ministers meeting is held, it will at least be next year. How long can Iceland last? I'm very much looking forward to it. Well done. Sir Rice May praised with full recognition. Of course, from a personal point of view, it may be a bit of an exaggeration, but the reckless behavior of Iceland is the reason for this outcome. The Icelanders do not deserve sympathy. Alan Wilson nodded indifferently. When they rammed British fishermen, they should have thought that we would not give up. If the United States had not taken sides in the Cod War, Iceland would have been landed by the British Marine several times. Iceland has now obtained the territorial waters it needs, but the price is that the European Community market excludes Iceland's cod. As for the European countries that have not joined the European Community, there are only Scandinavian countries. Iceland can think of ways to sell cod to Eastern Europe to see if Moscow is willing to open its market to Iceland. But it's also difficult. The Hokkaido fishing grounds are now in the hands of the Soviet Union, and Iceland has a US military base. With so many factors mixed together, Iceland has few choices. It can be said that the test faced by Iceland's Prime Minister Hermann Jónasson has just begun. Will the Americans put pressure on Iceland? After all, Iceland is extremely dependent on the European market. You also said that the next Tech Foreign Ministers meeting will be held next year. We all know that major resolutions must be agreed by all countries. Although we in France can convince other member states. But we can do this or not. As long as there is a country that does not agree to lift the ban, we have to wait. Sir Rice May explained in a frivolous tone, and Alan Wilson nodded and whispered, until Iceland surrenders. Sir Rice May nodded. In general, this EC meeting mainly began to discuss the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea. The Netherlands has no colonies in Africa, so as long as the 5 major African colonial powers agree, it will be done. After all, the Gulf of Guinea is far away. If it is North Africa, Italy may voice opposition. After all, Italy still has some intentions towards North African countries. Because of the World War, Italy lost Libya, and then the Mountbatten Group discovered oil in Libya. This is bad news for Italy. Seeing that France still occupies Algeria, the imbalance in the hearts of the Italians has become more serious. But the distant Gulf of Guinea has nothing to do with Italy. Italy has no reason to oppose it. France even promised privately that it could allow Italian capital to develop oil in the territorial waters designated by Spain. Under this temptation, the Italian sense of justice, which was not much, disappeared directly, waiting to get a share of the pie in the Gulf of Guinea. In order to avoid the United States from saying anything, the British Foreign Secretary and the Permanent Under-Secretary returned to London directly after the end of the European Community meeting, while Alan Wilson continued to stay in Brussels. He still had some big deals to discuss with Bokina. Flirting with Bokina's short golden hair that was permed into waves, Alan Wilson slowly fell in love with her and was addicted to the neutral beauty. "It's beautiful." The short-haired strong woman who was half kneeling in front of the man raised her head and glanced at the Imperial Commissioner who was looking down at her with a hint of charm. "You are beautiful in every way." Alan Wilson had the demeanor of the world bowing down to me. I only know how to say nice things. Bokina, covering her mouth, left in a flash and came back after a while. "You countries just talked about dividing the second Persian Gulf casually. You are really worthy of being a colonial empire." I must correct it. Britain is different from other colonial empires. Alan Wilson's patriotism burst out, and at the same time he firmly believed, if the colonial era is an inevitable choice, it is a blessing for the world to be colonized by Britain. Of course, other countries may not think so, because of different positions. The colonial era is definitely evil, but if it were colonized by their own countries, they would definitely develop together, and they would not be so cruel. Brainwashing is nothing more than not catching up with the colonial era and talking without any pain. When the Russian Empire expanded, it seemed that it was not very merciful. As for a certain big country, the Qing dynasty would not choose the path of colonization. The knife would be too much, and the people would change to a more suitable way of thinking for the Qing dynasty's expansion. As for the Ming dynasty, the countries that it did not conquer were almost surrounded by itself, which fundamentally eliminated the possibility of expansion. The policies of the two dynasties were similar. Driving the Mao people to expand their business was a policy that the two dynasties had been carrying on. There was no difference between the Manchus and the Han people in this regard. The subtle difference was that the list of people suppressed by the Qing dynasty also included the Han people, while the list of people suppressed by the Ming dynasty included the Jurchens. For other ethnic groups in the country, the policy was consistent, and they would die if they did not obey. If there was an almost impossible possibility that the two dynasties really tried to colonize, it would be nothing more than leaving a sentence in the history books, saying that during a certain period, there was a great ethnic integration. As for the people who integrated, there is no need to think deeply about it in a country where it is a routine operation to reduce the population by half after a change of dynasty. Of course, in real history, Britain was the biggest beneficiary in the colonial era, and what it did cannot be regarded as nothing. He could stand at attention when Bokina implied a few words to him. But if you say that the world would be a better place if Britain was replaced by other countries to implement colonial policies, Alan Wilson would not believe a word. "I'm not blaming you. The Gulf of Guinea is so big, we should do something." Bokina's aggrieved request fully reflects her anti-war characteristics. From this point of view, Bokina is already a psychological German. There is no other way. You can try to merge an oil company in France and enter the Gulf of Guinea indirectly. Forget Total. France is not as easy to talk to as we are in the UK. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and pointed out a roundabout way to save the country for Bokina. France still wants to win over Germany. Grasp this point and think of a way. Bokina didn't ask for much, at least in Alan Wilson's eyes. The Gulf of Guinea is so big. With the help of Germany's power, maybe the European power in Africa can be more stable. Of course, Alan Wilson can't guarantee whether it will succeed. The French have always been ugly. Britain is the moral high ground among colonial countries, and this is not just a casual remark. As a pioneer of equal rights, he has always been dedicated to helping women, especially ladies of the same status as his wife. Before he came to Brussels, he also instructed two female presidents to help the members of the Zodiac to endorse French luxury brands and develop the North American market. Although Bokina had a criminal record, he was still willing to help as long as he asked. Who made him pro-European? The colonial empire was crumbling, and one more European country to help would be more powerful. The European Community Foreign Ministers meeting determined the demarcation of the Gulf of Guinea, making the countries involved ready to send people to dig for black gold. At the same time, the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic, the Baikonur Cosmodrome, a launch site invested heavily by the Soviet Union, welcomed almost all the big names in the world's rocket field. Sergei Pavlovich Korolev, Mikhail Kuzmich Angel, Grushko, Chernomai and other most authoritative expert teams of the Soviet Union, as well as the von Braun team, were all present. The entire launch site has been surrounded by the Soviet Red Army and the KGB military administration, as if facing a great enemy. Mr. Werner is here too. I hope that through this cooperation, we can bring mankind into a new era. Korolev greeted von Braun and his team who entered the command room. This is our common goal. Von Braun nodded, also expressing his approval of Korolev's ability. Soviet experts, including Korolev, were convinced of von Braun's team. Without this team, the Soviet Union would never have made such great progress in the field of rockets. This respect was entirely based on von Braun's own expertise and did not involve whether the other party was a German. After expressing goodwill in a friendly manner, Korolev said to the others, "The party and the country are waiting for the news of our victory. This launch is of great significance to all mankind. The people of the motherland are looking forward to it, and we have a great responsibility." In other rooms at the launch site, a series of assessments were being carried out to find the most suitable meteorological conditions, from direction to humidity. The whole process was orderly and well organized, as the answers from all parties indicating that there was no problem were transmitted to the control room through the microphone. Korolev and von Braun's faces did not ease at all. This launch mission was unusual because there was an artificial satellite in the R-7 rocket. There is no abnormality with the companion. The R-7 rocket has been checked, and there is no abnormality. The weather conditions are good and suitable for rocket launch missions. Korolev said to the microphone, "All conditions are in place," requesting the launch mission granted. Accompanied by a rustling sound, the approval came from the other end of the microphone. The countdown began, and with every passing second, the pressure on the entire Baikonur Cosmodrome seemed to increase by 1 point. The R-7 rocket ignited successfully, and the rocket flew upward from the launch pad under the thrust of the tail flame. The entire launch process was very smooth, but this was just the beginning. It was not until the rocket entered the predetermined orbit and the successful release of the artificial satellite was confirmed that the Baikonur Cosmodrome fell into a sea of joy. Soon after, TASS reported the success of the launch mission. The first artificial Earth satellite has been born and successfully launched by the Soviet Union. The artificial Earth satellite will pave the way for space travel, which seems to foreshadow that the current generation will witness how the people of the new socialist society, through free and independent labor, will turn the most daring dreams of mankind into reality. Chapter 918 The Darkest Hour. Alan Wilson has been hinted that he will make achievements in the field of diplomacy in the future. It is normal for him to read the report of the Soviet TASS news agency. He is one of the first people who knew that the first artificial satellite was launched on the same day and lived in the free world. He looked at the newspaper with a cold look, which made Bokina very embarrassed. The Dragoon was in a complicated mood at this time. On the one hand, she cherished her current superior life, and on the other hand, she was happy for her original motherland to achieve such a great achievement. However, she did not dare to show it at this sensitive moment when she saw Alan Wilson's face, as if he was facing a great enemy. "You are very happy." After a long time, Alan Wilson put down the report and asked Bokina sincerely. "No." Bokina shook her head quickly. "Do you think Britain feels threatened?" "No." Alan Wilson also denied it flatly, adding, "The Soviet Union could threaten Britain a long time ago. The distance between the two countries is so close, and the United States should be the one feeling a headache now. Britain has long been targeted by Soviet nuclear weapons, and it is too late to feel the threat now." So it is not that Alan Wilson is insensitive and does not take it seriously, but the situation is like this. The United States should have felt the threat from the Soviet Union for the first time since this year. If before this, the United States had one eye on the Soviet Union and the other on Britain and France, then from now on, the United States should have focused its main energy on the Soviet Union. "You were just startled." Bokina exhaled lightly, admitting that she was just scared by that expression. "The Americans are threatened, but you don't seem to be worried." It seems that you are very confident in the technical capabilities of the United States. Yes, the foundation of the United States is still quite strong. The reason why it has fallen into this situation now is entirely a system problem. Alan Wilson curled his lips to express his contempt for the United States. The United States has no problem with its strength, but it has encountered conflicts between the services. It is similar to the conflict between the Japanese Navy and the Army. It is not possible to play the operation of the Army's aircraft carrier, but the destructive power is not bad at all. The strategic bomber formation status of the Air Force has led to the US Air Force's opposition to the development of rocket technology. Why did the US Air Force become independent? Because the Air Force's strategic bombers can take off from thousands of miles away and carry out strategic bombing and even attacks. This is something that the Army's combat mode cannot include. But if the Army relies on the development of rockets, gets involved in space, and even through intercontinental missiles, it can also complete the combat mode of nuclear attacks thousands of miles away. So why did the Air Force become independent? The newly independent US Air Force was very worried about this, so it simply held the attitude that missiles that were not allowed to be managed should not be considered through the budget barrier, and frantically suppressed the Army's Ballistic Missile Development Agency. However, with the launch of the Soviet Union's first artificial satellite, the United States would definitely mediate the contradictions between the services, but it would only take the approach of sacrificing the Army, even though it was stimulated by the Soviet Union, and was determined to accelerate development. In the end, the will of the US Air Force won. Among nuclear countries, only the United States had the Army first develop intercontinental missiles, but the intercontinental missiles were finally assigned to the Air Force. The land and air strategic nuclear weapons in the trinity of strategic nuclear weapons, land, sea and air, all belong to the US Air Force. This is unique among the 5 permanent members. Regardless of China, the Soviet Union, Britain and France, intercontinental missiles are all assigned to the Army. I'm leaving Europe and going back to work. Alan Wilson said to Bokina that he would return to his post. This is not a breakup shot, although this is inevitable. The main thing is to pay attention to where the British space project is. Since he had spent several months formulating a plan to deal with the economic crisis, as well as the maritime delimitation and Iceland's provocation, he had no need to stay in Europe and was ready to go home. Iceland was extremely unlucky during this period. Some evil colonial empires bullied the harmless and peace-loving Iceland in the European community. Iceland, which was bullied, not only sent people to Europe to explain the hope of lifting the ban, but also hoped that Washington would intervene. It has to be said that Alan Wilson has strangled Iceland's lifeline. He is not going to fight a cod war with Iceland, but directly banned Iceland's flagship products, and also prepared for Iceland to make trouble. Once Iceland makes any irrational moves against British fishermen on the ocean, Britain will not do anything to Iceland, but the richest region in the world today, the Royal Territory of Newfoundland, is not certain. A few destroyers are not an absolute force that is in front of Britain and the United States. The United States, which is highly expected by the Icelanders, at least has no time to deal with Iceland now. The news of the Soviet Union launching the first artificial satellite, reported by TASS, has caused an uproar in the United States. The Soviet artificial satellite, the size of a beach volleyball, was circling the Earth once every 96 minutes at a speed of 18,000 miles per hour, making beeping sounds from time to time. The sky was no longer safe, and the so-called powerful Air Force advantage of the United States had disappeared. For people of this era, entering space was a fantasy. When the news came, many Americans were already in a panic. The US stock market, which was already in an economic crisis cycle, plummeted, and it seemed that the end of the free world was imminent. The New York Times questioned, "The Soviets can't even make a good refrigerator. How can they send a satellite into space? How is this possible? This Soviet artificial satellite will stare at us from the sky at any time. The entire United States has been exposed to the eyes of the Soviets. We have no secrets and are exposed." The report of the Boston Globe exacerbated the panic of the Soviet Union launching the first artificial satellite. In the American public opinion environment, the Soviet Union was an extremely backward country, not much different from a monkey, and not much different from a colony. What is the United States? Public opinion tells American citizens that the United States is a city on a hill, that today's United States is the core force leading the world, that the United States is the hegemon in science and technology, and that only the United States has so-called technological creativity. American citizens immersed in this public opinion now hear that the Soviet Union has launched the first artificial satellite into space. Eric Walker, president of Pennsylvania State University, spoke heavily to reporters. "We are already a secondary world power. I think the consequence is very clear. The Soviet Union will dominate the world." Lieutenant General Doolittle, the US president's foreign intelligence advisor, lowered his head, and his glasses were full of worries. Washington Senator Henry Jackson wanted the president to declare this a day of national humiliation and national crisis. Fulbright of Arkansas said, "The real challenge we face involves the foundation of our society. It involves our education system, which is the source of our knowledge and cultural values. The current government's academic revitalization management plan is short-sighted and disturbing. The artificial satellite orbited in space one after another, a polished metal sphere with a diameter of 58 centimeters, with 4 external radio antennas to emit radio pulses. Its radio signals can be easily detected by amateur radio enthusiasts. Its 65-degree inclination during orbit makes its flight path cover almost the entire inhabited Earth. Radio monitors all over the world can monitor the signal from it. Listening to the beeping sound in the headphones, countless people in the free world are silent. The silent people certainly do not include Alan Wilson. He is a walking special relationship between Britain and the United States. He firmly believes that once the United States adjusts, it will definitely catch up. The premise is to invest more, in simple terms, to spend more money. In order to show the father's love, let his son learn the principle of self-reliance and self-improvement, so that he can thrive in the future. Alan Wilson does not need to remind the United States what to do. Only when he understands it himself can it be considered his own, and others cannot do it for him. In fact, what's the big deal? It's nothing more than the United States going from being arrogant and thinking that it is ahead of any country in any technology to going to the other extreme and exaggerating the Soviet Union's advantage in aerospace out of thin air. So much so that Kennedy proposed in the presidential election to narrow the missile gap, that is, to deploy 1,000 Minuteman ballistic missiles, which far exceeds the number of ballistic missiles the Soviet Union had at the time. This is also related to Khrushchev's ability to brag. Starting in 1957, he used both verbal and military attacks to scare the United States. The first artificial satellite actually did not have any scientific instruments. The only thing that could show its presence was that it would emit radio signals, but other countries, especially the United States, did not know about it. When it arrived in Perth, the capital of Western Australia, the whole world was still discussing the launch of the first artificial satellite. Public opinion in the United States reached a boiling point, with the two parties accusing each other one after another. Elites from all industries had to comment on this, otherwise they would be lagging behind the world trend. Alan Wilson was not so troubled. He even had an in-depth exchange with Vivian Leigh when he passed by Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson was also very calm when Pamela Mountbatten asked, "I just came here to ask what stage our space program has reached." The Blue Light missile was successfully launched this time. Although the range is not enough as an intercontinental missile, it should still be possible to go into space. Now the United States doesn't know what to say. It's very manic. Pamela Mountbatten covered her belly. "You are not in a hurry at all. I don't think this matter is as important as your baby soon." Alan Wilson pursed his lips to express his love for his wife and asked Pamela Mountbatten's belly, "When?" "In just a few days." Pamela Mountbatten looked happy. This man only knew how to say nice things. "Then I'll wait for the baby to be born before going to the launch site." Alan Wilson made a choice after a brief consideration. The Imperial Commissioner had a good mentality. What's the point of being anxious when you are already behind? Just follow the plan step by step. Chapter 919. For National Unity. After not seeing each other for a few months, the two had endless things to talk about, and talked about their recent work and schedule. Pamela Mountbatten talked about the head office having taken over the hydropower of Western Australia and the recent uranium supply contract signed with the United States. The Hudson Bay Company in Canada is having operational difficulties, and the CEO there suggested that I help at a critical moment and acquire part of the company's shares to resolve the operational crisis of the Hudson Bay Company. That's really a famous company. Alan Wilson whistled. This is a company as famous as the East India Company, but the Hudson Bay Company still exists. This department store doesn't seem to have any outstanding products. The company's reputation and long-term logistics should be considered an invisible value. Pamela Mountbatten snuggled in her husband's arms. You taught me that we can't just consider issues from a business perspective. At this level, we must first consider politics. That's right. Alan Wilson was full of a sense of accomplishment. This strong woman was cultivated by him. His hand couldn't help but stroke his wife's bulging belly, and the sense of accomplishment in his heart became stronger. What have you been doing these past few months? Let me hear about it. Pamela Mountbatten squinted her eyes, enjoying her husband's warm palm. Oh, let me tell you about it. Alan Wilson mentioned the maritime delimitation in the Gulf of Guinea, the cod ban on Iceland, explained the internal connection, the order for Tiger attack helicopters, and asked about the progress of the container revolution when passing through Malaya on his way back. Although his tone was clean, one could feel the high spirits in it if one listened carefully. At the end, when the current cabinet and Whitehall trends were mentioned, Alan Wilson whispered, I will try my best to leave a stable environment for the next High Commissioner. I may no longer be in office when the West Malaysia Railway is opened. If the urban construction goes smoothly, we may see phased results. Stable environment? Pamela Mountbatten immediately extracted the keywords and asked curiously, which part? There are areas that have been strengthened and areas that have been weakened, which cannot be generalized. It's not that there are no areas that have been strengthened. The beginning of the Chinese and Malay language textbooks will be revised. Some things must be taught from the beginning. Alan Wilson has ordered the revision of the first lesson of the Chinese textbook, The Beautiful Royal Territory of Malaya. In the first lesson of such an important course as Chinese, a strong xenophobic thought is expounded, such as the Pearl of the Commonwealth and the Spear of Asia, which clarifies the primary and secondary relationship between Malaya, which is still a colonial territory today, and the British mainland, which balances the Eurasian continent from the east and west ends and covers the entire Commonwealth market. This is of course a bit exaggerated for the current Malayan colony, but it is actually a fact that Britain hopes that the Malayan colony will play a role in consolidating the pound area, which is beyond doubt. It's just that it's not as he said in the Chinese textbook, as if Malaya's status is the second brother of the Commonwealth. It's definitely a deception, but it's only a partial deception. It's also accompanied by illustrations, with the arrows of economic and trade relations between the existing members of the Commonwealth and the British colonies, to deepen the understanding that the Malayan colony is worthy of pride. Pamela Mountbatten nodded frequently, and then slowly said, it's very good, but dear, you know, the part one want to hear is about ethnic conflicts, regional conflicts and religious conflicts. She knows her husband too well. The content that is actively shared is always high-end, and the part that is silent is the real implementation. There is no specific concept yet, just some specific steps. A new area will be planned near the Far East Joint Operations Command in Singapore to house the smuggled women. It will isolate the garrison from the local residents. You know, there are smuggled immigrants from nearby South Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, and even from faraway South Korea. The men will be repatriated, and the women will be concentrated here. Carry out her economic planning. Alan Wilson explained her economy in a serious manner. Vigorously activate her economic engine, and create her economy ecosystem, which will provide more opportunities and platforms for women's employment and entrepreneurship. What is that? Pamela Mountbatten frowned slightly, thinking that the matter was not simple. It involved women and garrisons? Don't ask, dear. Alan Wilson couldn't say that so many British troops stationed in Malaysia couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He could only use these foreign women who smuggled into the Malayan colony to create a big brothel in Southeast Asia. Although this was also a fact, as a High Commissioner, he couldn't make it too clear in the name of the Chief Executive. Malaya was a colony, and the issue of garrison was sensitive. When he was the chief executive, he wanted to be in Singapore. If he resigned, the new chief executive might not dare to impose restrictions on the British troops stationed in Malaysia. Alan Wilson promoted the economic development of Malaya, but also reversed the social atmosphere. In such a conservative colonial social environment, the garrison would occasionally report a rape of a woman, which brought hidden dangers to British colonial rule. He didn't care about women, and no unrest was dominated by women. What he was afraid of was that the men in the colony would cause trouble, feel that their wives, daughters and sisters were humiliated, and then raise anti-British thoughts. Therefore, a group of groups that could not empathize were needed to act as a buffer. Anyway, the two major ethnic groups in Malaya were pure and innocent, and it was these shameless women who smuggled in from outside who rushed to split their legs with the garrison. In fact, there were also Indians, but Alan Wilson felt that the Indian community would die out soon. In fact, it was very simple. The main atmosphere was that men provided gifts, while in India, the main atmosphere was just the opposite, where women prepared dowries. This collision of customs, with one rising and the other falling, might devour the Indian community. When this generation of colonial children grow up, they may face ethnic conflicts based on this. There is no need to elaborate on religious conflicts. Prepare to print a separate Malay version. As a High Commissioner, Alan Wilson also needs to learn and apply it flexibly, but he will definitely leave a tail and spread this double standard in East Malaysia, so that the residents of East Malaysia will have this understanding and start to do so. But what does it have to do with the colonies you manage? Regional conflicts are literal, and Pamela Mountbatten can easily understand it, but she can't figure out what the Malay version of history is for. I remember that the big compradors who have a good relationship with you all claim to love peace. Pamela Mountbatten was full of surprise. This was the first time her husband mentioned these things. Alan Wilson chuckled and said seriously, of course, they claim to be so, haha. Indians also said that, if India led the world, there would definitely be no crimes in the colonial era. We can't control their self-claimed name, and I'm not slandering them. I'm just spreading their own recorded history. How did Junga change its place name? What about driving the Mao people away and expanding their business? Zeduo Zantang was too gentle on the Peace Church, and Alan Wilson brought up Dua Langa and added it in. What exactly does the word Fangao mean? Are the natives of Scam Island delicious? In the Ming Dynasty, ethnic minorities were an important source of eunuchs. The standard for systematically eliminating foreign races was one person who captures and kills 3 people will be promoted by 1 level. If he captures and kills 9 people, he will be promoted by 3 levels. If he is a strong man, he will be awarded. Young men, women, and those who capture more than 10 people or less will all be rewarded. The Ming Hui Dan clearly marked the price. Different emperors had different prices for different ethnic groups. Men, women, old and young were not excluded. In the Qing history draft, the Qing dynasty generally inherited the policies of the Ming dynasty. If there is any difference, the Qing dynasty was more efficient. After all, the Malayan colony is a model of multiculturalism. Alan Wilson just wanted the Malays to understand their neighbors. It was completely good intentions and selfless. It happened that the natives of the Fraud Island were relatives of the Malays. The Malays could learn about the history of the natives making the Fangao. It was said that it was very popular at that time. This was also to learn from history. Peace believers all attach importance to religion, so they will definitely empathize. If the second term could be completed, Alan Wilson would still have time to adjust, and there was no need to be so anxious. But he also didn't want to miss the opportunity of the vacant position of the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If Sir Rice May stepped down, he would return to London to fight for it, so some work had to be implemented in advance. For example, the Armour Division, the Malay Marine Division, various policies, and the opening of middle and low-level civil servants to absorb colonial residents, to join the colonial government, etc. At least he was more confident than the next High Commissioner. Where there should be bridged. Where there should be provocation. Provoked. Both hands should be grasped, and both hands should be strong. The most important thing in life is to have the courage to try. This is like him, a high commissioner of the colonies, not delaying his contribution to the great space cause. Not only his wife would understand him, but even Princess Margaret understood him. Her Royal Highness was no longer a willful love brain. Now she was mature. Knowing that Pamela Mountbatten was inconvenient, she took the initiative to sit up and help her brother-in-law relieve his troubles. The long-lasting sense of emptiness finally disappeared at this time. Only this kind of life full of fulfillment was what the princess wanted. Chapter 920, Little Wilson is born. Your Highness, it's really touching. The two looked at each other, and Alan Wilson, who was hugging the princess's delicate body, didn't know where his soul was. He just felt that he couldn't help himself, and immersed himself in the current beauty. It's been such a long time since you left. Princess Margaret held her brother-in-law's head, and the body of the limited edition luxury car had turned pink. She was full of complaints about the man's ruthlessness. The country has cultivated me, and I want to contribute to the country. He sat up with the princess in his arms, listening to Alan Wilson humming and moaning, telling about his inability to help himself. Intermittent punctuation proved his sincerity. Alan Wilson had never experienced the difficulty of ladies of the same status as his wife, but now, it can only be said that things are different now, and each one is quite difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Her Royal Highness is still sensible, and knows that their relationship is a secret. His wife is about to give birth, and Alan Wilson has to fulfill his responsibilities as a good husband, such as taking care of the child. The daughter was already very sensible and familiar with Princess Margaret. It was no wonder that in a sense, Her Royal Highness played the role of a little mother, accompanying her daughter's growth. As Pamela Mountbatten's due date arrived, Alan Wilson took his daughter with a not so calm mood, and waited outside the delivery room. It was not the first time he had experienced this, but he was equally nervous. After all, the person inside was different. It was his wife, who was giving birth to their offspring. After a long time, the doctor came out to say that the mother and child were safe. Alan Wilson was relieved. After asking for advice, he entered the delivery room to visit his very tired wife. I finally gave the Wilson family an heir. Thank you for your hard work. Alan Wilson was grateful and held Pamela Mountbatten's slightly slippery little hand in his palm. It should be. Pamela Mountbatten winked mischievously and whispered, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Whether a person is in a good mood is definitely related to the environment in which he lives. The long-term high suicide rate in Scandinavian countries is proof that the Australian environment is conducive to the recovery of Pamela Mountbatten. A few days later, after a democratic resolution, the name Albert Mountbatten Wilson became the name of their first son. After a few days of nourishment by Mother Earth, the little son finally did not look like the wrinkled appearance when he was born. His big eyes were quite smart, and he was a smart little guy at first glance. Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh that white people are blessed from birth to adulthood. It's really beautiful. It would be better if the aging speed could have the advantages of other races. But everything is a matter of proportion. Maybe it's an elite life. I will be as good as you then. Pamela Mountbatten's eyes were full of happiness. She compared the similarities between her husband and son's eyebrows. If Pamela can marry into the royal family, I won't worry about anything. Alan Wilson's face changed, and he changed the subject without leaving a trace. We still have to think about this matter carefully. Marry into the royal family? Marry whom? Charles, the British prince? A typical child born with the shortcomings of both parents. Seeing that face, it was hard for Alan Wilson not to think of African baboons. As for the romantic affairs in the royal family, he could not care when it did not involve his family. If his newly born son grew up and had affairs with many women, he would be happy because he himself was like this. But if his daughter and husband were like this, he would have to think about this matter carefully. That's what I said. Pamela Mountbatten was keenly aware that her husband didn't seem to approve of Prince Charles without sufficient consideration. It's not advisable to be too close to the royal family. With your current assets, you can't be too far away from politics. Being too close is also not a good thing. We all need to understand that power is essentially invisible and more terrifying. Alan Wilson taught his wife after giving birth, asking Pamela Mountbatten to quickly dispel this dangerous idea. Alan Wilson was still not at ease and thought it was better to make it clear from the beginning and eliminate the danger in the bud. Marrying the royal family was not urgent for the two of them. Both of them were in the rising period, and their families were not in decline. They didn't need to rely on the royal family to gain any status. Dear, you are so right. I think it's a bit simple. Pamela Mountbatten decisively gave in, and no longer thought about marrying the royal family. She could feel that her husband was resistant to this matter. Alan Wilson was not afraid of any family feuds. If it was an Eastern society, the emperor was almost a god on earth. He would be really alert not to find a reason to confiscate his property. The British royal family did not have such great power. He just could not tolerate the British Yinreng taking advantage of his family. The discussion about the royal family came to an end. He now had only two things to do: lay a solid foundation for the Malayan colony and proceed with the British space program step by step. In distant Moscow, the aftermath of the launch of the first artificial satellite in humankind had not yet stopped. The Soviet Union took advantage of the opportunity to hold the Soviet Communist Party Congress. In a sense, it also held the World Communist Party Congress. At the critical juncture of the launch of the first artificial satellite of the Soviet Union, representatives of ruling parties of more than a dozen countries and political parties of dozens of countries gathered in Moscow, which undoubtedly shocked the free world. The free world rarely reported intensively on the Moscow meeting. This extraordinary enthusiasm and concern also showed that in this sensitive period, the free world was no longer as calm as before. But Alan Wilson was not panicked at all. Whether it was his wife Pamela Mountbatten or Princess Margaret, they all saw that he was eating and sleeping. They both knew that this man had a problem with being a political commentator. He would be a guest commentator for no matter what. When such a big thing really happened, he said nothing. This was not in line with common sense. Dear, the Soviet Union held a Moscow conference. Pamela Mountbatten finally couldn't help it and took the initiative to mention the Soviet Union's movements to see if her husband was really so indifferent. Togliatti from Italy and Thorez from France went. The ruling parties of more than a dozen countries and dozens of parties that obeyed the Soviet Union's baton. Now they are gathered in Moscow. Alan Wilson nodded, indicating that he knew about it. Not only did he know about it, but he also knew that a certain big country had challenged the status of the CPSU. On the one hand, he persuaded the CPSU to give Molotov and others a break, and on the other hand, he did not shy away from being a political commentator in front of other fraternal political parties, putting the CPSU in a very embarrassing situation. He also knew that the slogan of surpassing Britain and catching up with the United States would be put forward immediately after the Moscow conference. He just didn't know whether this time the British would surpass the British Malaya colony, because the steel production of the Malaya colony had exceeded that of the British mainland. In general, this Moscow conference looked lively, but in fact, such a big show was used by Khrushchev. This was the beginning of the cracks in the Soviet camp. As for the joint fleet and radio station, they were all things for the future, and they might not happen yet, because the Soviet Union now held Hokkaido in its hands. What did he think? He just sat and watched, waiting for the situation to change in favor of the free world. When encountering such a problem, the best way is to deal with it coldly, even for the Soviet Union. If he were the leader of the Soviet Union, he would leave a certain big country alone from now on. But then again, wasn't Alan Wilson doing something similar, except that he was digging into the corner of the United States? Don't look at the excitement. Maybe it's the beginning of the decline. Alan Wilson comforted his wife and sister-in-law. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. It's best not to spread it. In particular, the United States must not know that the United States is still in the mentality of 1 against 2. This mentality is very good and should be maintained. Seeing that his son did not encounter any newborn diseases, Alan Wilson went to the Woomera launch site lightly and asked about the progress of the British space program. At the Woomera launch site, Alan Wilson met with many leaders, including Turing himself. There is no doubt that the Soviet Union has taken the lead in the space race, putting the entire free world in an embarrassing position, and the United States is particularly embarrassed. Alan Wilson casually implied the United States and asked about the preparations for the British satellite launch. The Blu-ray missile can be used for rocket launch missions without any problem, and it is enough for satellite launches. Soon, Rod Harper, the person in charge of the launch site, took out a civilian rocket based on the Blue Ray missile. The first stage of the rocket consists of an engine cabin, a propellant tank, and equipment equipped with servo-electronic components and instruments. The liquid rocket engine system has 8 combustion chambers, fueled by 4 turbopumps, and can perform pitch, yaw and roll control. The second stage equipment compartment is equipped with servo-electronic equipment, telemetry equipment, flight program device, tracking beacon and self-destruct command receiver. The third stage is a rocket engine and satellite. The first and second stages of the rocket sent the satellite to an altitude of 45 kilometers and 200 kilometers respectively. 10 minutes after the rocket was launched, the third stage ignited. Enter the predetermined orbit. From the recent blue light missile tests, our success rate is still very high, at least higher than that of the United States. Of course, I also know that after all, aerospace is still somewhat different from missiles. We can't assume that aerospace satellites will definitely be successfully launched just because the missile test has been very high in recent times. Seeing what these researchers were going to say, Alan Wilson directly blocked both ends and then expressed good wishes. We have good wishes and just prepare with a normal mind. Success or failure is left to God to decide. Alan, thank you for your understanding. Turing sighed. As the person in charge of the data center, he was still timid about a brand new field. Especially now that the world is paying attention to the space craze, there is a lot of psychological pressure. Oh, my friend, relax. Alan Wilson smiled and gave chicken soup. It won't be more dangerous than the Battle of Britain. Chapter 921 McCarthy's NASA. Turing had not been out of the Woomera Cosmodrome for a long time. He had no idea that the Imperial Commissioner, who always took the overall situation into consideration, had shamelessly deceived him. How could public opinion be as calm as Alan Wilson said? Britain was described as the darkest hour on the left and the Battle of Britain on the right. Even Dunkirk could have played a positive role. Britain was like this, not to mention the United States. Politicians, scholars, and lawyers, whether related or not, would have a word or two about it. Most people saw the cosmic significance contained in the Soviet Union's success. The Roman Empire controlled the world because it was good at building roads, and later people developed towards the ocean, and the British Empire became the ruler because it had ships. Now, the Reds have established a foothold in outer space. Does this mean that, even if we launch a better satellite into space next year, it will not make people feel at ease? Americans will periodically wonder why the United States has become weak. The press was awakened. Time magazine said, the United States has always been proud of its technical capabilities, scientific and technological strengths, and being the first to achieve success. Now, no matter how many reasonable explanations are given, the whole country is in a state of sudden and deep disappointment, and Americans are robbed of their glory by the Red Moon. The Sputnik moment has brought huge impacts. As the discussion of various keyboardists becomes more and more widespread, the Soviet technology is understood more deeply, and in turn, the United States becomes more and more worried. The Soviet technology filter is becoming more and more thick in the discussion of keyboardists. Success is success, especially in contrast to the failure of the United States' earlier attempts to launch satellites. The Soviet space and missile capabilities are exaggerated to an unparalleled degree. The first round of the space race has been undisputedly lost by the United States. From being ahead of any country in any technology, and having only God in mind, it has changed to a mentality of what the Soviet Union will do. The Soviet Union successfully replaced the status of God in the hearts of American citizens for a short time. The words of the Pope, who has several divisions, have been partially realized at this moment. Turing, who had never been to the Woomera launch site, did not know all this. In order to relieve the pressure on the British researchers at the launch site, Alan Wilson did not reveal a word. Instead, he talked about everything and drew nutrition from Prime Minister Keogh's theory of 10 wins and 10 losses, giving confidence to the British aerospace elites at the launch site. In fact, in a sense, the difficulty we face is lower than that of the Soviet Union. The Soviet launch site is in Kazakhstan, which is a high latitude area, and the Woomera launch site is close to the equator, so our launch will have some help. The easiest way to launch an orbital satellite is to aim eastward along the equator, so that the Earth's rotation can be used to accelerate. It is precisely because of the Soviet Union's geographical disadvantage that the United States sided the Soviet Union's technology. The inequality of the foundation caused the Soviet Union to surpass the United States in technology. In order to do the same thing, you must know that before the Soviet Union's first artificial satellite went into space, the United States actually tried to launch it twice, but both failed. The United States did not think that the Soviet Union would succeed psychologically, but the Soviet Union did succeed. Gentlemen, even if you send a potato into space, with our advantage in public opinion, we can make it stand on equal footing with Sputnik in significance. The most important thing is to keep a calm mind. The words were unpleasant to hear, but the launch site managers, including Turing, still felt Alan Wilson's goodwill. They also had to appreciate that the Mountbatten Group donated money after all. In Washington, the capital of the United States, Alan Wilson's best friend in the United States, McCarthy, was recently under some doubts. A comedy master who once had a huge influence in the United States had an accidental car accident after the release of the New York King movie and died in Europe. Some comments believed that this was the hand of the CIA and further suspected McCarthy himself. This completely unprovoked disaster made McCarthy very angry. Of course, he knew that the movie shot by Chaplin was a satire on himself, but the death of the dwarf had nothing to do with him. Before the Soviet Union launched the first artificial satellite, Chaplin's death caused a major response in Europe, especially in Britain. When McCarthy communicated with his friends, he also complained about being suspected. Alan Wilson comforted his American friend, saying in the letter that accidents always come unexpectedly. Chaplin's death was just an accident, and it is not ruled out that the Soviets were trying to discredit you as an anti-Soviet fighter. My old friend Joseph, the Soviet Union convened the Moscow Conference with the help of the launch of the first artificial satellite. Even if it is not in Europe, dozens of political parties in various countries, gathered together, can also make people feel strong pressure. There is no denying that the two things combined are a huge demonstration, but sadly, we don't have many ways. Sometimes I envy your environment very much. You are a politician, and I'm just an administrative official. I can't have a say in the country's major policies. Even if I have prepared a series of plans, I can't implement them because of some problems in Britain now. This is very enviable in the United States. The almost corny flattery reminded McCarthy of Alan Wilson's capable image again, and he said to himself, Alan must be helpless now. It would be great if he was an American. Perhaps my catch-up plan can only be completed by the United States. Britain is no longer the empire on which the sun never sets. To deal with the threat of the Soviet bloc, the power of the entire country must be mobilized to deal with it. These plans that Britain cannot implement may help you. Alan Wilson, who is already a mature bureaucrat, proposed public-private partnership in the telegram. Oh no, it is a number of ideas for a cross-border joint organization between the public and private sectors. After this passage, Alan Wilson's tone changed to a tone of regret for not being able to make it as good as he could, and having no way to serve his country, which made McCarthy realize the good intentions of his old friend. Now the whole world is paying attention to the competition in the field of space. If anyone can face it bravely, he will undoubtedly become a hero of the free world. It seems that our Prime Minister at this age is unwilling to face such a challenge. McCarthy sighed involuntarily, feeling sad about the current situation that Alan Wilson wanted to fight, but Britain was submissive to the Soviet Union. It seems that the free world still needs the United States to save it. Suddenly, McCarthy seemed to remember something, and turned on the TV series of this time. It was just the time for the news report. Intermittent voices came from the news that the United States failed to launch a satellite again today. Emergency launch was the United States' response after the Soviet Union's first artificial satellite went into space. Americans wanted to put an artificial satellite in every rocket. What if it succeeded? Wouldn't it be to narrow the gap with the Soviet Union? What should I do? McCarthy muttered to himself, as if he had made some kind of determination. On December 4th, 2 months after the Soviet Union launched its first artificial satellite, the US Senate held a meeting to discuss additional budgets for aerospace. In the Senate, John Kennedy, a young senator from Massachusetts, fiercely criticized the Republican government, accusing it of negligence in national security, holding a report of a scientist falling into the water in his hand. What makes our scientists despair of the United States? I think the whole United States has lost the fighting spirit after the founding of the United States of America. Immediately, the Republicans and Democrats entered into a fierce quarrel, accusing each other. In fact, what Congressman Kennedy said makes sense. We must bravely face the technological competition from the Soviet Union. Arguing will not solve the problem. McCarthy, as the Republican chairman of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, spoke at this time. We must take action instead of making a big fuss in the sacred Congress. I believe it. McCarthy took out the documents he had prepared and glanced at the senators from both parties present. The United States is still a country that is ahead of its rivals in technological strength. What it lacks now is a sense of crisis. In the face of difficulties, the fighting spirit that the United States has had since its founding is the key to our victory in the technological competition. As a politician, McCarthy finally let others know on this occasion that he would not only be anti-Soviet, but also anti-Soviet from a higher level. I have discussed a proposal with many respected congressmen, the President and the Secretary of State in the past 2 days. Now we need to seek the opinions of the opposition party in Congress. John Kennedy also stopped his criticism. Listening to what this anti-Soviet sign had to say, McCarthy then explained himself, but no one knew that it was a plan influenced by the British side. To cope with the technological competition from the Soviet Union, we need the support of the country and the creativity of our entrepreneurs. This time, McCarthy proposed in Congress to establish an administrative agency responsible for formulating and implementing the US space program and conducting research in aviation science and space science, and to absorb public and private enterprises to join and jointly develop the space program. Then the Senate entered into a discussion, and it was not until a few hours later that President Eisenhower signed the National Aeronautics and Space Act of the United States and approved McCarthy's proposal to establish the National Aeronautics and Space Administration of the United States, abbreviated as NASA. On the same day, the satellite launch at the Woomera launch site did not enter the planned orbit. Alan Wilson was comforting the frustrated researchers. It just didn't enter the planned orbit. We always have something to gain. Later, Alan Wilson, who felt partially successful, learned about the news of the establishment of NASA in the United States. And it was McCarthy who made it happen. Americans now should think that Joseph is a hero, right? Alan Wilson was happy that his friend's proposal was passed. He was worthy of McCarthy. There is no doubt about that. From this day on, when mentioning NASA, McCarthy's name is definitely unavoidable. Chapter 922, Colorful Spaceflight. As a person, once Alan Wilson recognizes a person, no matter what the person's reputation is, he will do his best to help him, provided that he does not do this to himself. The Dragoon sisters had offended him once, but after comprehensive consideration, especially considering the Hellman family he was raised in, he was still not prepared to argue with women, but he had decided in his heart that there would be no next time. Originally, the establishment of NASA in history was something that happened during Eisenhower's term, but it was promoted by the Democratic Party as an opposition party, and Kennedy's performance in the space race can be said to have greatly added points. His performance in the space race was one of the major favorable factors for Kennedy's successful long ocean route from a congressman to a senator, and finally to the presidential election. Alan Wilson did not want to give this credit to Kennedy. He had long believed that Kennedy was not only a threat to the United States, but also to the Soviet Union, China, and Britain. Kennedy, whose life was too smooth, liked to do things that were not very acceptable. This time, he helped McCarthy, but he didn't dare to say that he could successfully snipe Kennedy's road to the presidency, because no matter Nixon or McCarthy, it was indeed not as easy to win votes as this handsome guy. But even so, Kennedy could not be too easily on the presidency. Besides, what if it succeeded? Maybe Americans would like it and think that McCarthy's image was glorious and majestic. Turing was also recognized by Alan Wilson. After the failure of the satellite launch this time, he still showed that there were gains, so that British researchers including Turing would not feel pressured. The country has invested so much money in personnel, it must not be an easy thing to do, right? Alan Wilson, who was walking at the launch site, said to Turing, who was standing side by side, "If it was so easy to make history, there would not be such a big fuss in the world." "You are right." Turing knew that his friend had good intentions, and said, "Although the rocket did not send the satellite to the designated location, it at least proved that our rocket is reliable." "That's what I mean." Seeing Turing get rid of his decadent state, Alan Wilson looked relieved. Only he himself knows that every experiment conducted by the UK is creating history. It is much better than the original UK in history, which is gratifying enough. In the evening, the heads of various departments of the Woomera launch site determined the launch plan in half a month. Emergency launch is not a good solution, but there is no choice now. Not only the United States is constantly carrying out launch missions, but the UK is also doing the same. From the launch of the Soviet satellite to the present, in just 2 months, the United Kingdom and the United States have alternately tested intercontinental missiles and launched satellites, and suffered a series of failures. Compared with the United States, the United Kingdom at least did not fail so many times. The United States atmospheric God intercontinental missile failed twice in a row after a success. The Blue Light missile has initially achieved reliability, but in launching satellites, the United Kingdom and the United States are groping in the midst of continuous failures. It is difficult to judge who successfully launched the second artificial satellite now. Anyone is possible. Alan Wilson certainly hopes to teach the Americans a lesson as a father. But he is afraid that his rebellious son will not be moral, so he is very entangled. Soon, Alan Wilson returned to Perth and waited for the next launch to go to the launch site. "Are there any commissioners in other colonies like you, running around everywhere?" Pamela Mountbatten's postpartum recovery was coming to an end. She was in a good mood and saw her husband coming back. She couldn't help but tease him. Other colonial commissioners mainly don't manage overseas assets. Alan Wilson did not deny that he was not in Kuala Lumpur for almost half of the year. The Malaya colony has a mature system to rely on, which also solved a lot of my problems. Speaking of this issue, 3 regional commissioners in the Malaya colony are leaving their posts. The Sarawak Development Bank is preparing to hire them as directors. Pamela Mountbatten remembered this matter when she heard her husband's words, and then took out the files of the 3 people, indicating that she would start the revolving door. "You decide." Alan Wilson just glanced at the name and nodded. "I don't ask about your property. It's the Wilson family's property." Pamela Mountbatten said in a tone of a loyal wife, "You like to be an official, otherwise, you must be more famous than I'm now. Marrying a good wife is more important than anything else." Alan Wilson came over and gave his wife a victory kiss, put one hand on Pamela Mountbatten's belly, and smiled softly. "You've recovered well, dear." Necessary encouragement helps couples to be emotionally harmonious, even if they are already an old couple. In addition to Alan Wilson's running around in the UK this year, it should be in the Admiralty. This year, the British Admiralty successfully signed contracts to sell 3 aircraft carriers. All 3 aircraft carriers are Giant class, sold to Brazil, Argentina, and India respectively. In addition to the 2 enemy class aircraft carriers sold to France and the Glorious class aircraft carriers sold to Australia, the British aircraft carrier inventory finally no longer looks bloated. The warships accumulated during the World War have been sold off for such a long time, and have been slimmed down to a certain extent. This is of course a good thing for Britain. The maintenance cost alone is a huge expense. Sealing will not reduce much expenditure, and it also takes up space. Therefore, the sealed aircraft carriers will eventually escape the fate of dismantling. In fact, in terms of the British style, there is no obstacle to selling heavy warships. It is good to exchange money to balance the finances. The state of the Admiralty is also a microcosm of the whole of Britain. The downward trend is much better than the original history. Of course, it is not surprising that only Alan Wilson himself knows about this matter in this world. Sometimes he feels that he is an unknown worker. No one knows your achievements, but your name will live forever. This Soviet saying is more suitable to describe him. After all, one person took it all. Faced with a rolling torrent of history, Alan Wilson can only make fine adjustments as much as possible, hoping that the consequences of a 1,000-mile embankment being destroyed by an anthole will appear. Why are my legs so heavy? Princess Margaret, who was in the midst of the storm, suddenly heard her brother-in-law say this. She opened her half-closed eyes and looked at the man carrying a gun and a heavy load. The night in Perth is always so unexpected. You must not let Her Royal Highness feel neglected, and you must be careful to beware of the bastards in Me5. Most importantly, you must not let your wife feel that something is wrong. The most unexpected thing was that the next day, Alan Wilson heard that Nehru had established the Indian National Space Research Commission in India, and Dr. Vikram was the chairman of the committee. I suddenly feel that the space race is not something with a high technological content now. Holding the Times of India newspaper, Alan Wilson felt that the steak his wife brought to him was not fragrant anymore. What? Pamela Mountbatten thought her husband didn't like her craftsmanship, and her tone was a little lost. When she saw the newspaper in her husband's hand, she realized the space race is now so important all over the world. Doesn't Nehru want to build a powerful country? It's normal to set up such a department. Normal? Alan Wilson seemed to be in a state of recollection. He remembered that India's aerospace industry started in the 1960s, and now it's a few years earlier. No need to think about it. India's aerospace talents are trained in London. There is no need to think about this. It is an obvious fact. The person in charge, Vikram Sarabhai, studied in the UK and obtained a bachelor's degree from St. John's College, Cambridge University. He studied under Professor Chandrasekhara Raman, a Nobel Prize winner in physics, and published a paper entitled Cosmic Ray Research in Tropical Latitudes, and obtained a doctorate in physics. After India's independence, he returned to India. You still have to establish a university in Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten joked, isn't this also to cultivate future competitors? I remember you said that Europe is not actually ahead of other civilizations. What I meant exactly is that Europe is not ahead of other civilizations, and other civilizations are not ahead of Europe. Alan Wilson corrected his wife. He had said something similar before. In essence, he did not think that there was a civilization in the agricultural era that was ahead of other civilizations by so many years. It can basically be determined that it was done intentionally to stimulate national pride. I established a university in Malaya, and I also have a way to resolve the threat of high-pressure education to local universities. Alan Wilson cut a steak and fed it to his wife, explaining, I just need to educate useless knowledge. Even if it is rolled up, it is easy to use high-pressure education to lead the rhythm. It must be admitted that most of the knowledge learned by a person in his lifetime is not useful in life. If Alan Wilson wants, he can adopt high-pressure education to cultivate talents with more knowledge than British local students. This is easy, but it can also make the knowledge learned by these talents useless. These Malayan talents who come into contact with British local universities will definitely want to be screened out by his high-pressure education first. Take mathematics for example. He could greatly expand the content of mathematics education, such as requiring a certain proportion of Olympiad mathematics to be learned in primary and secondary schools, mental arithmetic that is almost useless, etc. He could do this in every subject, adding a lot of content that is destined to be unused in the future, distracting students' attention. If this method is harmful, then it is basically not. At least they learned so much useless knowledge, and they can brag when they are drunk. It is said that if you were not born during the heyday of the British Empire, it would be a loss for the entire British Empire. Pamela Mountbatten chewed the steak and shook her head, but it's okay. If you were born earlier, I wouldn't be able to marry you. Faced with the destiny of the British Empire and her personal life, Pamela Mountbatten adhered to the spirit of nobility and decisively chose herself. I wanted to write a chapter about who was the second satellite to go into space, but I didn't think about the follow-up. Chapter 923 I will protect the free world. My dear, you are getting better at talking. Alan Wilson's negative emotions about India's space program were slightly relieved. Since it was a foregone conclusion, he would wait and see. Even if India started space exploration a few years earlier, it would not necessarily change anything. His intuitive view of India is that it has a large area and a large population. It is difficult to think of any other advantages. In terms of geographical environment, India is pressed by the Himalayas, the Indus River basin is completely lost, and the mouth of the Ganges is lost. The climate is extreme in the dry and rainy seasons, and the main grain producing areas are semi-arid areas like Punjab. It is certain that it is inherently unable to compete with China. This cannot be changed. No matter how powerful the keyboard politics is, it cannot change India's natural climate and resources. If China has proposed a space program now, it is worth studying carefully, because although China is not a perfect civilization, it is one level higher than India in terms of keeping its word. In the news of later generations, in a certain year, various countries proposed new space programs one after another. For a time, it seemed that the glorious era of the space race had returned, but when it was time to fulfill the year, only China produced the results as planned. As for other countries, that was just talk. How could he fulfill his campaign promise? It was a joke. Alan Wilson still took China seriously as his enemy. The national system was quite powerful in other fields, except that it did not improve much in major bull sports. Speaking of sports, the World Cup will be held next year, and the Crown Territory of Newfoundland will be able to make a fortune again. The Olympics and the World Cup, which take place twice every 4 years, have become the happiest time for the residents of the Crown Territory of Newfoundland. Before that time, it is a feast for the whole of Newfoundland. As for the Cold War confrontation and the space race, they are too far away for a place with only more than 200,000 people. Iceland is the most suitable opponent for Newfoundland. When serving as an official, he benefited the people. During his term in Newfoundland, he also received help from the Crown Territory of Newfoundland in the days to come. No matter where Alan Wilson is, he can always get local financial support. This is of course related to the fact that the Mountbatten Group positioned Newfoundland as its North American headquarters, and now it has formed a virtuous circle. Alan Wilson, who was enjoying a wonderful holiday in Perth, welcomed a guest that day. After confirming that the guest was looking for him, he met the guest at the Mountbatten building in Perth. "Mr. Wilson, it's great to meet you. My name is George, and I'm from the NSA. The man who claimed to be from the National Security Agency of the United States introduced himself. In fact, Alan Wilson could already hear the other party's American accent. So it's no such agency. Alan Wilson was also very polite and joked that there was no such agency, but he still had to confirm the other party's identity. Since it is an ally, there must be something important. "Mr. Wilson, the United States is dealing with the Soviet Union's space competition, you know." George pondered for a moment and said, "We have communicated with London through the Five Eyes, hoping to cooperate in the field of space. This will better deal with the Soviet threat, but just what?" Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. Did the United States want to continue to take advantage of the alliance relationship for free? If so, he must go back to London and talk about the United States tearing up the Atomic Energy Sharing Treaty. "Mr. Wilson, we know that the British space launch has made great progress. Recently, there have been frequent launches. We are not spying on our allies. We get all the information from public information." George hesitated and said, "What Washington and London are communicating about is whether the launch plan can be delayed until after December 18th, when the United States has a launch plan." Wow. Alan Wilson put his hands on his chest and looked at each other up and down. The United States hopes that Britain will launch its own artificial satellite after the United States succeeds. That's not what I mean. George shook his head hurriedly. "Mr. Wilson, it's just delayed until after our next launch, not for Britain to suspend the entire space project." "I don't think so." Alan Wilson thought expressionlessly, but didn't say anything definite. "Mr. George, I have to wait for instructions from London. I'm only responsible for the administrative work of the launch site. Also, why don't you look for Marshal Slim?" George was a little embarrassed. How could he know whether a British marshal had a good temper? Anyway, the current Governor General of Australia is a marshal with outstanding merits. If he went to the door to conduct secret operations, he might anger an old soldier. It was Senator McCarthy who felt that the special relationship between Britain and the United States would allow Britain to see the interests of the entire free world and allow the United States to launch again. George could only bring up McCarthy, hoping that it would work. Joseph. Alan Wilson had already made up his mind and pretended to be silent. Since it is him, I should help. As long as there is no problem with London, I can naturally wait for the launch time to ensure the success rate. In fact, what does the second and third have to do with each other? When London has made a decision, we will meet and discuss it formally next time. Alan Wilson shook hands with the other party in a friendly manner and made an appointment to go directly to the door next time. Then he said goodbye in a friendly manner and returned to his wife's boudoir. Prepare a set of well-functioning recording equipment for me. I want to record the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Dear, you should work for me 6. Pamela Mountbatten smiled like a little fox and then sighed. It's a pity that it's not easy to enter that kind of department and be a cabinet secretary. 2 days later, Alan Wilson, who was fighting at home, consciously began to guide his close American allies. Under the witness of the Australian Intelligence Agency, the whole process of requesting Britain to delay the launch was recorded. Senator Kennedy, he's a young and promising man. When Alan Wilson heard the other party mention a promising senator of the Democratic Party, he felt that it might be an unexpected gain and began to guide Americans to evaluate this political upstart without leaving any trace. Speaking of Senator Kennedy, he has a lot of romantic affairs. Just because he is an intelligence officer, it doesn't mean that this person must be a cold person. Obviously, George is not. He also pays attention to the affairs of the lower world. The rich love history of Senator Kennedy occupied half an hour of the conversation. During this period, the Australian intelligence officer also joined in, and from time to time he burst into sighs and intermittently burst into obscene laughter. Any man who understands will understand. Some people say Kennedy has premature ejaculation. When Pamela Mountbatten came to look for her husband, she happened to see Alan Wilson playing the important content of today's meeting, and she couldn't help but frown. Is that all we talked about? Maybe it will be useful one day. Alan Wilson thought to himself that he had recorded Reagan's political inclinations before, and this time he just added Kennedy, which was no big deal. It was just that American intelligence officials said that the future president had premature ejaculation and moral corruption, and there were many contents that he deliberately guided out. You said it can be used, so it can be used. But the Americans are really too much. For their own interests, they let Britain postpone the launch time. Pamela Mountbatten muttered dissatisfiedly. We postponed the launch until after the 18th, which is considered to be an agreement with the Americans. Alan Wilson didn't care. If the first place was gone, it didn't matter who was in the second and third place. Besides, London had already agreed, so what reason did he have to object? Now it depends on whether the United States can rise up. If it still sucks, don't blame him. Alan Wilson set the time for the next British launch on December 25th, a week after the US launch. Not long after, London approved the launch time. In fact, there is no need to think about it. The United States must have shown a confident attitude in front of our diplomats. Alan Wilson's face was strange, as if he smelled a conspiracy. What's going on? Pamela Mountbatten was puzzled. What did her man see? If the United States' confidence is based on the success rate of launches, even if it is arrogant, it will not really think that the next launch will definitely succeed. But in diplomatic rhetoric, the United States can't say that it lacks confidence, right? So the confident look is pretended. Our confidence in the United States is also pretended. Pamela Mountbatten listened to her husband's explanation and savored it for a long time. So what does it mean? The United States knows that it is not ready, and Britain also knows that the United States is not ready. But the United States pretends to be ready, and Britain pretends to believe that the United States is ready. In fact, the United States is not ready, and Britain knows that the United States is not actually ready. That's about it. Then the final result. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband and added, the worst result for the United States. Britain gave the United States a chance, and the United States did not seize it. Alan Wilson looked up at the sky and muttered, of course this depends on whether the United States launch is successful this time. At the Cape Canaveral Launch Center in Florida, the rocket on the launch pad is ready. It is a javelin-shaped thing, built by the famous Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This rocket will carry the hope of the United States' first artificial satellite into space. The citizens of the whole United States are eager for the government to give the Soviet Union a clear response in aerospace technology. With the good wishes of the American citizens, the countdown began, and the rocket took off smoothly until it disappeared in the sky. Did it succeed? Just now from the United States, the American satellite did not enter the planned orbit. It's our turn. Alan Wilson arrived at the launch site again. I wonder if we can give the free world a Christmas gift. The United States is just for fun. The real guardian of the free world is still my Great Britain. I caught a cold today, and I didn't even go out, and I caught a fever all of a sudden. I caught a cold twice this year for no reason. I think it may be because I'm old and can't compare with the past. After all, I'm 33 years old. I won't update the second chapter. I can't sleep because of the fever, but I don't have the energy to write. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 924 Christmas Gift. God knows how noble Alan Wilson was when he rejected the affection of his wife and sister-in-law and came to the Woomera launch site on Christmas Day. Since World War II, British citizens have been in a state of confusion, and the glory of the past seems to have gone away. If the satellite can be launched successfully this time, it will be a great encouragement to Britain, which is still looking for its place. At 1 AM, Greenwich time, 10 AM local time in Australia, the entire Woomera launch site was in the warm sunshine, and the entire test site seemed quiet but orderly. On the launch pad, the Black Arrow rocket was ready. Among the 3-stage rockets, there was a satellite named Prospero. There was no one near the launch pad. In the command room in the distance, scientists from the British Interplanetary Society and the person in charge of the Woomera launch site gathered together. The entire command room was in complete silence. Against the backdrop of the United States' failed satellite launch, no one took satellite launches as easy as drinking water. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Only the cold countdown echoed in everyone's ears, reaching everyone's heart. The Black Arrow rocket ignited successfully, slowly lifted off the launch pad in the eyes of everyone, and looked very smooth. Until the Black Arrow rocket disappeared into the sky, the entire command room was still audible. The successful launch was just the beginning. Not to mention the United States a week ago, the United Kingdom had also had a launch that deviated from the orbit before. The carrier rocket began to slowly turn in the predetermined direction according to the predetermined procedure. After more than 100 seconds, at an altitude of about 45 kilometers, the first stage rocket engine shut down and separated. The second stage rocket ignited successfully. Finally, a voice with a sense of relief eased the nervous people's mood. The second stage rocket then ignited and continued to accelerate. At this time, the rocket had flown out of the dense atmosphere and could discard the satellite's fairing according to the procedure. When the rocket reached the predetermined speed and altitude, the third stage rocket engine shut down and separated, and the accelerated flight phase ended. Once the second stage rocket continues to fly and begins the inertial flight phase until it reaches a position tangent to the predetermined orbit. At that time, the third stage rocket will ignite, conduct the final short distance flight, and release the satellite on board. Only then will the satellite launch be completed. A week ago, the United States and the United Kingdom, which launched once before, both had problems with the second stage rocket. So after the second stage rocket was successfully ignited, people's hanging hearts were slightly relieved. In the eyes of those who experienced it, the short 10 minutes seemed almost as long as a century. At the moment when the third stage rocket released the Prospero satellite at an altitude of 560 kilometers, the signal released was detected by the launch city. In an instant, the command room, which had just been as quiet as dead water, became noisy like a volcanic eruption. Sent a telegram to London to inform that the satellite launch was successful this time. I hope that the citizens of the United Kingdom can receive this Christmas gift. Alan Wilson's tense heart finally relaxed. The short 10 minutes made him unforgettable in his life. Christmas in 1957 was destined to be an unforgettable day for the British. People woke up from their sleep and started a busy day. When they turned on the TV and radio, all major TV stations were broadcasting the news that Britain had successfully launched the Prospero satellite. This news also occupied the front page headlines of major newspapers. The whole of Britain was in a commotion. The news that Britain had launched the world's second, the first artificial satellite in the free world, became the focus of heated discussion among people from all walks of life. The ruling Attlee cabinet officially confirmed this major news and believed that it was a milestone in Britain's aerospace industry. The confirmation of the Labour cabinet set off public opinion around the world. No one would have thought that when the Soviet Union started its journey to conquer space, the first to respond was not the United States, but Britain, which was considered to be a secondary role. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but sigh that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even in the United States across the ocean, the news that Britain successfully launched an artificial satellite caused a huge response. The US government congratulated Britain on its successful launch of a satellite. Of course, only Americans themselves know whether they are willing. As the cabinet minister in charge of the space program, Harold Wilson's reputation also rose. With the help of this news, he was at the center of the entire public opinion. Harold Wilson certainly couldn't waste this exposure opportunity. His killer instinct broke out, and he expressed his support for the British space industry from multiple angles and levels. "My Great Britain is invincible." Alan Wilson, whistling, returned to Perth very satisfied after celebrating with the scientists at the launch site. He was in a state of excitement. Historically, Britain did not successfully launch its first artificial satellite until 1971. This was because the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council had already succeeded, but the former world hegemon Britain was missing. Britain invested in it for face. Now it is 14 years earlier, and it has successfully launched an artificial satellite after the Soviet Union. Isn't this worth celebrating? In public opinion, people attributed it to the Attlee cabinet and even Harold Wilson, the cabinet minister. But Alan Wilson knew that it was entirely due to himself. So is it too much for him to invite the royal princess to ride the rocket when he came back? As it should be, Alan Wilson's satellite also successfully entered the deep space orbit of Princess Margaret. Her Royal Highness, hugging the man's body tightly, experienced the joy of riding a rocket and had fun with the citizens of the United Kingdom. "Your Highness, how does it feel to ride a rocket?" Alan Wilson, who was hugging Her Royal Highness tightly, asked softly in Princess Margaret's ear. "Your rocket has great thrust." Princess Margaret responded with satisfaction, her eyes full of attachment. "Big is beautiful, more is better. Caliber is justice, and range is truth." Alan Wilson spoke with high spirits, holding Her Royal Highness's arms tightly and experiencing the aftermath of the space industry. "Bah, if I get pregnant, you're done." Princess Margaret rolled her eyes at her brother-in-law, threatening in anger. "Destiny depends on faith." Alan Wilson held Princess Margaret's head and said pitifully, "Will you let your brother-in-law die? My brother-in-law has always been loyal to the British Empire. Look at how proud you are." The princess, who had been poor, could only whisper back at the Imperial Commissioner's complacency. The success of the satellite launch has stimulated the British citizens' gradually cooling imperial ambitions. This is a good start. Alan Wilson feels that this role is still of great significance. Britain can prove that it can respond to the Soviet challenge in the field of aerospace without relying on the United States. Since it can do so in the field of aerospace, it can also be done in other fields. The spiritual level of a country cannot collapse. The original historical Suez Canal War was the source of the collapse of the morale of British citizens. The significance of the Suez Canal War is equivalent to the Sino-Japanese War of the late Qing dynasty. The process of the war is different, but the results are similar. After the Suez Canal War, Britain almost stopped struggling and changed its previous attitude of grouping with France and devoted itself to being a follower of the United States. This is similar to the significance of the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895 to the Qing dynasty. In fact, the scale and impact of the two opium wars were nothing to all dynasties. Strictly speaking, they were not even wars. At best, they were harassment of the Great Wall by nomadic peoples. The Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895 was equivalent to breaking through the Great Wall, which was completely different from the problems encountered by the Qing dynasty before. The next day, holding newspapers from various countries sent by his wife, Alan Wilson looked at the reports of various countries on the launch of a British satellite with great interest, and Her Royal Highness the Princess who rode the rocket yesterday was also there. It has been a long time since Britain has been paid attention to by so many countries. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and congratulated her husband. She knew that the reason why Britain was able to launch a satellite so quickly was due to the Blue Light missile project, and the launch of the satellite was based on the Black Arrow rocket improved from the Blue Light missile. All of this is what Alan Wilson has always insisted on. Without his persistence, even rockets would not exist, let alone launching satellites. Alan Wilson straightened his back. If someone else said that, I might be modest. This is all foresight under the leadership of the cabinet. I'm just an executor. But since my lover said that, I will not pretend to be innocent. I think it is not excessive for the royal family to give you a title. Pamela Mountbatten nodded in agreement. I don't care about that kind of thing. Alan Wilson said to his wife, what's the point? It's just good to say it out. The title of Sir Wilson is not important at all. It is still very important, especially the hereditary title. Pamela Mountbatten disagreed with her husband's opinion on this point. Especially if you want to gain a foothold in Whitehall, you should strive for it. Margaret and I will ask to see if the title can be settled. Pamela Mountbatten has made up her mind to help her husband settle the issue of the title, and it is better to do it sooner rather than later. It is best to get it done in the next 2 years. Compared with the congratulations from other countries, the joy of the United States seems insincere. This almost makes people doubt the leadership of the United States. After the successful launch of a British satellite, the United States emergency launches became more frequent. At this moment, the first Sea Lord Mountbatten submitted to the cabinet a plan for the distinction and construction of attack nuclear submarines and strategic nuclear submarines, and insisted on paying attention to the great significance of the Blue Ray missile project to strategic nuclear submarines. The Attlee cabinet quickly responded to the plan submitted by Mountbatten, recognized the important role of the nuclear submarine field in British security, and asked the Admiralty to prepare a more detailed assessment report. I updated one chapter yesterday, but I didn't fall asleep until dawn, and I was so feverish. Chapter 925, Admiral Mountbatten. In fact, the British military attaches more importance to nuclear submarines than aircraft carriers, and Mountbatten also thinks so. Otherwise, he would not have personally visited the United States to facilitate the transfer of nuclear reactor technology from the United States, paying nearly £10 million for this. The cabinet also knows that nuclear submarines are life-saving for the United Kingdom, so it has never set obstacles to the nuclear submarine project. So after a brief communication, this report, which is absolutely professional, was approved by the Labour cabinet. This is not easy. Recently, the Prime Minister of Iceland is visiting European countries and lobbying to lift the embargo on Icelandic cod, which has annoyed the United Kingdom. However, this move to protect the interests of British fishermen is still very effective in consolidating the support rate of the Labour Party. This also gives the Attlee cabinet a reason to continue to persevere. The embargo on Icelandic cod in the European community market has dealt a devastating blow to Iceland. The whole of Iceland is now in trouble, and even Washington has called for the unity of the free world. Iceland can eat the cod it catches itself. When the Minister of Defense teased him about this, Mountbatten looked calm, because he knew that this matter was related to his son-in-law. Okay, let's not talk about it. Earl Alexander saw through it, but didn't say it. He still wanted to inform Mountbatten about one thing, about Mountbatten's personal future. Mountbatten has been promoting the Joint Operations Command of the three services. For this purpose, the Joint Operations Commands of the Near East, the Middle East and the Far East were established respectively. However, things did not go smoothly. Mountbatten himself had too obvious naval color. When it comes to conflicts between the services will naturally not give in. Otherwise, just look at the performance of the US Air Force in the Intercontinental Missile Project, and you will know how terrible the conflicts between the services are. However, Mountbatten himself was born in the royal family and has never had any problems with his identity. The cabinet also knows that at this time, Britain should concentrate its strength and cannot talk to itself as before. Earl Alexander hinted that he hoped to make this happen. A few years ago, in terms of the reform of the leadership organization, Mountbatten proposed to abolish the staff of each service and set up a unified joint planning staff of the three services, and he would serve as the permanent chairman of this organization. However, due to the passive resistance of the chiefs of staff of each service, this goal was not achieved in London. Mountbatten then put it into practice in overseas garrisons, establishing the Near East Joint Command in Cyprus, the Middle East Joint Command in Aden, and the Far East Joint Command in Singapore. This new command organization has played a great role in improving the rapid response capability of the British Army. The abolition of the staff of each service will cause many generals to lose their positions, but after the establishment of the three major overseas headquarters, the improvement in efficiency has already made the cabinet think about it. The Labour Party cabinet has always wanted to control military spending. Since there is no way to do it from the weapons and equipment for the time being, it is natural to streamline the military organization and save money, which is consistent with Mountbatten's previous call. In principle, the cabinet recommends abolishing the Admiralty, Air Force and Army departments, and establishing a unified and authoritative Ministry of National Defense. Earl Alexander said to Mountbatten happily, "In principle, you are the most suitable to lead this department." As the Minister of Defense, he was of course happy. A unified Ministry of National Defense would make him more prestigious as the Minister of Defense. Of course, he also knew that the resistance was huge, so letting Mountbatten, who had extremely deep connections in the military, lead this department might reduce a lot of resistance. That's great. Mountbatten simply agreed. He guessed that the Minister of Defense wanted him to come forward to reduce the resistance, but this was exactly his goal all along. "I believe that under your leadership, the armed forces of the British Empire will usher in a new beginning," Earl Alexander said happily. "Only you can integrate the various services. The Prime Minister and I are looking forward to it." As for the development report on attack nuclear submarines and strategic nuclear submarines submitted by Mountbatten, it was naturally highly praised by the cabinet. The construction plan has also been put on the agenda. "I will definitely go back for my father's marshal's inauguration ceremony this time." Pamela Mountbatten pushed the door open and entered, holding her infant son in one hand, while her eldest daughter followed closely behind her, holding Princess Margaret's hand. General Mountbatten's promotion to Marshal is a big deal. Princess Margaret nodded in agreement. It is indeed worth going back. But the bedroom was empty, and it was obvious that the brother-in-law in the eyes of the princess was not there. Pamela Mountbatten saw the telegram on the table from Kuala Lumpur. "The matter about the Malays beating local women and black husbands to death has caused a great impact. I don't know how to deal with it. You are back." When his wife and sister-in-law were reading the telegram, Alan Wilson came in from outside with a calm face. Facing his wife's question, he said directly, "I went to the telegraph room because of this matter." Pamela Mountbatten looked up at the telegram in her hand and asked, "What's going on?" The Malayan colony is currently the most important overseas territory of the United Kingdom. It is positioned as a production base. How can it survive without a market? Should Malaya digest all the products by itself, still relying on the markets of the Commonwealth and the European community? Alan Wilson shrugged and said, "There are also some institutions of British African colonies in Kuala Lumpur, and there are some black employees. You also know that black people don't know what gentlemanly manners are. Even facing a sow, they can praise it. They have no sense of morality. They can do anything for their crotches. Not everyone is immune to sweet talk." "Then what?" Princess Margaret asked. "What happened afterwards?" According to the Malayan colony management regulations, women who marry out must follow their men to live in other colonies. Maybe some black employees in Africa don't know this. In order to stay, they had a de facto relationship with a local woman. Then they were discovered. The Malayan colony is very conservative. Alan Wilson said indifferently. The woman was discovered, and both were stoned to death. Malays are also racist. Pamela Mountbatten raised the corner of her mouth slightly and came up to blame her. "It is very normal to exclude outsiders, not to mention black people." Alan Wilson said disapprovingly. This time the incident is quite big. The Malays besieged the British East African office. I just called back about this matter. It seems that you have already found a solution. Pamela Mountbatten asked absent-mindedly, while holding her son to feed him. It should be okay now. It can only be said that it is now. Alan Wilson had a very strange smile on his face, but it was only a flash. He was already calling back, and gave the administrative office his own handling opinion. This handling opinion was to spread the news to the outside world, saying that there were also Chinese women entangled by Africans. This was his original version. It is estimated that after several retellings, it will become that blacks abandoned Chinese women, or blacks raped underage girls. I believe that soon, a big news will come from Kuala Lumpur being stoned to death because of a relationship between a man and a woman. That's terrible. Princess Margaret stuck out her tongue. Just because of this matter, there is no need to use such cruel means. For pacifists, this is a big deal. The British Empire should respect the customs of different ethnic groups. Alan Wilson answered seriously, so you know why I went to Singapore when I was the High Commissioner? I was afraid of this kind of thing, not to mention that the Malayan colony regarded black people as savages. My dear, you seem very happy. Pamela Mountbatten fed her son and was very satisfied with her son's red face. She looked up and saw her husband looking like he was going to make trouble, so she couldn't help asking, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Alan Wilson denied it flatly, and his righteousness was talking about his current state. Let the main local ethnic groups vent their dissatisfaction. What is this? If he doesn't vent, how can he take the opportunity to test whether the ethnic groups in the Malayan colony are reliable? In the future, he also hopes that, if something happens in a colony, he can mobilize the newly established Chinese Armored Division to quell the rebellion. So even if this matter has nothing to do with the Chinese, he will spread rumors that it is related to the Chinese. At some point, maybe the main force to suppress the riots in the African colonies will be these Chinese. Oh, I forgot to tell you that my father's martial awarding ceremony is going to be held. We should go back. We have been away from home all the time, and it is my sister Patricia who takes care of our parents. I feel very sorry. Pamela Mountbatten sought her husband's opinion. This is a big deal. We should go back. Alan Wilson agreed with both hands. Is it time to write this essay about my father, the district chief? My father-in-law, Marshal Mountbatten? In this era, Europe and the United States also attach importance to family. Although it cannot reach the level of filial piety, it is normal for Pamela Mountbatten to have such an idea. For Alan Wilson, what do he think of his father-in-law becoming a marshal? Need I say, who would think that their backers are not big enough? Alan Wilson did not deny that he was such a vulgar person, and felt extremely proud of it. Mountbatten's promotion ceremony to Field Marshal was held after the new year. The couple, who had returned to London, and Patricia and her husband, witnessed the ceremony. When Mountbatten reached the pinnacle of his military career, many people pursue something that is within their reach throughout their lives. Alan Wilson tilted his head and whispered to his wife. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband and whispered angrily, "You think my father is not qualified to be a field marshal?" "No, I think it's too late." Alan Wilson said, "He should have been promoted earlier." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.